I don't think I'll ever forget the way my grandmother laughed that day. Full, condescending, and straight into my face like I'd just said the dumbest thing imaginable. But the part that really stuck with me wasn't the laughter. It was the silence that came after. The heavy, stunned silence as I pulled out my phone, opened the article, and held it up for the whole table to see. You could hear the clink of her fork hitting the floor as her jaw locked up. You could see my dad's nostrils flare before he slammed his fist on the table so hard the wine glasses trembled. And you could hear my voice, calm, clear, and sharper than I intended, as I said something I can't take back, even if I wanted to. But I'll get to that. First, let me tell you how we got there. My name's Dylan. I'm 27 now, but most of this story takes place over the last few years, starting when I was around 22. And if I had to sum up my family in one sentence, it'd probably be this. We're the kind of people who pretend everything's fine, as long as you don't talk about it. My dad runs his mouth when he drinks. My mom plays peacekeeper even when it means lying to your face. And my sister? Well, let's just say Brielle's been the princess of the family since the day she was born. She's 2 years younger than me, but somehow always treated like she's older, wiser, and more fragile. If I got a B+ on a test, my dad would ask what went wrong. If Brielle skipped school for a spa day, he'd offer to pay for the massage. If I stayed home to work on a project, I was antisocial. If she ghosted everyone for a week, she was protecting her energy. You get the idea. I used to think maybe I was just imagining it, that quiet part of you that wonders if you're being too sensitive. But the older I got, the more obvious it became. By the time Brielle turned 20, she was already living the kind of life you see on Instagram stories and think, must be nice. Private flights to Malibu, brunch with influencers, a skincare fridge that cost more than my laptop. All of it funded by her boyfriend at the time, Lucas, a trust fund guy with perfect teeth and a weird obsession with yacht parties. My parents adored him. My dad would beam every time Lucas called him sir. And my mom once cried at dinner because Brielle finally found someone who treats her like the queen she is. I was in my second year of trying to bootstrap a tech company from my bedroom while working 2 jobs to pay rent. Nobody really asked how that was going. At family dinners, I try to bring it up, mention a beta launch or a new investor meeting, but the conversation always circled back to Brielle, her engagement, her designer dress, her pre-wedding cleanse. At one point, my dad even said, "You'll get there one day, Dylan. Just be patient like your sister." That line stuck with me. Be patient like your sister. As if flying to Paris to say yes on a balcony overlooking the Eiffel Tower was the product of grit and determination. As if I hadn't spent 3 years pulling all-nighters, rewriting code, and pitching my idea to rooms full of people who barely looked up from their phones. I stopped bringing up my work after that. It just felt pointless. Fast forward to this past summer. My grandma was turning 80, and my parents were throwing a big celebration at a rented estate about 2 hours outside the city. Fancy caterers, floral centerpieces, a string quartet during appetizers. They were going all out, and of course, Brielle was at the center of it. She'd flown in from Milan the day before and posted a boomerang of the champagne bottle popping before she even stepped off the plane. When I showed up in my regular button-down and slacks, she looked me up and down and said, "You didn't get the memo? The vibe is European summer garden party. This is giving dentist appointment." I laughed it off. I always did. That's the thing about growing up next to someone like Brielle. You learn to play the background. Let her have the attention. Let her be the star. But that night, something shifted. Maybe it was the wine. Maybe it was the way she leaned over to whisper something in Lucas's ear and both of them laughed, clearly at my expense. Or maybe I'd just had enough. Dinner was this long, winding ordeal with 7 courses and 3 different wine pairings. My grandma sat at the head of the table in this oversized velvet chair like the matriarch of some old money dynasty. She always had this regal air about her, even though she lived in the same 2-bedroom condo for the last 30 years. My dad made a toast. My mom cried. Brielle gave a speech that sounded like it was written by her PR manager. Everyone clapped and cooed and dabbed their eyes with linen napkins. And then it happened. Someone, I think it was Aunt Trish, asked what I'd been up to lately. It was one of those throwaway questions, the kind you ask because you feel guilty for not knowing. I could have shrugged it off, said same old, and let the conversation drift back to safer waters. But for some reason, I didn't. Instead, I said, well, my company just hit 7 figures in revenue. Forbes did a piece on us last month. Silence. I wish I could say it was the proud kind of silence. The type that comes right before applause or a warm smile from your dad. But no, it was more like everyone collectively tilted their heads, unsure if they heard me right. My grandma blinked. My dad's face froze in a half smile. And Brielle? She full-on snorted into her champagne. Wait, 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 she said, holding up a hand like she was stopping traffic. Forbes? As in the Forbes? I nodded. Yeah, it's just a spotlight piece in their under 30 section. Nothing huge, but Grandma started laughing. Not chuckling, not giggling, laughing. Like the deep belly, slap the table kind of laugh you'd expect from someone watching a stand-up routine. And then she said the thing that burned itself into my brain. Oh, Dylan, don't be ridiculous. You can't just say things like that. We know you're trying, sweetheart, but let's be realistic. I didn't know what to say. My face went hot. Everyone else seemed frozen, unsure whether to laugh with her or wait to see if I was serious. And that's when I pulled out my phone. I opened the article, 7 Young Founders Disrupting the Tech Industry in 2025, and scrolled until my picture showed up. Me in a hoodie, arms crossed, standing in the co-working space I could finally afford to rent. I turned the phone around and held it up, letting the silence hang. That's when things really started to unravel. Grandma's laughter stopped cold. Her eyes narrowed. She reached out like she wanted to push the phone away, and when I didn't lower it, she slapped her fork onto the plate with a metallic clang. My dad jolted upright and barked, "That's enough, Dylan," like I'd just pulled a prank on national television. My mom was already whispering something to Brielle, who looked bored, like this entire scene was interrupting her Instagram story. I should have backed down. I should have taken the cue and let it go. But something in me cracked. And then, I said it. I said the one thing that changed everything. The one thing that made my grandmother stand up so fast her chair toppled backward. The one thing that made Brielle go pale. The one thing I'd been holding back for years. But before I tell you what it was, before I explain what really set the room on fire, you have to understand what led me there. Because this wasn't just about a magazine article. It wasn't even about money or success. It was about years of being overlooked. Years of swallowing it down. Years of playing the quiet one while everyone else got to shine. I think the exact moment something broke inside me was when my dad, who hadn't said a single nice thing about my work in years, slammed his palm on the table and said, "Don't disrespect your grandmother like that." Not in a "this is inappropriate" tone. Not in a "let's talk later" tone. It was sharp, accusing, like I'd just spat in her face instead of sharing something I was proud of. I hadn't raised my voice. I hadn't mocked anyone. I hadn't even gone looking for praise. All I'd done was answer a question. One single question about what I was working on. And yet, there I was, being scolded like a child in front of 30 people because what? Because it made Brielle uncomfortable that someone else might get a minute in the spotlight? Because Grandma couldn't stomach the idea that her quiet little Dylan might have actually built something that didn't fit into her narrative? I sat back in my chair, stunned. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I kept my voice low. I didn't disrespect anyone, I said, trying to keep my tone steady. I was just answering a question. No one asked for a speech. Brielle chimed in, swirling her wine like some real housewife of Westchester. This isn't a TED Talk, Dylan. I could feel the table tightening around me, eyes flicking between each other, fake smiles trying to patch over the tension like duct tape on a leaking dam. I looked to my mom, hoping, just hoping, she might step in. Say something, anything. But she just gave me that tight, apologetic smile she always used. The one that said, "Please don't make a scene. Not tonight. Not again." And that's when I realized. That smile? That's all I'd ever get. For years, I convinced myself they didn't mean it. That the favoritism was just something I was imagining. That maybe Brielle needed more support. That maybe I was the quiet one, the independent one, the one who didn't need as much hand-holding. But in that moment, staring at my mom's polite nothing face while my grandmother glared at me like I'd defiled her birthday party, I finally saw it for what it was. They'd chosen her. A long time ago. And no matter what I did, how much I built, how far I climbed, it would never be enough to change that. I looked down at my plate. The roast was cold. The asparagus was untouched. My appetite had shriveled up like the last 10 years of pretending I didn't care. Then my dad said something I'll never forget. "She's done so much more with her life, Dylan. You should learn from her." I blinked. I actually blinked, like maybe I heard him wrong. Learn what exactly? I asked, my voice low but shaky. How to marry rich at 22. How to fake brand deals on Instagram. How to get a $10,000 monthly allowance and call it hustle. Brielle's face snapped toward me like a whip. Her eyes widened, and for the first time that night, she didn't have a smirk. That's enough, my dad said, standing up now. We're not doing this. But I wasn't done. Not even close. Because while I was working 2 jobs to build my company, while I was sleeping on a friend's couch and skipping meals, she was blowing 10 grand a month on imported skincare and $1,000 dinners. And you applauded it. Every step of the way. Don't talk to your sister like that, Mom said quietly, finally breaking her silence. But that only made me laugh. I couldn't help it. It was bitter and joyless and sharp. Of course, God forbid we hold Brielle accountable for anything. God forbid she face 1 ounce of criticism. But me? I sneeze in the wrong direction and it's Dylan. Don't ruin the mood. She's just better at being part of this family, Grandma said suddenly. And I swear to you, she said it like it was a fact. Like it was the most obvious truth in the world. My breath caught. I actually sat back, stunned. Better. She brings people together. She's graceful. She doesn't make things about herself. That one almost made me laugh again, except this time it hurt too much. I looked across the table at my sister, draped in a silk dress that probably cost more than my first car, eyes wide and full of fake innocence. She wasn't graceful. She wasn't kind. She was just louder. Louder, shinier, and easier to worship. Lucas, her fiancé, leaned over and muttered, "Maybe don't turn a birthday party into a therapy session, bro." And that did it. I stood up. I didn't shout. I didn't throw anything. I just stood there, gripping the back of my chair so hard my knuckles turned white. You know what? I'm done trying, I said. I've been trying for years. Trying to be part of this family. Trying to share things with you. Trying to earn something. Your respect. Your support. Anything. But it's always been a one-way street. I show up. I stay quiet. I play the part. And for what? I looked around the table, and no one would meet my eyes. None of you even asked what my company does. You all just assumed I was lying. That I made it up. Because God forbid I actually succeed at something. Because success doesn't come from bitterness, Grandma snapped. No, I said quietly. It comes from being seen. And then I dropped it. The thing I'd been holding back for months. The thing I swore I wouldn't say because I knew what it would do to her. Brielle didn't find Lucas. Mom did. The silence was instant. Palpable. Brielle froze. Her glass of wine hovered in midair. My mother's face went pale. "Dylan," she whispered. "Don't." But I kept going. "She set you up, didn't she?" I said, eyes locked on my sister. "Told him to take you out. Told him how fragile you were. How much you needed someone to take care of you. And Lucas, well, he was bored and rich and probably thought it'd be fun to play knight in shining armor." "That's not true," Brielle said quickly, but her voice cracked. "Oh, it's true. You told me yourself after your 3rd date. You thought it was weird at first, remember? You were creeped out that he already knew your favorite drink and how you wanted to go to Bali. I turned to my mom. You fed him the lines. Just like you always do. Because you don't think she can stand on her own. I did it for her," my mom said. "She needed someone. She was struggling. She was 20. She had panic attacks, Dylan. And I had no health insurance." I shot back. "But nobody set me up with a rich spouse." There it was. The moment the room shifted. Grandma stood up so fast her chair screeched across the floor. Her face was red. Her eyes were narrowed. She looked like she was about to throw something, and then she did. Her fork. She flung it. A silver blur sailing across the table. It didn't hit me. It landed with a loud clang against the tiled floor, but that didn't matter. The message was clear. "Get out," she hissed. "You selfish little brat." And then Dad stood too. "I told you enough. You ruin everything you touch." You couldn't let her have one night. That's when I felt it. That twist in my chest. Not pain exactly, but something deeper. Like a wire snapping after being pulled too tight for too long. I met his gaze. Calm. Flat. "Say that again." He didn't. But he didn't apologize either. And so I said it. I said the thing that finally made my sister cry. The thing that tore the last shred of fake peace off this family like a bandage over a festering wound. And I watched her face crumble. But I'll get to that. Because before I said it, I thought about everything that came before. Every missed birthday. Every text left on read. Every time they asked if I was still doing that tech thing. Every time Brielle got celebrated for showing up while I got ignored for building something from nothing. That was the breaking point. That was when I stopped trying to be polite, when I stopped begging to be seen, and when I finally showed them who I'd become. I didn't sleep that night. After everything, the yelling, the fork, my grandmother's venom, my father's outburst, I left the party without saying another word. I walked out into the cool night air, the estate lights glowing behind me like a spotlight on a stage I never wanted to be on. I didn't even take my car. I walked a mile down the dark country road and ordered an Uber, hands shaking as I replayed it all in my head. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't feel anything, really. Just empty. And that emptiness stuck with me for weeks. Back in the city, my apartment felt colder than usual. The walls, once buzzing with the energy of late-night work sessions and startup dreams, now felt sterile. Like the ambition had drained out of the air. I tried to work, but my mind kept drifting, back to Grandma's sneer, Dad's voice, Brielle's fake surprise. Every little comment, every slight I had let slide over the years, suddenly surged to the surface. I started doubting everything. Not just them, but myself. Had I built anything real? Or was it all just smoke and mirrors? Maybe they were right. Maybe I had been trying to show off. Maybe I was bitter. Was I just chasing validation from people who'd never give it? For the first time in years, I opened my analytics dashboard and stared at it without feeling a thing. 7 figures in revenue. A growing team. Press mentions. Investors texting me congratulations. Clients who said we changed their businesses. And yet all I could hear was, she's better at being part of this family. I didn't return texts. I skipped meetings. I ignored calls from my mom. Though to be fair, they weren't daily anymore. Just 1 or 2 hesitant check-ins that I let ring until voicemail. I think part of me was waiting. Waiting for someone to say they were sorry. Waiting for someone, anyone, to acknowledge what happened that night. But days turned to weeks, and nothing came. Even Lucas sent me a DM on Instagram. Something vague like, "Hope you cool off, bro," before posting a selfie with Brielle in Lake Como the next day. I hit rock bottom 2 weeks after the dinner. It was a Tuesday. Rainy. I hadn't left the apartment in 4 days. DoorDash bags littered the counter. My inbox had 200 unread emails. I sat in the middle of my living room floor, phone in hand, staring at a photo from the party someone had posted on Facebook. Everyone was smiling. Brielle, front and center, radiant in gold. Dad by her side. Grandma beaming. The caption read, "Celebrating 80 beautiful years with family and love." And I wasn't in a single one of the photos. It was like I'd been erased. That broke something in me all over again. But this time, it wasn't sadness that rose up. It wasn't pain. It was something deeper. Sharper. Not rage. Not bitterness. Clarity. They weren't going to give me closure. They weren't going to say sorry. They weren't even going to pretend I existed anymore, unless I played along. So I stopped waiting. That night, I took a long shower, cleaned the apartment, turned off my phone, and sat down with a notebook, not a laptop, not a tablet, just pen and paper. I wrote down everything. Not the pain, not the memories, but the facts, my numbers, my plans, my roadmap, the way I had quietly built my company from scratch, the wins I never told them about, the features we were launching, the traction, the feedback, the letters from customers who said our product saved them time, money, sanity. And then I wrote down something else, something harder. Why I built it. I didn't start my company to prove anything to my family. I started it because I needed to, because I had a vision, because the traditional path didn't work for me, because I wanted to build something that was mine, not borrowed, not gifted, not handed to me in a box wrapped with money and favors. Something I earned. And I had. They just didn't want to see it. The next morning, I showed up to my office. My team, a scrappy crew of 8, was surprised to see me in early. They had no idea what I'd been dealing with. They didn't know I'd gone dark for days. All they knew was that I was back. So I poured myself into the work. Over the next 2 months, we launched 3 major updates. I personally wrote the copy for our landing page refresh. I started replying to support tickets again, one by one, just to remember what our users needed. I jumped on client calls, took meetings with potential investors, declined half of them because we didn't need the money anymore. And quietly, something strange started to happen. The emptiness faded. Every time I shipped a new feature, every time we hit a milestone, I felt a little stronger. Not because anyone was watching, but because I was proud of what I was building, even if no one at that dinner table ever saw it. I went for runs again, started cooking my own meals, spent time with friends I hadn't seen in months, reconnected with my mentor, the guy who helped me start this whole journey when I was 20 and dead broke, sleeping on a futon. He reminded me of who I was before I let my family's silence shape me. Success doesn't feel like success, he told me, if the people you love won't recognize it. But that doesn't make it any less real. That stuck with me. It didn't happen overnight, but I slowly stopped checking my family's social media. I muted Brielle's account, archived the party photos, blocked Lucas, not out of hate, but to reclaim space in my own mind. Then, in early fall, something wild happened. I got invited to speak at a tech conference in Austin. I wasn't a big name on the list, not even close, but I was slotted between two rising founders. The panel was called Building Without Backing, Bootstrap Success Stories. And I crushed it. Afterwards, a guy from one of the VC firms came up to me and said, "I heard about your app from my niece. She says it changed the way her team works." He handed me his card. That night, alone in my hotel room, I looked out over the skyline and realized I hadn't thought about Grandma's party in almost a week. I was rising. Not fast, not flashy, but steady, real. And the best part? I didn't need anyone to clap. But of course, life has a way of circling back. You can build your world far away from the ones who broke you, but eventually, inevitably, they come knocking. The knock came in the form of an email. From Brielle. Subject line, "Need your help, please read." I stared at it for a long time. I hadn't heard from her in 3 months. Not a word, not a text, not even a like on a post. And now this? My stomach twisted. I clicked it open. The message was short. "Hey Dylan, I know this is random, but I could really use your advice. Something happened and I didn't know who else to ask. Please don't delete this. Can we talk?" No context, no apology, no mention of the dinner. Just that, vague, desperate, dangling. I didn't know what to think. Had something happened? Was she okay? Was this another game? I didn't reply. Not yet. But I didn't delete it either. And that night, as I stared at the glowing screen in my dark apartment, I felt something I hadn't expected to feel again. Not pain, not rage, not even pity. Power. For the first time in my life, I was on the other side of the silence. And she knew it. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was how much I'd changed since that night. How the fall hadn't broken me. How the silence had taught me something far more valuable than approval. It taught me who I was when nobody clapped. But if you think that's where the story ends, you're wrong. Because when I finally agreed to meet with her, she told me something that flipped everything upside down. And it made me realize, this wasn't over. Not even close. She chose a little cafe in Midtown. Neutral ground. Quiet. Not the kind of place we used to go to as kids, and definitely not one of the rooftop champagne spots she usually tagged on her Instagram stories. Just 4 tables, brick walls, and coffee served in mismatched mugs. It almost felt intentional, like she wanted to strip away the image, pretend for a moment she was someone else. I got there 10 minutes early. That was always my thing. She showed up 10 minutes late. That was always hers. When she walked in, I almost didn't recognize her. Not because she looked bad. Brielle never looked bad. But because she looked smaller. No makeup, dark circles under her eyes, oversized hoodie that swallowed her frame. She didn't even straighten her hair. "Hey," she said, sliding into the seat across from me. No hug, no fake cheer, just that single syllable, and a look that was more nervous than I'd ever seen on her face. I nodded. The silence between us felt like a wall. Not tension, just weight. A history too big to name in a single breath. She fiddled with a packet of sugar until it tore in half, granules spilling across the table. "I'm guessing you're wondering why I reached out," she finally said. I had a few guesses. She gave a dry laugh. "Yeah, probably all of them better than the real reason." I didn't say anything, just waited. Then she took a breath and said it. "Lucas left." 3 words. That was it. But they hit like a car crash. 2 weeks ago, she added quickly, like filling the space would make it hurt less. Just packed up and disappeared. Told me over text. Said he needed to reclaim his identity, or whatever. Blocked me on everything the next day. I blinked. Not because I was shocked he left. If anything, I was shocked he stuck around that long. But because of how she said it. Flat. Hollow. Like she hadn't processed it yet. "I'm sorry," I said. And to my surprise, I meant it. She nodded slowly. It's been rough. Another long silence. And I asked finally, what does that have to do with me? She looked down at her hands, then back up. Her eyes were glassy. Because it wasn't just a breakup, Dylan. It was everything. The money, the apartment, the travel, the security. It was all his. I didn't even realize how much I depended on him until it was gone. I stayed quiet. I had to move out last week. Back in with Mom and Dad. She gave a bitter laugh. You can imagine how that's going. Oh, I could. They're being polite for now. Like I'm some refugee they're trying to host until I can find my footing. But you know how long that'll last. I did. I didn't need to imagine my dad's passive-aggressive quips or Mom's smothering silence. I'd lived it. And Grandma? I asked. She flinched. Worse. She acts like I failed her. Like I embarrassed the family name or something. Told me I should have locked it down before Lucas changed his mind. Charming. She nodded. She's been pushing me to get back into influencer stuff. Build a brand. Start a YouTube. Try to revive the glow up, whatever that means. I waited a moment before speaking. So, you called me because you want a job? No, she said quickly. Not a job. Just advice. Guidance. I know you hate me, and I don't blame you. But you built something. From nothing. And she paused, her voice catching. I don't know who I am without the stuff. The photos. The places. The people. I don't even know what I'm good at. There it was. Raw. Unfiltered. The most honest thing I'd heard her say in years. I leaned back and took a breath. Part of me wanted to end it there. Wish her luck and walk away. She'd laughed when I brought up my company. Mocked me in front of the whole family. Let them all believe I was exaggerating or lying. And now she was asking for help. But the other part of me, the quieter part, saw something I hadn't expected. Leverage. Not the cruel, manipulative kind, but the strategic kind. The kind you use not to hurt, but to shift the story. Because for the first time in our lives, she was the one asking. And I wasn't going to waste that moment. So I leaned forward. You want guidance? I asked. She nodded. Then here's the first rule, I said. If you want to rebuild, you have to let the old version of yourself die. Her eyes widened slightly. I'm serious. You don't get to play both sides. You can't chase sympathy while clinging to the old image. You can't be humbled and still flex for likes. You want to start over? Then burn the old playbook. She hesitated, then nodded again. Slowly this time. Like she knew I was right. I sipped my coffee and waited. And that's when she told me the rest. About how Lucas wasn't just her fiancé, he was her financial pipeline. His name was on everything. The lease. The bank accounts. Even the car. She had no savings, no plan, no backup. The sponsorships had dried up months ago when her engagement story stopped trending. She was broke. Completely. But it was what she said next that made me sit up. I didn't just come to you for advice, she said. I came because Grandma's been talking. My stomach tightened. About what? She's planning something. A fundraiser. A gala or something ridiculous for the foundation. But it's not just that. She's trying to position herself as this philanthropic legend, using me as the face. She wants me to redeem myself by stepping into the spotlight again. Play the fallen angel who found her way back to grace. I frowned. Why you? Because her real granddaughter fell off the pedestal and now she needs a project. And because she can control me right now. I'm weak. I'm vulnerable. She smells it. I leaned back, gears turning. That sounded exactly like Grandma. Not helping out of love. Helping out of optics. Using her granddaughter's crisis to polish her legacy. And what do you want from me? I asked carefully. She hesitated, then leaned in. I want out. I want to get out of that house. Out from under her, out of all of it. I want to rebuild, but on my own terms this time. No sugar daddies. No fake friends. No family image management. Her voice broke. I want to be something real. Like you. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. And then a plan started to take shape. Because I realized something in that moment. Something I hadn't seen until now. This gala Grandma was planning, this fundraiser, it wasn't just a social event. It was a stage. And not for Brielle. For me. For years, they kept me out of the spotlight. Ignored my work. Erased me from the narrative. But now I had a chance to step into the light. With Brielle on my side, I had access to the plans, the invite list, the donors, the speeches, everything. And if I played it right, I could expose everything they'd done. Every lie, every manipulation. Not in a petty way, not with anger, but with truth. And maybe, just maybe, I could reclaim my place. Not in their eyes, but in my own story. So I nodded slowly. All right, I said. I'll help you, but not for free. She blinked. What do you mean? I mean, if we're going to do this, we do it together. No secrets. No bailouts. You help me. I help you. We build something real. But you have to be all in. She nodded. I am. I leaned forward. Then here's what we're going to do. And as I laid out the first steps of the plan, how we'd prepare, what we'd uncover, and how we'd use Grandma's gala as the perfect setup, Brielle sat in stunned silence. Because what I had in mind wasn't just about revenge. It was about rewriting the entire narrative they thought they controlled. And the best part? They'd never see it coming. Not from me, and especially not from her. But to pull it off, we'd need perfect timing, and one very public moment to change everything. And that was coming sooner than they thought. The gala was set for the third Saturday in November. Grandma called it the Radiance Ball, a name so drenched in artificial grandeur it practically begged for an eye roll. It was hosted at the Glass House downtown, with sweeping views of the skyline and seating for 200. Black tie only. Press invited. A glossy pamphlet sent to every guest with a message from philanthropic matriarch Eleanor Bishop and her elegant granddaughter, Brielle. She even had a tagline, restoring grace through legacy. It was such a lie it made my teeth hurt. For weeks, Brielle played her part perfectly. She sat through fittings and rehearsals, accepted the flattery, nodded through Grandma's backhanded advice. And I watched, quietly, helping her build a different kind of plan behind the scenes. We met late at night, long after she was home from image prep sessions and strategic photo shoots. She'd come by my place in sweats, hair pulled up, face wiped clean, just Brielle. Not the persona, not the brand. And little by little, we built it. I'd created a private document, the Bishop Archive. Password protected, cloud-based, time-stamped. A living dossier of everything we'd uncovered. Bank transfers, name-dropping emails, deleted PR pitches, and most importantly, recordings. Brielle started carrying a tiny mic clipped into her phone case. Legal in our state, as long as one party consents. I taught her how to bait the conversation gently, guide it to places where Grandma would speak freely. And oh, did she? Just smile and do what I tell you, dear. You owe me for that ring, don't forget that. Don't let anyone think you're struggling. We don't reward weakness in this family. Dylan's always been so plain. He doesn't have the sparkle. That's why I had to put all my effort into you. Every recording, more damning than the last. Brielle cried after the first time we listened to one together. Not from surprise, but from recognition. She had heard these words her whole life. It was just the first time she truly listened. 2 days before the gala, we finalized the plan. Brielle would arrive with Grandma, smiling for the cameras. She'd wear the champagne silk gown that Eleanor insisted on. She'd stand by her side for the opening speech. Let her believe, for one last moment, that she was still in control. Then, at exactly 8:35 p.m., the AV technician I hired, an old college buddy, would swap the slideshow. Not to the glossy family legacy video Grandma had commissioned, but to the archive. Clips, quotes, truths. Brielle would step up to the mic, take off her heels, and tell her story. Calmly, fully, unapologetically. And me? I'd be in the front row, watching, waiting, finally seen. The night of the gala, the glass house sparkled like a chandelier. Waiters floated between crystal tables with trays of Prosecco. A jazz quartet played near the balcony. Brielle and Grandma made their grand entrance to a flutter of camera shutters and claps from the old money crowd. I kept my distance, mingled quietly, talked with a few donors I recognized from the business circuit. Everyone assumed I was just a guest. Grandma didn't even notice me. Perfect. Brielle kept the act up flawlessly. She posed with Eleanor, smiled through the small talk. She even gave a pre-written introduction speech praising the strength of generational support and the wisdom of family. It was surreal watching her do it. Not because I doubted her, but because I never thought she could be this strong, this sharp, this in control of the narrative. And maybe, neither had she. When the lights dimmed for the video presentation, Eleanor took center stage. Her voice echoed over the sound system, full of pride and practiced emotion. Tonight, we celebrate not just a foundation, but a legacy. One built on resilience, grace, and unity. A family united by love and purpose. I tapped my phone. In the tech booth, my friend got the signal. The screen behind her flickered once. Then again. Then everything changed. The gala video cut out. The screen turned black. And a new voice filled the room. It was Grandma. From 2 weeks earlier. She was useless before Lucas. I gave her a narrative. She owes me everything. Murmurs rippled through the room. Another clip. Dylan? Please. He's just noise. He got some silly article and now thinks he's important. That boy has always craved attention. More murmurs. People turning to each other. Faces tightening. Then came the emails. Screenshots. Letters. Proof of Eleanor's manipulation. Documents showing how she redirected foundation funds to her personal accounts under event reimbursements. Audio of her bragging about using Brielle's image to secure a fresh PR angle. The room fell into stunned silence. And then Brielle walked to the mic. Barefoot. Poised. Her voice was steady. I let this happen. For years, I let someone else decide who I was. I thought if I played the part well enough, maybe I'd be loved. Maybe I'd be safe. Maybe I'd be seen. She paused. But I'm not playing anymore. Her eyes scanned the crowd. I was never the graceful granddaughter. I was scared. I was small. And I let someone else use my face to build a lie. But that ends tonight. Because behind every fake smile was a truth I was too afraid to name. She gestured to the screen. Here it is. And then she stepped away. No tears. No tantrums. Just silence and steel. Grandma stood frozen. Face pale. Lips moving, but no words coming out. For the first time, she looked old. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. But then she hissed at Brielle. You stupid, ungrateful child. And that sealed it. Brielle walked off the stage. Head held high. People began leaving in waves. Some quietly. Some not. Donors whispering to one another. Reporters already typing. One of the board members stood up and demanded to see the foundation's financials by morning. Grandma didn't leave the stage. She couldn't. She just stood there, a relic exposed. And me? I walked right past her. Didn't say a word. Didn't need to. She turned to follow me with her eyes, but I didn't look back. I caught up to Brielle outside, where the city lights flickered like 1,000 blinking cameras. She stood barefoot on the sidewalk, heels in hand, shaking slightly from the cold or adrenaline. We didn't speak right away. Then she said, Think she'll ever talk to me again? I thought about it. Maybe, but not as the same person. That version of you's gone. She nodded. Good. We split a cab back to my apartment. She crashed on my couch, like old times. No pretenses. No makeup. Just my sister, finally real. The fallout was fast. The foundation was audited. 3 board members resigned. The story hit local media, then national. A few of the juicier clips made it onto Twitter, trending under legacy fall. Grandma went silent. Retreated to her estate upstate. Dad tried calling. I let it go to voicemail. Mom wrote a long email. Half apology, half plea. I responded with one line. When you're ready to see both your children, I'm here. As for Brielle, she got offered a podcast. Not for drama, but for storytelling. She turned it down. Instead, she started a blog. 1 post a week. No sponsors. No filters. Just her voice. Honest. Raw. And people loved it. As for me, well, I stopped building for approval. Started building for impact. My company doubled in value. We opened a second office. Forbes reached out for a follow-up. I said yes, but insisted they use a photo of my entire team this time. Because no one builds alone. Especially not someone like me. Someone who was once invisible. Someone who learned that silence isn't strength, and that being overlooked is just the beginning of being underestimated. I thought revenge would taste sweeter than this. But it didn't need to. Because it wasn't about bringing anyone down. It was about standing up. And being seen. Finally. Completely. And forever. I never thought I'd become the villain in my own family's story. My name's Ryan. I'm 29, and I guess you could say I've always been the quiet one. The guy who never made a scene, who kept to himself, and just tried to help where he could. Growing up, my brother Derek was the golden child. Tall, loud, charming, the kind of person who could talk his way out of anything. Meanwhile, I was the one fixing broken things, paying bills when our parents forgot, and staying up late making sure there was food on the table when times were rough. But I didn't mind. Or at least, I told myself I didn't. That's just what family does, right? It's strange how small things build up over the years without you noticing. Like the way Derek would borrow my car and return it with an empty tank. Or how our parents would brag about Derek's business degree while barely remembering what I studied. Computer science. by the way. It didn't matter that I was the one who actually paid for the new roof after the storm, or that I covered Mom's hospital bills last winter when Dad's insurance didn't. Derek was the favorite, and I was the dependable one. That's how it's always been. When Derek got engaged to Nicole, I was honestly happy for him. She was polite, beautiful in that polished way that made you feel underdressed just standing near her. I remember thinking maybe she'd mellow him out. Maybe she'd bring some balance into his life. At first, she even seemed to like me. She'd ask about my work, my apartment, my dog, Milo. But as the wedding planning started, things slowly began to shift. Derek's tone toward me changed. Nicole stopped making eye contact. And the first red flag came wrapped in white envelopes and glittery invitations. One night, Derek called me out of the blue. "Hey, you busy?" he asked, his voice unusually sweet. I told him I was free, and he launched into this long speech about how stressful wedding planning was. He talked about how Nicole's parents were doing their part, but things were still tight financially. Then came the ask. "You've always been good with money, man," he said casually. "And I know you're doing great with your software stuff. Think you could help us out a little?" Family to family. It wasn't just a little. It turned into me paying for the entire catering bill, nearly 10 grand. Then the photographer. Then the florist. Every time he said, "We'll pay you back," but I knew he wouldn't. And still I said yes. I told myself it was a gift. I told myself it was okay because I loved my brother and I wanted him to have his big day. A few weeks later, I dropped by their place with the receipt copies, just to make sure everything was squared away. Nicole was there, sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, scrolling through her phone. She barely looked up when I walked in. Derek came out of the kitchen with a beer and gave me that grin, the one that had gotten him out of trouble 1,000 times. "Hey, big spender," he said, clapping me on the back. "You're saving the day again, man." I laughed awkwardly, just making sure everything's good for the wedding. The caterer confirmed, and the photographers booked. "Perfect," Derek said. "Seriously, you're a lifesaver." But then Nicole spoke up, still staring at her phone. "You're not really coming to the ceremony, are you?" she asked flatly. I blinked. "What?" She finally looked up, her face unreadable. "It's just, the guest list is really tight. We're trying to keep it small. Mostly our close friends and family." I glanced at Derek, expecting him to laugh or say she was joking. But he didn't. He just rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Yeah, about that. It's kind of a high-end event, Ree. A lot of Nicole's family are, well, wealthy. And we just want to keep things, classy." I felt my stomach drop. "Classy? I'm your brother, Derek." He sighed like I was being difficult. "It's not about that. It's just, look, you're great, but you can be a little awkward in crowds, man. And I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable." That hit harder than I expected. I stood there, feeling stupid, holding an envelope of receipts like some unpaid intern. Nicole smiled faintly and said, "You understand, right? It's nothing personal." I swallowed, my throat dry. "Yeah," I muttered, forcing a laugh that didn't sound right. "Sure, nothing personal." I left before I said something I'd regret. But the words replayed in my head the whole drive home. Classy, awkward, uncomfortable. I kept thinking about all the times I'd helped him. The car loans, the rent I covered when he lost his job, the times I defended him to our parents when he messed up. And now, suddenly, I was an embarrassment. 2 days later, Mom called. "Honey," she said softly, "Derek mentioned you weren't coming to the wedding. Is that true?" "Guess so," I said. "Oh, sweetheart," she sighed. "You know how he is. He just wants everything perfect. Nicole's family is particular." "Particular," I repeated. "Mom, I paid for half that wedding." "I know," she said quickly. "And he's grateful. He really is. But you know how Derek gets when he's nervous. Maybe just let it go this once." That was the moment something in me cracked. It wasn't anger, not yet. Just this hollow kind of realization that no matter how much I gave, I'd always be the background character in their story. The invisible support beam holding everything up, but never seen, never appreciated. I tried to let it go. I told myself it wasn't worth the fight. But when the actual invitation list came out online, all over social media, all smiles and champagne flutes, and I saw people I barely knew tagged in posts, people Derek hadn't spoken to in years, I felt something twist inside me. Because there they were, all of them, laughing about the event of the year, and I was sitting at home, watching it unfold like I didn't exist. Then came the text. Derek sent it the night before the wedding rehearsal. Hey bro, no hard feelings, okay? Thanks again for everything. Really, just know your place. Man, this isn't your scene. Know my place. I stared at that message for a long time, my hands trembling. For years I'd kept my head down, thinking loyalty and humility meant doing the right thing. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to stop being the dependable one. Maybe it was time they learn what happens when the background character walks off the stage. And as I sat there, something in me started to shift, quiet, steady, and cold. That was the night I made my decision. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw Derek's smug face and those words flashing across my screen, "Know your place." It looped in my head like a broken record, getting louder each time until it was the only thing I could hear. I'd never felt that combination of anger and sadness before, like a part of me had been quietly dying for years, and I'd just noticed it for the first time. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of social media posts from my family. Pictures of Derek and Nicole at their rehearsal dinner, arms around each other, smiles plastered across their faces. My parents were there, of course. Mom in a new dress she'd mentioned wanting for months, but claimed she couldn't afford. Dad laughing like he didn't have a care in the world. Even our cousin James, the one who hadn't spoken to us in 5 years after that fight over Grandma's inheritance, was there, tagged in a group shot titled "Family Forever." I stared at that caption until the words started to blur. I wasn't angry that they were having fun. I was angry that I'd been erased. Not forgotten, erased. Like they'd all decided, quietly, that I didn't belong in their picture-perfect fantasy. Later that day, Mom called again. Her voice was bright, a little too bright. "Hi, honey. Just wanted to check in. Everything's so beautiful here. The venue's perfect. Oh, Nicole picked the most stunning floral arrangements. You should see them." I tried to sound casual. "Yeah, I bet. Must be nice." She hesitated for a moment. "You sure you don't want to stop by, just to say hi before the ceremony? You don't have to stay long." "I wasn't invited, Mom," I said flatly. She laughed nervously. "Well, yes, but I'm sure nobody would mind if Nicole would," I interrupted. "And Derek would back her up. We both know that." There was a silence on the other end. Then she said softly, "You're a good brother, Ryan. I hope you know that." I hung up before I said something that would ruin whatever illusion she was clinging to. That night, I went through my receipts: caterer, photographer, florist, venue deposit. I'd paid for all of it. Every major piece of the puzzle that made their wedding possible. And yet, I wasn't even allowed to sit in the audience. The irony wasn't lost on me. I was the one funding their dream, and somehow, I'd become the embarrassment. I told myself again to let it go. That maybe Derek was just nervous, and maybe I was overreacting. But that illusion shattered 2 days before the wedding when I got a call from the florist. "Hi, this is Anna from Bloom and Vine," she said cheerfully. "Just confirming the final arrangements for Saturday. I wanted to verify the delivery address with you." I frowned. "Oh, that should go through Derek or Nicole. I'm not really involved anymore." There was a pause. "Well, they said you were the point of contact. You did book and pay for everything under your name." I hesitated. "Right, I did. But they're handling the event now. You can go ahead and confirm with them." "Actually," she said carefully, "I tried. Nicole told me there must have been a mistake, that she'd already canceled with us weeks ago. But we never received a cancellation, and the deposit's non-refundable. So, I just wanted to make sure you knew." My heart dropped. "Wait," she said. "What?" "That the order wasn't needed. That you must have overstepped and ordered something they didn't approve." I felt my jaw tighten. "No, they approved it together. Every single detail." She sighed. "That's what I figured. Look, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. You seem like a nice guy, but you might want to clear things up soon." When the call ended, I just sat there, staring at the wall. My own brother was not only cutting me out of his wedding, he was rewriting the story to make me the problem. I started digging through my messages with Derek. Dozens of texts about the catering, the menu, the photographer's deposit. And then, tucked in the middle of all of it, a text from him from a week ago that I hadn't really noticed before. "Nicole thinks we should put everything under her name now, just for organization. You cool with that?" I'd replied automatically at the time, "Sure, whatever works." That was my mistake. It wasn't just that I'd paid for everything. It was that I'd handed over control to someone who clearly had no respect for me. And now, I was starting to realize just how deep the disrespect ran. 2 nights before the ceremony, Dad stopped by my apartment. He rarely did that. He stood awkwardly at the door, holding a small bottle of whiskey and forcing a grin. Mind if I come in? I nodded slowly and stepped aside. He sat down on my couch and poured 2 glasses. You know, he said after a moment, your brother's got a lot on his plate. Big day, lots of pressure. I took the glass but didn't drink. He's under pressure, so he tells me I don't belong at his wedding? Dad sighed. You know Derek? He says stupid things when he's stressed, but he doesn't mean it. He told me to know my place, I said quietly. Dad flinched at that. He said that. Yeah. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he looked down and muttered, You always were the reasonable one, Ryan. Just don't make things harder, okay? Sometimes it's better to keep the peace. I let out a bitter laugh. Funny. Keeping the peace seems to mean letting Derek walk all over everyone. He didn't respond to that. He just stood, finished his drink, and said, He's your brother. No matter what. Then he left. That was the moment I realized I was completely alone in this. Every single person in my family had chosen to excuse Derek's behavior, to protect his ego instead of standing up for what was right. The next morning, I went for a walk just to clear my head. The city felt different, quieter somehow, like it was holding its breath. As I walked past a bakery, I saw a couple picking out a wedding cake, laughing as they tasted frosting samples. For a split second, I imagined what it would have been like if Derek had asked me to be his best man. If we'd actually had the kind of relationship people assume brothers have. But that was a fantasy. Derek didn't see me as a brother. He saw me as a tool. And like every tool, once it's served its purpose, it gets put away. That afternoon, I got a text from my cousin James. We hadn't spoken much since the family drama years ago, but he must have seen something online. Hey man, he wrote, saw your brother's wedding plans. Looks crazy fancy. You going? Nope, I replied. Why not? Wasn't invited. There was a long pause, then, you kidding? But I heard you paid for half the thing. More like all of it. Jesus, that's cold, man. Yeah, I typed, it is. He didn't reply after that, but the silence said enough. That night, I sat in my office surrounded by all the invoices, contracts, and receipts. Every dollar spent, every message exchanged, proof of what I'd done. And the more I looked at it, the clearer it became. Derek didn't just want me out of the wedding. He wanted me erased from the story of it entirely. I don't know when exactly the anger turned into something else, something colder, sharper. But I remember the exact moment I stopped feeling helpless. I was scrolling through Instagram, seeing photos of the venue setup, and in one of the background shots, there was Derek standing next to Nicole's father, holding a glass of champagne and laughing. The caption read, Can't wait for tomorrow. Everything's perfect. Perfect. It was in that moment that I decided perfection deserved a little interruption. But before I could even think about what that meant, something else happened that pushed me over the edge. At around 10 p.m., I got a call from the catering company. Hi, this is Mark from Silver Spoon Events, the man said politely. We just wanted to confirm final payment for Saturday. I frowned. That should have been processed weeks ago. I paid the deposit and confirmed the invoice. Yes, but the remaining balance is still pending. We were told Nicole's family would handle it, but they said they assumed you were. I felt my stomach drop. How much? $12 for 100 due by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, we'll have to release the booking. I sat there, gripping the phone. And when was this communicated? 3 days ago. We sent a message to Nicole, but she said she wasn't responsible for the booking, that it was your problem. That's when I knew. This wasn't just about being excluded. It was about being used, completely, deliberately, and unapologetically. I told the caterer I'd handle it. But I didn't. I hung up the phone, stared at my reflection in the window, and felt something inside me snap. For years, I'd been the dependable brother, the one who always picked up the pieces. But now, for the first time, I wasn't going to fix things. I was going to let them break. And maybe, just maybe, I'd give the cracks a little push myself. The morning of Derek's wedding felt eerily quiet. No alarms. No buzzing phone. No last-minute family calls begging me to show up or be the bigger person. Just stillness. I remember lying there in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had led to this point. All the moments I'd brushed off, all the times I'd laughed away an insult, because that's just Derek being Derek. It was strange how clarity comes not as a flash, but as a slow unfolding. For the first time in years, I wasn't anxious to please anyone. I wasn't waiting for approval. I wasn't waiting for an invitation that would never come. I made coffee and sat by the window with Milo curled up beside me. It was a gray morning, fitting, I guess. My phone buzzed a few times. Notifications from social media, pictures from the wedding prep, tags from distant relatives. They all looked so proud. My parents beaming beside Derek and Nicole. My dad's arm around Derek's shoulder. My mom holding Nicole's hand like she was the daughter she'd always wanted. And me? I wasn't even in the frame. That's when the emptiness hit me. It wasn't anger this time. It was something deeper. A kind of grief. Because for years, I'd thought family was something that couldn't be taken from you. I'd believed that love, especially between siblings, was unconditional. But maybe that was the lie I told myself to survive being invisible. I tried to distract myself by going for a run. I hadn't done that in months, but my body needed movement. As I ran through the quiet streets, I started replaying moments I hadn't thought about in years. Derek pushing me into a locker when we were kids because I talked funny. Him taking credit for a group project I'd done entirely on my own in college. The time he got drunk at a family barbecue and told everyone I was the boring one who peaked in high school. It was all there, stacked up like dominoes, and now I was finally watching them fall. By the time I got home, sweat clinging to my shirt, I felt lighter. Not happy, but lighter. I showered, made another coffee, and decided to check my email, something I'd been avoiding for days. There was a message from one of my freelance clients, a small tech startup I'd been helping with a custom software build. The subject line read, "Final proposal approved." When I opened it, I saw the contract, signed, sealed, and worth more than any single payment I'd ever received. It wasn't just a project, it was a partnership offer. They wanted to bring me on as a long-term consultant. I just sat there, staring at the screen. I'd spent so much time pouring my money and effort into other people, my family, my brother, that I'd never realized how much potential I'd been neglecting in myself. And now, when everything else had fallen apart, here was this tiny spark of something new, something that was mine. I spent the rest of that day working. Not doom scrolling, not checking wedding updates, not replaying arguments. Just working. By evening, I had a prototype ready to show them. Cleaner, faster, smarter than anything I'd built before. It felt good to create something again. At one point, my phone buzzed again. It was a text from Mom. "It's starting soon. You sure you don't want to be here, honey?" I stared at it for a long time. Then I typed back, "I hope it's everything they wanted." I didn't add anything else. That night, after the sun set, I ordered takeout, Thai food, my favorite, and queued up a movie. It was quiet, peaceful, even a little lonely. But it was my peace. No expectations. No manipulation. No pretending. The next morning, my cousin James called me. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. "Dude," he said immediately, his voice a mix of shock and laughter. "I don't even know where to start." I frowned. "What are you talking about?" "The wedding," he said. "It was a complete disaster." I froze. "What do you mean?" He exhaled. "Man, you didn't hear? The caterers never showed up. The photographer canceled last minute. Even the venue almost pulled out because of some payment issue. They were scrambling for hours. People were leaving before the ceremony even started." I didn't say anything for a while. I could hear him waiting for a reaction. "Anyway," he said, "I thought maybe you knew something about it." Derek looked like he was going to explode. Nicole was crying. "Your parents were running around like they were in a bad sitcom." I swallowed hard. "I didn't know," I said quietly. "Yeah, well," James said, lowering his voice. "Between us, I think it's karma. The way they treated you? I'm not even surprised." After we hung up, I just sat there, staring at nothing. I hadn't lifted a finger, but somehow everything had fallen apart anyway. Maybe it was poetic justice. Or maybe some things collapse under the weight of their own selfishness. Either way, it wasn't my burden anymore. For the first time, I didn't feel guilty. I didn't feel like I had to fix it. I just felt done. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into my work. The new partnership grew faster than I expected. Within a month, we'd landed our first big client, a logistics firm that wanted to automate their entire back-end system. I built the prototype myself, coded for hours, and lost track of time in a way that felt good. The kind of good you only get when you're building something that's yours. Meanwhile, my family stayed mostly silent. No calls, no texts, just occasional whispers from distant relatives. "Heard things didn't go well at the wedding," or "Your brother seems stressed lately." I didn't ask questions. I didn't need to. But one evening, about 3 weeks after the wedding, I got a message from Derek. "We need to talk." That was it. No greeting, no apology, just that. I ignored it. A day later, he called. I didn't answer. Then Mom called. Then Dad. Then Derek again. Finally, I picked up, mostly out of curiosity. His voice was different, thinner, sharper. "What did you do?" he demanded. "Excuse me." "The wedding, Ryan. Everything fell apart. Every vendor said you canceled. The caterers, the venue, even the florist. What kind of sick joke is that?" I blinked, stunned. "Derek, I didn't cancel anything." "Don't lie to me," he snapped. "You're the one who booked them. Your name was on all the contracts." "That's right," I said calmly. "Because I paid for them. Every single one. And you're the one who told them I was no longer involved." There was a silence, so long I thought the call had dropped. Then, quietly, he said, "You ruined my life." I almost laughed. "You ruined your own wedding, Derek. I just stopped cleaning up after you." He hung up. That night, I sat in my office again, watching the city lights flicker through the blinds. For years, I'd been the guy holding the safety net. Every time Derek stumbled, I caught him. Every time he burned a bridge, I built a new one for him. But this time, I let him fall, and watching him finally face the consequences didn't feel cruel. It felt fair. Still, I couldn't shake a weird feeling. Not satisfaction, not guilt, but something in between. Like I was standing on the ashes of something that used to mean something, wondering if I'd ever wanted to see it burn in the first place. But life moved on. My business grew. I hired 2 employees. We rented a small office space downtown. The first time I walked in and saw my name on the door, Ryan Harris Software Solutions, I almost laughed. It felt surreal. For so long, I'd been the forgotten brother. Now I was running something real, something that couldn't be taken from me. Then one afternoon, as I was reviewing client proposals, I got a knock on my office door. When I looked up, I saw my mother standing there. She looked smaller somehow, tired maybe. She smiled weakly. "Hi, sweetheart." "Mom," I said cautiously. "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to see you," she said. "We haven't talked since the wedding," I finished for her. She nodded, sitting down across from me. "Your brother's been having a hard time," she said softly. "He and Nicole, well, they're separated now. Things have been tense." I stayed quiet. "He's not sleeping. He keeps saying everything went wrong because of you." I sighed. "Because of me? I didn't do anything." "I know," she said quickly. "I know you didn't. But he's angry. Lost. And your father, and I just want peace." "Peace," I repeated, my voice flat. "You mean you want me to make him feel better about what he did?" She looked down at her hands. "He's your brother, Ryan." I met her eyes. "He's also the man who told me I wasn't good enough to sit at his wedding after I paid for it." Her eyes filled with tears. "I just don't want this family to break apart." I leaned back in my chair and looked at her, really looked at her. The woman who had always chosen comfort over confrontation. The one who'd taught me to keep the peace, even when it meant swallowing my pride. "Maybe," I said quietly, "it already has." She didn't respond. After a few minutes, she stood up, wiped her eyes, and said, "I'm proud of you, you know. You've done well for yourself." It was the first time she'd ever said those words. When she left, I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty chair. I realized that I wasn't angry anymore. Not at her, not even at Derek. I was just done carrying the weight of people who never wanted to see me stand tall. That night, I took Milo for a long walk through the city. The air was cool, the lights shimmered off wet pavement, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. But I knew this wasn't over. Because Derek wasn't the kind of man who accepted responsibility. And if I knew him, he wasn't done trying to make me pay for what he'd lost. A few weeks passed after Mom's visit, and life settled into something that almost resembled normal. My company was growing steadily. I'd just landed a contract with a regional bank to overhaul their client software, and the revenue from that deal alone was more than I used to make in a year. Every morning, I'd open my laptop and see progress charts climbing upward, new clients booking consultations, and my inbox full of opportunities. But even as my professional life blossomed, a quiet unease lingered in the background, like the hum of an engine you can't quite locate. Derek hadn't reached out since that angry phone call, but I could feel his presence through whispers. My aunt mentioned he'd lost his job after the wedding fallout. Apparently, his boss had attended the ceremony, witnessed the chaos firsthand, and wasn't impressed by how he handled it. Word spread fast in their industry, and Derek's perfect image took a serious hit. Nicole, meanwhile, had moved back in with her parents. The separation was official now, though she still posted pictures of herself smiling in designer clothes with vague captions like, "moving forward." The irony wasn't lost on me. She was moving forward while Derek was sinking deeper. Part of me felt sorry for him. But another part of me, the part that had been humiliated, used, and discarded, couldn't help but think, maybe this is the universe balancing the scales. Still, I stayed silent. I didn't gloat, didn't message him, didn't mention it to anyone. I just focused on my own path. But deep down, a small, dark thought was beginning to take shape. Not out of pettiness, but out of clarity. Because I finally understood something crucial, Derek would never change. He would never apologize, never take responsibility, never stop trying to drag me down to his level. The only way to truly move on was to make sure he couldn't hurt me or anyone else again. That realization came to me one night when I ran into an old family friend at a networking event. Her name was Lauren, and she used to babysit for us when we were kids. She was in real estate now, managing luxury properties in the city. We caught up over coffee, and she laughed when I told her about my software business. "You always were the quiet genius," she said. "And Derek, well, he was the showman." I smiled faintly. That's one way to put it. Her tone softened. "I saw what happened online with his wedding. I can't imagine how that must have felt." I shrugged. "It taught me a lot." "Well," she said, leaning in, "if you ever need a favor, I know a few people who'd be happy to work with someone like you." That sentence stuck with me, someone like you. For years, I'd been treated like a background extra in Derek's life. Now people were seeing me for what I was, capable, steady, and not to be underestimated. A week later, while reviewing proposals in my office, I got an email from one of Lauren's contacts, a mid-sized event management company looking for tech solutions for their booking and vendor coordination system. The irony made me laugh out loud. After everything that had happened with Derek's wedding, here I was, being asked to design a platform that prevented exactly the kind of disaster he'd lived through. I accepted immediately. The project required me to analyze how existing systems failed, miscommunication between clients and vendors, late payments, poor transparency. I dove deep into the logistics side of the event industry, and the more I learned, the more I realized how much influence I could have over it. I was no longer just building apps. I was creating a framework that could make or break entire operations. And that's when the idea came. It wasn't a lightning bolt moment, more like a slow, deliberate tightening of gears in my mind. A plan forming one cog at a time. Derek had always thrived on image. He lived for social validation, the expensive suits, the handshakes with important people, the performative charity posts. Even after his wedding disaster, he was already trying to rebuild that image, posting motivational quotes about resilience and starting fresh. He was even hosting small business workshops at local community centers, acting like a mentor for young entrepreneurs. That's when I realized he was setting himself up for another rise, one built on lies, again. And I knew exactly how to pull the rug out from under him. First, I started watching quietly. Derek wasn't exactly discreet. He posted updates about his consulting firm, which, from what I could tell, was just him freelancing out of his apartment and pretending it was a company. He bragged about new clients, but none of the details added up. Fake partners, inflated numbers, polished images hiding hollow results. Classic Derek. I began documenting everything. Screenshots, timestamps, claims that didn't match reality. I even reached out to a few of the companies he mentioned, working with under the guise of professional networking. Most of them hadn't heard of him. A few remembered brief email exchanges that went nowhere. The pattern was obvious. Derek was faking it, hoping to make it. I didn't plan on ruining him, not yet. But I wanted the truth ready for when he tried to cross a line again. Because with Derek, it was never if, only when. And right on cue, he reached out. It was a Tuesday morning when his name flashed on my phone. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Ryan," he said, his voice suddenly calm and collected, as if none of the past year had happened. "Hey man, how've you been?" I leaned back in my chair. "What do you want, Derek?" He laughed, a forced sound. "Can a guy just call his brother? Not when that guy only calls when he needs something." He paused, then sighed. "Okay, fine. You're right. Look, I've got a business proposal. You're killing it in tech. I'm rebuilding my consulting firm, Maybe we can help each other out. I've got clients who need software solutions, and I can direct them to you. Win-win. I could almost hear the smirk through the phone. He was trying to sound generous, like he was offering me a favor, when in reality, he was probably desperate. I'm not interested, I said. Come on, man. Don't be like that. We're family. I laughed quietly. Family? You remember that word now. There was a pause. I made mistakes, okay? But we can make this right. I said nothing. Then his tone hardened. Look, you can keep holding a grudge, or you can make some serious money. Your call. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I said, send me your proposal. I'll look at it. I had no intention of partnering with him, but I wanted to see what he was building. When his email came through later that day, it was almost exactly what I expected. A flashy pitch deck full of buzzwords and vague promises. Strategic partnerships. Cutting-edge consulting. Legacy growth strategies. No real substance. But one thing caught my eye. A list of collaborative projects featuring companies I actually knew. And all of them were inflated or entirely fabricated. Derek was trying to use my reputation to legitimize his lies. That's when my patience ended. If he wanted to play games with perception, I'd make sure the truth hit him where it hurt, his reputation, his pride, and his sense of control. I started reaching out to contacts quietly. Lauren, a few people in the event industry, even one or two of Derek's supposed partners. I didn't say much, just asked the right questions, dropped the right hints. Within days, word began to spread that Derek's business might not be as legitimate as it seemed. Meanwhile, I made another move, subtle but powerful. I finalized and launched my event coordination platform under my company's name. It automated everything Derek's wedding had failed at: vendor tracking, contract verification, payment scheduling. It was efficient, transparent, foolproof, and I made sure it was marketed heavily in our city. The timing was perfect. Derek's firm had been pitching to a handful of event organizers, hoping to rebuild his professional image. But when they discovered my software, one that prevented the kind of chaos Derek's wedding was infamous for, they started distancing themselves from him. And I didn't have to lift a finger publicly. The truth spoke for itself. Still, I wasn't done. Not yet. Because part of me wanted more than just to see Derek's business fail. I wanted him to understand, to finally look in the mirror and see what he'd done. So I waited. And sure enough, about a month later, he called again, this time sounding desperate. Ryan, please, he said. You're ruining me. I didn't respond right away. I wanted to hear him say it again. I don't know what you did, he continued. But people are dropping contracts left and right. Nobody will work with me anymore. Just stop. Stop what? I asked. Telling the truth? He sighed, his voice cracking. You got what you wanted, okay? I'm done. I'll apologize, whatever you need. Just help me fix this. For a long time, I said nothing. Then, quietly, I asked, do you remember telling me to know my place? He hesitated. Ryan, guess what? I said. I finally do. And I hung up. That night, I didn't feel the rush I expected. No satisfaction, no triumph. Just a deep, steady calm. The kind that comes when you stop being someone's victim and start living on your own terms. But even as peace settled over me, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. Derek was cornered, and a man like him doesn't stay quiet when he feels powerless. And sure enough, not long after that call, I started hearing whispers again, that Derek was talking to my clients, trying to undermine me. That's when I knew the final act hadn't begun yet. It was time to stop defending myself and start writing the ending my way. When I finally pulled the trigger, it felt less like triumph and more like clearing the air. I didn't smash anything or plot a cinematic takedown. Everything I did was quiet, factual, and surgical, the way I'd always preferred to do things. Evidence first, theatrics never. The months of screenshots, contracts, vendor emails, and Derek's boastful posts that contradicted reality had grown into a file that could not be dismissed as sour grapes. I called it the wedding folder, and I sent it. Not to 1,000 strangers, not out of spite, but to the small circle that mattered. The people who had influence over Derek's credibility and the people he'd been using as props. First, I reached out to the event management groups in our city. I forwarded vendor communications showing Derek's fake partner claims and the emails where Nicole had tried to wash her hands of payments. I included the receipts in my name and the messages where vendors told me they'd been confused about cancellations. I didn't editorialize. I just wrote a short note. If you're considering working with Derek H., please verify contracts directly with vendors. Here's everything we verified. The responses came back quickly and quietly. Private messages thanking me, confirmations that they had been contacted and would do their due diligence. A few organizers who'd been flirting with the idea of hiring Derek wrote back and said they'd decide against it. Reputation in that world is a fragile commodity. It collapses on whispers and evidence. Next, I contacted a handful of people Derek had been pretending to work with, the companies listed on his pitch deck. I sent them plain language, screenshots of the deck, and asked if they had any record of working with him. A couple replied with polite denials. One replied with bluntness. We spoke briefly in 2023 about a small pilot, but that never progressed. We had no contract and no follow-up. We don't list him as a partner. Those replies were small scalpel cuts that, when gathered, looked like a serious wound. I also used my platform. My event coordination software had a blog and a newsletter that a lot of local organizers read. I wrote a case study, framed as a public service piece, that disassembled the exact failures Derek's wedding had exposed. I included anonymized examples, vendor quotes, and a clear call to action. Verify payment workflows, insist on written confirmations, and use technology that leaves an audit trail. People shared it. Event professionals private messaged me, thanking me for the clarity. A few quoted the piece in threads where Derek's self-promotion had previously circulated. Once the discussion moved from rumor to documented best practices, Derek's glossy posts looked like spin instead of substance. The thing about people like Derek is they don't handle scrutiny well. They survive on a river of surface-level admiration, and when the current stops, the truth surfaces. Within a few weeks, the calls from businesses wanting to partner evaporated. When Derek tried to reach out to my clients to discredit me, all my contracts were airtight and my partners told him to take it up with their legal teams. He tried to play victim in a few community groups, but the same people he tried to charm forwarded my emails to moderators. On LinkedIn, he tried to explain himself with a pithy post about setbacks and growth. People read it and then scrolled to the comments that linked back to my case study and the vendor statements. The defense crumbled. Family fallout was slower and messier. I didn't send the folder to mom or dad. I didn't want to weaponize them. Instead, I let the facts do the work. When Derek's professional reputation thinned, the social scaffolding he'd relied on shifted. Invitations stopped coming to him, not because I ordered them to, but because people who once wanted his name on their guest lists now whispered about due diligence. Our parents tried for a while to smooth things over as if nothing had changed, but my mother's visits grew less frequent and her apologies more real. She came by my office one evening, eyes tired, and said, "I should have seen it, Ryan. I'm sorry." I told her I'd take the apology, but I couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Dad was stubborn in his defense at first, but when his colleagues started asking him awkward questions, "Is Derek still consulting?" his position shifted. He stopped defending tidy facades and started listening. Derek's last attempts at salvaging his image were the most pathetic. He organized a leadership breakfast at a community center and asked people he barely knew to come. I went, not to humiliate him, but because he'd invited the one audience that still mattered to him, the people who might give him another break. He stood on a folding stage, wearing a suit that didn't quite fit, and started his presentation about resilience and branding. I sat near the back, recorded the talk, and waited. Halfway through his spiel, I asked for the microphone. I wasn't loud. I was quiet and direct, the way I always am when I want to be heard. I explained, calmly, that I didn't want to ruin anyone's career. I wanted to protect vendors and clients from the kind of confusion my brother had caused. I showed the receipts, the emails, and the message where he'd told me to know my place. I showed the audience the deck he'd been circulating with fake partners, and then I played the voicemail where he begged me to help him after he lost contracts. I let the sequence play without comment. The arc told itself. People in the room exchanged looks. A few organizers I'd worked with stood and corroborated parts of my account on the spot. When I finished, Derek sat there, face pale. He opened his mouth twice and closed it. The last thing he muttered, less to me than to the room, was, "I made mistakes." There was no theatrical breakdown, no epic apology. Just the brittle sound of a man finally, reluctantly accounting for the truth. There were consequences. Derek lost the few remaining gigs he had. A former client terminated a small retainer when they saw the documentation. He had to explain to friends and acquaintances why his narrative didn't hold up. Nicole's posts about moving forward stopped appearing for a long while. Family gatherings became quieter. Some relatives chose sides. A handful, like James, apologized and began to act like allies. Others retreated. That part hurt, but not like the humiliation had once hurt. It was inevitable. As for me, the fallout was strange and freeing. I lost some distant relatives who preferred the comfort of old stories over new truths, but I gained something I hadn't allowed myself to value for years: space. My company grew steadier. I hired more people. I found myself saying no to projects that didn't align with my values. People who once overlooked me began to consult me because they respected how I ran things, not because I was cheap labor or a means to an end. The money I'd spent on the wedding? I treated it like the last contribution I'd make to a family that had taken more than it gave. I didn't expect repayment. I expected a lesson, and that's what I got. Derek showed up at my office once, months later. He looked smaller than I remember. He didn't ask for money or for a job. He asked for a conversation. We sat in my conference room, the city humming beyond the glass, and he said, "I'm sorry, Ryan. I was selfish. I used you." He didn't ask for absolution. He didn't try to charm me. He just said the words in a voice that sounded like it had been worn down. I believed him in a way, not because I thought he'd transformed into a new man, but because the man I had once known was finally admitting the truth in public. For the first time, accountability came without excuses. I forgave him because holding on to the anger felt heavier than letting it go. Forgiveness didn't mean reconciliation. It didn't mean we were going to be close again. It meant I stopped letting him influence my peace. He had to live with what he'd done and rebuild his life without the safety net he'd taken for granted. I wished him well, quietly, and then I went back to work. The last real fallout came when my mother posted a rare public note on social media, a short, honest paragraph about family, mistakes, and learning. People commented, some supportive, some skeptical. For once, I felt like our family's story had moved from denial to a place of possibility. It wasn't neat. It wasn't fixed. But it was honest. When I think back to the moment he told me to know my place, I don't feel the same sting. I know my place now, not one dictated by someone else's esteem or disdain, but by my own choices. I choose who I help and how I help them. I choose where to spend my energy. I choose the people I call family. The wedding receipts are gone, filed into a cabinet that holds the lessons I don't plan to repeat. Derek has his path. I have mine. We don't have the kind of brotherhood I once imagined, but we have something truer: boundaries. The last time I saw him, he hugged me like two strangers might, brief, polite, measured. No grand reconciliation, no cinematic forgiveness. Just two men who had learned what honesty costs. As I closed the door behind him, Milo jumped up on my lap, warm and uncomplicated, and I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Family isn't always tidy. Sometimes it's a collection of apologies, missed chances, and hard-won respect. But in a world where people often ask you to know your place, I finally found mine, and it was front and center. Hey Reddit, I've been sitting on this story for a while, and I figured it's time I share it. Honestly, I still can't believe how everything played out. I don't even know where to start, but I guess I'll just dive right in. The whole thing feels like something straight out of a movie, and I'm not even sure if I've fully processed all of it yet. My name is Oliver. I'm 32 years old, and I never thought I'd be writing something like this, but here I am. I've been married for 7 years to Claire, my wife, who I thought I knew better than anyone. Our marriage wasn't perfect, but whose is? We had our ups and downs, sure, but overall, I always felt like we had a solid foundation. Or at least, I thought we did. Let me start by telling you a little about how things were before all of this. Claire and I met when we were both in our mid-20s, and we hit it off right away. She was smart, funny, and incredibly beautiful. Honestly, I felt lucky. Our relationship was great for the first few years. We traveled together, built a life together, and even bought a house in a quiet suburban neighborhood. To outsiders, we were the picture-perfect couple. But over the last couple of years, things started to change. Slowly, but surely, Claire became distant. She'd go out with friends more often, not come home until late, and even started working longer hours at her job, saying she was up for a promotion. I didn't think much of it at first. I trusted her, maybe a little too much. But then, a few months ago, something started to feel off. I began noticing small things that didn't add up. She was acting weird with her phone, locking it whenever I walked into the room, and she'd be constantly texting someone in private. At first, I brushed it off as paranoia, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It's hard to explain, but you know that gut feeling? The one that tells you when things aren't as they seem? I tried talking to her about it a few times, but she brushed it off. "You're being paranoid, Ollie," she'd say, rolling her eyes. "I'm just busy. Work, friends, you know how it is." But I wasn't stupid. I knew something was going on. I started to do some digging on my own. That's when I found the email. I won't go into the full details of it because it's not really important right now, but basically, I stumbled across a conversation between Claire and one of her friends. In that email, she was talking about how she had been planning to end things with me for months and was waiting for the right moment to file for divorce. She had even gone so far as to ask for advice on how to go about splitting our assets. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. I was floored. I spent the next few days rereading that email over and over, trying to make sense of it. Was I really that blind? How had I missed all the signs? It felt like a punch to the gut. And the worst part? I knew she had been hiding things from me, but I never thought it would be something this big. This wasn't just about some minor disagreement or relationship problem anymore. This was about her wanting to take everything from me. Now, I'm not the kind of person who's going to just sit around and let someone walk all over me. I've always been a bit of a planner, call it cautious, call it paranoid, but I like to think ahead. So, after reading that email, I did something. Something I'm not proud of, but something that, looking back, was the right move. I moved my assets. I'm not talking about a few $100s here or there. I'm talking about our joint savings, my retirement fund, and some other investments I had been keeping under my name. I didn't touch anything of hers, of course, because I didn't want to get accused of taking everything, but I made sure to protect myself. I transferred most of it to an account I knew she wouldn't be able to access. It wasn't a huge amount, but enough to give me a cushion in case things went south. I didn't tell her a thing. I just waited. For the next couple of weeks, Claire kept up the charade. She was as cold and distant as ever, and the tension in our house grew thicker by the day. Every time we were in the same room, it felt like we were just going through the motions. I kept my distance, not saying much, waiting for her to make her move. Then, 2 weeks later, it happened. One evening, she came home after a late meeting, looking like she had been holding something in for a while. I could see it in her eyes. She was tense, almost jittery. She sat down across from me at the dinner table, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "We need to talk," she said, her voice unusually soft. At that moment, I knew what was coming. My heart was racing, but I kept my face calm. I wanted to see if she'd finally come clean. She took a deep breath and looked at me like she was preparing for something big. "Ollie," she started, her voice shaking slightly, "I've been thinking a lot, and I think it's time we end things." I felt a small sigh of relief. It wasn't exactly a surprise, but hearing the words come out of her mouth made it all feel real. "I've been planning this for a while," she continued. I've been waiting for the right time. I don't know how to say this, but I think I've been using you for far too long, and I don't want to keep pretending anymore." Her words hit me like a ton of bricks, but I stayed calm. I just nodded, giving her nothing. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing me break down. "I understand," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "If that's what you want." She looked at me with this smug look on her face, like she had one. "You know, I never thought you'd be this stupid," she said, leaning back in her chair. "I was just using you, Ollie. You've been a nice little financial safety net for me, and I'm done with it. I've got everything set up. The lawyers are ready to go." I couldn't help but feel a rush of anger, but I held it in. The game was about to get real, and I wasn't going to let her see me sweat. "I'm glad you're being honest," I said, barely able to keep the sarcasm out of my voice. She smirked, thinking she had the upper hand. "Oh, don't worry. It'll be easy. You'll just have to sign a few papers, and then I'll be free." But that's when it happened. I'd been sitting on this for 2 weeks, and I was ready to watch the realization hit her. Slowly, I leaned forward, locking eyes with her. "You're not as clever as you think, Claire," I said calmly. She raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. "What are you talking about?" I leaned back in my chair and let the silence hang in the air for a moment. "Let's just say I took some precautions," I said, barely able to hide my grin. "You may have been planning this, but I've been one step ahead of you." Her face slowly drained of color as the words sank in. I watched as the smirk faded from her face and she froze, her eyes wide. I didn't give her a chance to respond. I just stood up and walked out of the room. When I walked out of the room, I could hear her scrambling behind me. I knew she wasn't expecting me to say something like that, and I wasn't sure if she understood the gravity of what I meant. But I could hear it in her voice when she caught up to me in the hallway. "Ollie, what are you talking about? What precautions? You're scaring me." I didn't turn around. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of seeing me waver. I just kept walking toward the door. "I'm talking about the fact that I know exactly what you've been planning. All those little hints you've been dropping about wanting more for yourself and needing to focus on you. Yeah, I picked up on that." I turned around and looked at her for the first time since the conversation started. Her eyes flickered with confusion, and for a second, I could see the gears turning in her head as she tried to process what I was saying. But she wasn't quite getting it. "What do you mean? You know?" she asked, a nervous edge creeping into her voice. "What did you do, Ollie?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I let the silence drag on, making sure she felt the weight of it. Watching her panic made me feel like I had some control again, something I hadn't felt in a long time. Finally, I broke the silence. "I moved my assets, Claire. I moved everything that matters." "You think I didn't see this coming?" Her face went from confusion to absolute panic. Her breath caught, and I could see her hands trembling slightly as she stepped back, her eyes wide. She blinked rapidly, like she was hoping the words I just said would magically disappear. What?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. What did you do?" I didn't answer right away. I just stood there, watching the panic spread across her face. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. It was like her mind was scrambling to figure out how I could possibly know what she was up to. And in that moment, I realized how little she'd actually thought this through. She was so caught up in her own plans that she hadn't even considered the possibility of me being prepared. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. "You weren't the only one making plans, Claire," I said, my voice calm but laced with a hint of satisfaction. "I've been making my own moves. And now, you're not going to walk away with everything you thought you would." She took a few steps toward me, looking almost frantic now. "You don't get it. You can't do this, Ollie. You can't just take everything and leave me with nothing." I interrupted her. "You think this is about leaving you with nothing?" "No, Claire. This is about protecting myself. You've been planning to take everything, but you didn't count on me fighting back. You didn't count on me being prepared." Her face went even paler, and I could see her hands shaking now. She opened her mouth to speak again, but the words were stuck. I could tell she didn't know what to say. She was completely off balance, caught off guard in a way I had never seen her before. I didn't think you'd actually do something like this," she whispered, her voice shaky. "I thought I had it all figured out. I thought I could take it all. I didn't know you'd actually move everything." I could see the panic rising in her now, and honestly, it felt good. After all the years of her playing these games, trying to control everything, I was finally in the driver's seat. And watching her struggle to regain control was almost satisfying. "You should have thought of that before you started plotting behind my back," I said coldly. "You should have known I wouldn't just sit here and let you walk all over me." Claire took a few steps back, clearly in shock now, her mind racing as she tried to process everything. "I didn't mean it like that, Ollie," she said, her voice a mix of desperation and guilt. "I wasn't trying to hurt you. I thought it was the only way out. I thought you'd be fine. I didn't think you'd be the one to fight back." I laughed, a little bitterly. "Well, Claire, that's the difference between you and me. You were playing chess, but I was playing a much longer game." She froze when she heard that. For a second, I thought she was about to say something else, but then her face just went blank. It was like the realization finally hit her, the full weight of what she'd done, and now, what I had done in response. I could see her trying to keep it together, but the cracks were showing. The woman who always seemed so confident, so in control, was now standing there, completely rattled. She opened her mouth a few more times to speak, but each time she shut it again, like she couldn't quite find the words. Finally, she spoke again, but this time, it wasn't the same smug tone she had before. Her voice was low, almost pleading. "Please, Ollie. I didn't mean for things to get this far. I don't want to lose everything. Please." The desperation in her voice almost made me feel bad. Almost. But then I remembered the email. The planning. The coldness with which she had been scheming to take everything from me while pretending everything was fine. I shook my head slowly, not buying it for a second. "Don't try to act like you didn't know exactly what you were doing," I said, my voice low and steady. "You've been playing this game, Claire. and now you're not going to win." She didn't say anything more for a few moments. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked defeated. I could tell she was scrambling to figure out how to handle this, but the truth was, I'd already won. She had underestimated me, and now, everything she had planned was falling apart right in front of her. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The silence hung heavy in the air, and I could feel the tension crackling between us. I didn't need to say anything else. She knew what was happening now, and I wasn't about to make it easy for her. But then, just as I was about to walk away and let her stew in her own mess, she spoke again. "I need to fix this, Ollie," she said, almost whispering. "I didn't mean for it to get this far. Please, just don't do this. I'll fix everything. We can work this out." I turned to face her one last time, but this time, there was no satisfaction in my expression, just cold determination. "You've already made your choice, Claire," I said flatly. "And now, you're going to have to deal with the consequences." With that, I turned and walked away, leaving her standing there, completely shattered. I made my way to the front door, my mind still spinning from the exchange. Claire was still standing there, but I didn't look back. I couldn't let myself be swayed by her pleading. This wasn't just a small disagreement or a minor issue. This was about protecting myself, about ensuring that I didn't get caught in the mess of her selfishness. I stepped outside and took a deep breath of the crisp air. It felt refreshing, almost like I was breathing for the first time in a long while. For years, I had been the one caught up in her manipulations, her constant back and forth. I was always the one being pulled into her drama, trying to solve problems she'd caused. Now, it was my turn to make the decisions. I had already put my assets in place, safeguarded everything from the house to my business investments. It wasn't about being petty, it was about protecting what I had worked for. I had no idea how far Claire was willing to go to get what she wanted, but I wasn't going to give her the chance to ruin everything I'd built. The sound of my phone vibrating broke my train of thought, and I pulled it out of my pocket to see a text from her. I stared at the screen for a few seconds, trying to decide whether or not I should open it. It had been a few minutes since we'd had that confrontation, and I already knew what she was trying to do: smooth things over, apologize, manipulate her way out of this. I wasn't sure I was ready to hear it, but curiosity got the best of me. Claire texted, "I know you're angry, but please, I need you to understand, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I thought we were just in a rough patch. I never wanted it to get this far. Please, let's just sit down and talk about this. We can fix it." I stared at the message for a moment, feeling a mix of anger and frustration bubble up inside of me. Fix it? There was nothing to fix. She had made her move, and I'd made mine. She had to understand that this wasn't just some temporary spat where we could go back to the way things were. But then, something in her message hit me, something about her tone, the way she worded things. It felt off, like it wasn't just about making peace. It felt like desperation. Maybe she realized the mistake she'd made in thinking I was going to let her walk all over me. Or maybe she was trying to find a way to salvage what was left of the situation. Either way, I wasn't going to fall for it again. I typed back, slowly and deliberately, "I'm not interested in talking right now. I think it's better if we just let things sit for a while. I'm done trying to fix something that you've broken beyond repair. Don't contact me again unless it's about the divorce." I hit send, and for a moment, I felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I had finally stood up for myself, something I hadn't done in so long. But, in the back of my mind, I knew that this was just the beginning. The storm wasn't over yet. Claire wasn't going to give up that easily. She had the kind of resolve that could only be matched by a woman who thought she could control everything. Now that I had thrown a wrench in her plans, I was sure she would do whatever it took to get back on top. And honestly, I was ready for it. It didn't take long for Claire to hit back. The next day, I got a call from my lawyer. Apparently, she had already started taking steps to file the paperwork for the divorce. I wasn't surprised. She was moving quickly, probably assuming I would just cave in. But this was different. I wasn't going to be the one left picking up the pieces. I met with my lawyer to go over the situation. He had already reviewed my financial moves, and his advice was simple: stick to the plan, keep everything secure, and let Claire make the first move. I wasn't going to make things easier for her. No settlements. No negotiating. She had wanted the divorce, and now she had to deal with the consequences. But as the weeks went by, things started to escalate in ways I didn't expect. Claire was pulling out all the stops, playing the victim card, trying to paint me as the bad guy. She had already told some of our friends about the divorce, framing it as if I was the one who gave up on our marriage and didn't care enough to fight for us. The number of messages I got from people who were sympathetic to her was getting out of hand. I knew it was just her attempt to gain support, to make me seem like the villain. But it was getting old. I could see how she was trying to paint me as the monster while she played the wounded woman, and frankly, it was annoying me a lot. One afternoon, I got a call from an old friend of hers. This wasn't a friend of mine, just someone Claire had stayed close to over the years. The conversation started out civil enough, but quickly took a turn when she started asking about the divorce. She seemed to know way too much about Claire's side of things and kept pushing me to do the right thing. Look, Oliver, I don't know what's going on between you two, but Claire's been struggling. She really doesn't want this to get messy. You should think about the bigger picture. There are things you don't know. I wasn't about to be manipulated into some guilt trip. Thanks for the advice, but I'm good, I said, cutting her off. I don't need to be reminded of Claire's struggles. You know, it's funny. Everyone keeps talking about her side of things, but no one wants to hear what I've been dealing with for years. There was a pause on the other end, and I could practically hear her squirming. Listen, but I hung up before she could continue. I had no intention of letting anyone guilt trip me into backing down. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how deep Claire's manipulation ran, and how many people she had convinced that she was the one in the right. But I wasn't about to let her drag me down any further. That night, Claire tried calling me again. I had the call forwarded to voicemail. When I checked it later, the message was a lot more urgent than I expected. Oliver, please, I need to talk to you. You don't understand what's happening here. If you keep going like this, it's going to get a lot uglier than either of us wants. I'm begging you, please, just let's sit down, talk, and figure this out before it gets out of hand. I could hear the desperation in her voice. She was unraveling. And while I was tempted to call her back and rub her nose in how little I cared anymore, I knew the best thing I could do was keep my distance. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Claire was just getting started. The next few days were a blur of legal meetings, paperwork, and dealing with a growing number of friends and family who had started picking sides. Claire's strategy of playing the victim seemed to be working wonders, and I could feel the pressure building. Every time I checked my phone, I had a new message or voicemail, all asking me to reconsider, to sit down with her and hash things out. Most of them were from people I didn't even really talk to that often, people who had only ever heard one side of the story. And it wasn't just the calls. Claire had also started sending me texts, trying every possible angle to get me to budge. The first few were typical. Please, let's talk. This is tearing me apart. And I never wanted it to get this far. But over time, her messages started to take on a more manipulative tone. Claire texted, "You're breaking my heart, Oliver. You know how hard this is for me. I don't know how much longer I can keep up this facade." I couldn't even stomach the irony of it. She was the one who'd planned this from the start, but now I was the one being painted as the bad guy. It was like she had forgotten how many times she'd used me as a pawn in her life, always playing the part of the poor, misunderstood wife, while I was stuck doing the heavy lifting. The audacity was mind-boggling. And then, there was the moment I had been half expecting. She finally made a move that wasn't just playing the emotional card. She reached out through her lawyer. I'll admit it took me by surprise. I'd been expecting her to drag things out longer before trying something more aggressive, but she didn't waste any time. The letter from her lawyer arrived in the mail one afternoon, and when I opened it, my stomach sank. It was an ultimatum of sorts. She wanted to settle the divorce quickly, but with an obvious twist. She was demanding more than half of everything I had. The letter included a breakdown of the assets she was claiming she was entitled to: the house, the car, a significant portion of my savings, and a share of my business. In her eyes, I was supposed to just hand it all over because, according to her, I was the one who had destroyed our marriage. It was a clear attempt at a power play. Claire thought she could push me into a corner and make me surrender, but that wasn't going to happen. I had worked hard for everything I had, and she was going to have to face the reality that she wasn't going to walk away with everything. I immediately forwarded the letter to my lawyer. When I spoke to him, he wasn't surprised. He'd anticipated that Claire would try something like this. He advised me to stay firm, to keep the assets secure, and to let the courts decide. But as I listened to his calm, methodical voice on the phone, I felt a knot in my stomach. I wasn't just fighting for my financial stability anymore. I was fighting for my dignity, for the right to stand my ground after everything she'd tried to pull. As the days passed, Claire's actions became more erratic. She started showing up at my office, accidentally running into me at the grocery store, trying to get me to talk. Each time, I remained distant. I wasn't giving her the satisfaction of any kind of emotional response. But each encounter left me feeling more and more like I was in some twisted game, with her playing me like I was a pawn. One afternoon, as I was leaving my office, I spotted Claire across the parking lot. She was standing there, waiting for me, her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes sharp. I paused for a moment, trying to decide whether to just get in my car and drive away. But before I could move, she approached me. "Oliver," she said, her voice almost too calm. "We need to talk. I'm not going to let you get away with this. You can't just shut me out forever." I stopped walking and looked at her. I had been waiting for this moment, knowing it was only a matter of time before she tried something like this. She was done pretending to be the victim. Now, it was all about getting back what she thought she deserved. "I'm not shutting you out," I said coolly. "I'm just not giving you what you want anymore. You don't get to walk away with everything, Claire. That's not how this works." Her face flickered with surprise for a moment, then she scoffed. "You think you can beat me at this game? You're so much more naive than you look." Her words were like a slap in the face, but I held my ground. "I don't know if I can beat you, but I'm not going to let you in easily." Claire took a step closer, her eyes narrowing. "You know, I've been thinking about this. If I wanted, I could really make your life awful right now. I could drag you through the mud, ruin your reputation, and make sure you lose everything. Don't think for one second that I don't have the power to do that." My heart skipped a beat. Her tone wasn't just threatening, it was full of malice. She wasn't just talking about the divorce anymore. She was talking about ruining me, about making sure that even if I came out ahead financially, I would lose in every other sense of the word. I could see it in her eyes. This wasn't about money anymore. This was about control. And she wasn't about to let go of that without a fight. I took a deep breath, the weight of the situation settling on my shoulders. "You don't scare me, Claire. You're not the first person to try and destroy me, and you won't be the last." For a moment, she just stood there, glaring at me, the silence hanging thick between us. Then, without another word, she turned on her heel and walked away. Her footsteps echoed in the parking lot, but I didn't watch her leave. I was done looking over my shoulder. But I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Claire wasn't going to stop until she had everything or until she saw me broken. And that scared me more than anything, because I knew, deep down, that she would stop at nothing to get what she wanted. It's been a few months since that heated parking lot encounter, and I have to say, things have taken a complete turn. What seemed like the beginning of a long, exhausting battle ended up being something far simpler than I could have imagined. After that conversation with Claire, I remained firm in my position. I followed through with the legal process, and despite her best efforts to drag me into a long, messy divorce, everything moved relatively quickly. Her lawyer tried to push for a settlement, claiming I owed her for the years she'd spent supporting me and that I should pay her spousal support for the emotional damage she'd suffered. I mean, I couldn't help but laugh at that one. Support? Damage? After everything she'd done, she really thought I was going to just roll over? My lawyer and I kept things professional, sticking to the facts. There was no infidelity on my part. I hadn't done anything that justified her attempts to take more than half of what we had. The assets I'd moved had been carefully documented, and my business was protected. The house was also no longer on the table because, by the time the divorce was finalized, Claire had lost any claim to it. Throughout the process, Claire's attitude shifted dramatically. At first, she kept up the facade of the wronged wife, reaching out to mutual friends, even going so far as to tell them that I was ruthless and heartless, that I had destroyed her life. But I didn't engage with any of it. I stayed focused on my own life, making sure to take care of myself and push forward with my business and personal goals. A few weeks into the divorce proceedings, Claire's financial demands became more desperate. She sent a last-ditch email demanding a larger settlement, threatening to go public with all these fabricated stories about me and our marriage. She even implied that she'd keep my reputation in the dirt for the rest of my life. I didn't even respond. My lawyer handled it, reminding her of the reality. If she wanted to drag this out, she would risk walking away with nothing at all. And that's exactly what happened. After her final legal threats fizzled out, Claire realized that no matter how much she wanted to fight, she had no leverage left. Her lawyer advised her to settle for the few remaining assets she could claim, basically a fraction of what she initially thought she could take. No house, no business share, no spousal support. The only thing she walked away with was a small sum from the sale of some personal property, and even that barely covered her legal fees. The moment she realized the game was over, I could almost hear the air leave her lungs. She had spent months trying to manipulate me, trying to make me feel guilty, but in the end, she was left with nothing. Watching her face fall when she realized that I had outsmarted her was, well, let's just say it was satisfying. Her reputation, too, had taken a massive hit with everyone who saw through her act. The people who had sided with her slowly started pulling away once they saw the full picture. As for me, life's been great. Not just good, but great. I'm still running my business, and it's actually been thriving more than ever. I've managed to invest some of my resources into new ventures, and my financial situation is stronger than it was during the marriage. More than that, I've been spending time on things I care about. I've rekindled old friendships, taken a few trips that I'd always put off, and found peace in ways I hadn't thought possible. I finally have the freedom to do what I love without the toxic weight that Claire brought to the table. But beyond all of that, I feel lighter. I've learned a lot from this whole experience, especially about trust and self-respect. The most important lesson? Never let anyone dictate your worth or control your future. I'm in a much healthier place, mentally and emotionally, than I was in that marriage, and it feels like I'm living the life I should have been living all along. As for Claire, well, things didn't exactly go the way she thought they would. I heard through the grapevine that she's struggling. She's been hopping from one job to the next, none of them sticking, and her financial situation isn't great. She doesn't have the lifestyle she envisioned for herself, and from what I've gathered, she's still holding on to the bitterness that once fueled her plan to ruin me. It's kind of sad, honestly. She still hasn't really taken any accountability for what she did, and it's clear she's got some unresolved issues. But as far as I'm concerned, that's her burden, not mine. She doesn't get to drag me down with her anymore. So yeah, I'm in a much better place. Things have settled down, and while I'm not jumping into any new relationships right now, I've got time on my side. I've got my peace, my happiness, and a life that's no longer dictated by someone else's manipulations. In the end, I guess the universe had a way of balancing things out. She tried to use me, but it was her who ended up with nothing. And me? I'm thriving. I'm Jacob, 28, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that silence sometimes says more than any argument ever could. I've never been the loud one in the family. That was always my sister, Ashley. She's 2 years younger than me, but you'd think she was the firstborn the way everyone caters to her. Growing up, she was the golden child, the kind who could spill juice on the carpet and somehow get praised for expressing herself creatively, while I get scolded for breathing too loud. My mom adored her and my dad. Well, he mostly kept to himself, quiet but complicit. I used to think it was just how families worked. Some kids get the spotlight, others get the scraps. I didn't mind. Or maybe I did. But I got good at pretending not to. It wasn't always terrible. There were some moments, birthdays, holidays, movie nights, where things felt normal. Where Ashley wasn't this spoiled, self-centered hurricane and my mom wasn't feeding the storm. But those moments got rarer as we got older. Ashley learned early on that the world would bend for her if she pushed hard enough. And my mom, she'd hold the world steady while Ashley stomped all over it. I was the one who didn't get it. The one who was too sensitive or taking things the wrong way. Every slight was minimized. Every insult brushed off as a joke. Eventually, I stopped reacting. That was my defense, calm, quiet, distant. By the time we were in our 20s, I had carved out a life for myself that barely touched theirs. I had my own apartment, my own friends, and my own little digital marketing agency that was starting to take off. I wasn't flashy about it. No big social media posts, no humble brags. I just worked. That's something Ashley never really had to do. She floated from job to job, chasing dreams and ditching them just as fast, because there was always someone, usually mom, there to clean up the mess. When she met Ethan, her fiancé, I honestly thought maybe things would shift. He was calm, grounded, polite in a way that made him seem like he was raised by an entirely different species than us. I liked him. He made Ashley tolerable. Not better, but at least bearable. So when Ashley got engaged and started planning the wedding, I braced myself. I knew there'd be drama. I just didn't expect to be at the center of it. It started small, a text message, almost an afterthought. Hey, wedding's on June 17th. Try not to wear anything weird. That was it. No, can't wait to see you there. No invitation, no actual excitement. Just a reminder not to embarrass her. I stared at the message, then locked my phone and went back to work. I didn't respond. Not because I was angry, but because I wasn't surprised. That was just Ashley. A week later, I got a call from my mom. Did you see Ashley's message? She asked, voice sharp. She said you didn't reply. I told her I saw it, and that I didn't think it warranted a response. You always act like everything's a personal attack, she sighed. Just be happy for your sister. It's her big moment. Her big moment. Always her moment. I stayed civil. I said I'd be there. I'd wear a plain suit, and I wouldn't get in anyone's way. My mom didn't thank me. She just said, "Good. Don't make it about you." A couple days later, Ashley called. I thought maybe she was going to talk about the ceremony, or ask for help, or just, I don't know, connect like normal siblings do. But she launched straight in. "So I talked to the photographer," she said, "and we're doing all white, super clean aesthetics, very elegant. No loud colors, no distractions. That includes people, by the way." I asked her what she meant. She hesitated. "I mean, like, your beard. Can you trim it? And maybe, don't stand too close in the family shots. You'll just ruin the photos." She said it so casually, like she was discussing tablecloths or centerpieces. Like I was a prop, an inconvenient object she had to work around. There was a long silence on my end. I didn't know what to say. I think she took that as agreement. "Cool," she said, before hanging up. I sat on my couch, phone still in my hand, and just stared out the window for a while. That's the thing about people like Ashley. They push and push and push, and because they've never been told no, they don't even realize when they've crossed a line. And Mom, she'd always defend her. Always. 2 days later, another call. This time from Mom. "I know Ashley called you," she said, "and I think maybe you should just let her have her moment. If it's going to stress her out having you there, maybe it's best you sit this one out." I said nothing. Not out of shock. I think I had already expected it. I just hadn't expected it to hurt the way it did. "You understand, right?" she added. "Just this once." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Sure," I said. "Just this once." When I hung up, I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I didn't throw my phone or punch a wall. I just sat there, completely still, for what felt like an hour. My chest felt hollow. Not because I wasn't invited to the wedding, but because I wasn't even worth a lie. Not even a half-hearted excuse. They wanted me gone, and they didn't even bother to sugarcoat it. I was a blemish on Ashley's big day. A smudge on her carefully curated photo op. 3 weeks passed. I didn't hear from anyone. Not Ashley. Not my mom. Not even Ethan, who I figured had probably been guilted into going along with it. I buried myself in work. I signed 3 new clients. I hit a new monthly revenue high. I moved into a bigger office. And still, not a word from them. It was like I never existed. Until I got a notification on my phone. A forwarded email from a mutual friend of Ethan's and mine. It was a thank you note from the wedding venue. Apparently, they just finalized the deposit for a massive ceremony package at a picturesque estate just outside the city, a venue Ashley had been dreaming of since she was 16. I remembered her talking about it once, pointing out Pinterest photos like it was a fairy tale castle. It was expensive. Like, beyond her budget expensive. I guess Mom must have pulled some strings. Or maybe Ethan's family chipped in. But when I looked closer at the email, something caught my eye. The reservation was under Ashley's name, but the contact person listed was someone I knew. Someone who owed me a favor. And that's when the idea first sparked. Quiet. Subtle. But growing. Not out of spite. Not at first. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. They didn't want me at the wedding? Fine. But that didn't mean I wouldn't be involved. Even if they didn't know it yet. I didn't act right away. I let the idea sit in the back of my mind, simmering quietly while I went about my usual routine. Work, gym, dinner, sleep, repeat. But something had changed. There was a tension in my chest I couldn't shake, like my body knew something was coming before my mind could put it into words. I kept revisiting the conversation with my mom. Her voice, dismissive and calm, still echoed. Let her have her moment. The way she said it, like I was an obstacle, a distraction, something to be managed. And as the days passed, more little things started stacking up. It started with the group chats, the family ones. I wasn't removed, technically, but they might as well have deleted me. No one replied when I said anything. My cousin Michael asked if anyone needed a ride from the airport. My aunt offered to help with flower arrangements. Ashley shared a photo of her dress, blurred, of course, no peeking boys. I commented, just trying to be polite. Looks great. Hope the day goes well. Nothing. Not even a like. Then, a few days later, I saw my mom post a Facebook status, a rare thing, since she usually reserved social media for snooping on relatives or sharing weird recipe videos. But there it was, so proud of my beautiful daughter. Can't wait to see her walk down the aisle. You deserve everything, sweetheart. Some people come into this world shining, and Ashley's always been one of them. It hit me harder than I expected, not because of what she said, but because of what she didn't. I wasn't in the photo collage she attached, even though one of the pictures was from a family vacation I had paid for. A trip to Florida 4 years ago where Ashley forgot her wallet, and I footed half the bill just so the whole thing wouldn't be a disaster. There we were, Dad, Mom, Ashley, and Ethan, all smiling on a beach. Except I had been cropped out. Literally. I remembered the original photo. I was standing right next to Dad. I didn't comment. I didn't call her out. I just saved the post to a folder called Reminders. Then came the bridal shower. It was at a tea room downtown, nothing fancy, but it looked nice in the photos. Pink decor, little cupcakes, wine glasses lined up in rows. Someone had made custom napkins with Ashley and Ethan's initials in gold. I wasn't invited, obviously, but I didn't expect to be. What I did expect, or maybe hoped, was that no one would bring me up. That I'd be quietly skipped over, left out, but not mocked. I was wrong. Later that night, a friend of mine, Layla, messaged me a voice memo. She worked at the tea room part-time and just happened to be covering the event. Jacob, she said, laughing softly. You are not going to believe what your sister said today. I braced myself. Layla continued. So they were opening gifts, and someone gave her this digital photo frame. She joked, guess I'll have to filter out the family weirdos before I upload anything. Then she literally said, and I quote, honestly, I'm glad Jacob's not coming. He has that awkward energy, like he's always judging everyone. There was a pause. Then Layla added, and your mom? She laughed and said, well, he's always been a little jealous of Ashley. It's not his fault. He just never found his thing. That part hurt the most. I had found my thing. I'd worked hard to build a life on my own. No one handed me a down payment or covered my rent when I was struggling. I learned coding from YouTube tutorials and built my business from a beat-up laptop in a studio apartment with water stains on the ceiling. And they still saw me as nothing. Worse, as a joke. But the final push came a week before the wedding. I was out for coffee with Ethan. He texted me out of the blue. Hey man, haven't seen you in a while. Want to catch up? I was surprised. Honestly, I thought he was just going along with Ashley to avoid conflict. But we met up anyway, and he seemed tired. Not physically, but emotionally. Like he was constantly walking on eggshells. You okay? I asked, once we sat down. He stirred his coffee, eyes fixed on the foam. Not really, he admitted. I didn't know how messy things had gotten with your family. Ashley told me you didn't want to come, that you'd be a distraction. I laughed, a short, bitter sound. A distraction from what? Her delusions. He didn't respond. Just looked at me with something that almost resembled guilt. I'm just saying, he mumbled after a pause. You didn't deserve that. It was quiet for a moment. I watched him closely. Then why are you marrying her? He looked up, startled. I mean, I added, you're not stupid. You can't tell me you haven't seen it. Ethan let out a slow breath. Because I love her. And because, I guess I thought marrying her would mean the rest would get easier. It was such a naive thing to say that I almost pitied him. But I didn't press. He looked like a man trying to convince himself he'd made the right call. As we stood to leave, he hesitated, then pulled out an envelope from his jacket. Ashley said not to give you one, he said, handing it to me. But I figured you should have it anyway. It was the official wedding invitation. Heavy cardstock, gold trim, embossed lettering. I took it, but I didn't thank him. When I got home, I didn't open it. I just added it to the reminders folder. At this point, the idea that had been simmering in my head, it wasn't just an idea anymore. It was a plan, and I was ready to make my move. They wanted a perfect day? They made sure I wasn't part of it? Fine. But they forgot one thing. That dream venue Ashley had booked? The one she posted about in all caps? The one she cried over when the reservation finally came through? She didn't own it. She didn't really have it. Not yet. But I knew someone who did. And I had just wired the deposit. I didn't cancel the reservation right away. That would have been too easy, too obvious. No, I needed her to feel safe. Secure. Like her world was perfectly in place. So I let the clock tick down. I let her coast through the final stretch of her fairy tale plans, thinking everything was in motion. Her dress fitted, her florist lined up, the caterer booked. I even watched, silently, as she posted daily countdowns on Instagram. 10 days to go until I become Mrs. Ethan Lane, with little white heart emojis and a picture of her ring. 7 days. Dream venue, dream dress, dream life. Every caption felt like it was aimed right at me. Not just because I wasn't included, I had grown numb to that, but because there was an air of triumph in her tone. Like this wedding wasn't just a celebration of love, but a victory lap over me. Over the awkward energy, the jealous brother, the background character in her perfect little story. I started getting texts from distant relatives, people who hadn't messaged me in years. Most were polite, asking if I'd be attending, if I needed help with a ride or a suit rental. Some were passive-aggressive. One cousin wrote, "So sorry about the misunderstanding. Hopefully you and Ashley can make peace for the big day." Misunderstanding. That word made me want to laugh. It's amazing how people who weren't there for a single conversation suddenly think they're qualified to play peacemaker. But the real tipping point, the moment that snapped something deep inside me, came 3 days before the wedding. I got a call from my dad. That in itself was rare. He's always been more of a quiet figure, someone who watches from the sidelines and avoids conflict like it's a full-time job. But this time, his voice was sharp. Not angry, just clipped. "Jacob," he said, "your mother told me you're still holding a grudge." I blinked. "Excuse me. This is your sister's wedding," he continued. "And no matter what disagreements there've been, family shows up. Family supports each other." I laughed, genuinely confused. "You mean like how Mom supported Ashley by asking me not to come? Or how Ashley said I'd ruin the photos?" He paused, but only for a second. "Ashley's under a lot of stress. She didn't mean it like that." There it was. That old familiar tune. She didn't mean it like that. As if words only counted when they were convenient. "I'm not coming," I said flatly. "You're being petty." That hit me harder than I expected. Not because it was harsh, but because it was him. The one person in the family who usually kept his distance. Who never took sides. But now, when he did speak up, it was just to tell me to fall in line. To shut up and play my part. "You know what's funny?" I said quietly. "You've barely spoken to me all year. But suddenly, now that I might mess up Ashley's big moment, I'm worth a phone call. Don't twist this, Jacob." I hung up. I didn't raise my voice. Didn't throw my phone. I just walked to my fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and sat down in silence. My hand was shaking slightly. Not with anger, but something colder. Sharper. Like betrayal settling into my bones, threading itself through old wounds I thought had long scarred over. That night, I opened the wedding invitation Ethan had given me. I stared at the gold-trimmed card, the elegant script, the poetic line at the bottom. "Together with their families." I nearly laughed again. Together with their families. As if I was ever part of that picture. And then, I got an email. It was from the venue. "Hi Jacob. Just confirming the ownership transfer for the June 17th reservation. Since you've officially acquired the property, we'll move ahead under your name. Let us know if there's anything else we can assist with." Property. Not just the booking. The venue. A few years ago, I helped a friend, Nate, get his event business off the ground. It was a loan, a favor, and when he finally made it, he promised to pay me back. Not just the money, but a cut of the next opportunity. That opportunity came in the form of a rustic estate on the outskirts of town. A popular wedding spot. The kind of place that charged a premium for its picturesque views and exclusive packages. Nate offered me first refusal when he wanted out. I hadn't planned to take it. Real estate wasn't exactly in my playbook. But when I saw Ashley's name on the client list, I bought it. Quietly. Cleanly. No drama. No announcement. Just paperwork, signatures, and a wire transfer. The venue wasn't rented anymore. It was mine. 2 days before the wedding, I got another text from Ethan. "Can we talk?" I ignored it. 1 day before the wedding, Ashley posted a story of her rehearsal dinner. Champagne clinking, everyone laughing, her twirling in a white dress. "Tomorrow is going to be perfect," she wrote. It almost was. Almost. But as the sun set on that final night, something shifted. At 9:43 p.m., Ashley texted me. I hadn't heard from her directly since the "you'll ruin the photos" call. Her message said, "Did you mess with the venue?" I stared at the screen. My heart was calm. Steady. Then, at 10:12 p.m., I got a second text. This one from Mom. "Tell me this is a mistake. Jacob, please." Ashley's in tears. And finally, at 10:45 p.m., Ethan called. I let it ring, then turned my phone off completely. The dream was cracking. And the silence? This time, It spoke volumes. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't need to. I just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the soft blue glow of my powered-off phone like it was a ticking bomb. The apartment was quiet except for the low hum of the fridge and the occasional car passing by on the street below. There was no satisfaction, no rush of victory, just stillness, the kind of silence that presses against your chest and makes you question if you're still breathing. At some point around 2 a.m., I walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and leaned on the counter. My reflection in the dark window stared back at me, calm, composed, and hollow. I thought I'd feel triumphant, like I'd finally tipped the scales after a lifetime of being pushed aside. But instead, I just felt tired, heavy, because deep down, part of me still wanted someone, anyone, to understand. Not agree, not even apologize, just understand why. But that wasn't going to happen. By morning, my phone had lit up with messages. Some were furious, others were pleading. Mom called 4 times. No voicemail, just rapid hang-ups. Ashley sent a voice note. 1 minute and 22 seconds of shaky breathing and rage-fueled sobbing, ending with, "You've ruined everything. I hope you're happy, Jacob. I really do." And then Ethan. Unlike the others, his message was short. "I get it now. I'm sorry." That one hit me. Not because it excused anything. It didn't. But it was the first sign, maybe the only one, that someone in that entire mess of a family finally saw behind the curtain. But it didn't change the fallout. The wedding was officially canceled by noon. The venue, my venue, issued a statement citing logistical conflicts. And though they refunded most of the costs, the emotional damage had already been done. Photos and videos started disappearing from Ashley's social media. Her countdowns vanished. Her bio changed from bride-to-be ring to just broken heart. And then the text stopped. The calls went quiet. The storm had passed. But the silence that followed? It wasn't peaceful. It was punishment. By the end of that week, I was completely cut off. Mom blocked me on everything. Her way of making sure I couldn't hurt the family anymore. Dad sent one last text. "You've made your choice. I hope it was worth it." No one asked why. No one came to hear my side. They just shut the door and locked it from the inside. I spent the next few days going through the motions. Wake up, work, shower, eat something bland. Pretend not to notice how quiet it all felt. My apartment, usually a safe place, suddenly felt like a quarantine zone. No one visited. No notifications buzzed. Even my friends, the few that weren't mutuals with Ashley, gave me space. Layla messaged once or twice, checking in, but I kept my replies short. I didn't want to explain. I didn't want to defend what I'd done. But I also didn't want to be here anymore. One night, I found myself driving without a destination, hands gripping the wheel a little too tightly. I passed the old neighborhood, the house I grew up in, and saw the porch light on. I pulled over across the street and just watched. It was surreal, how small it looked. The house that held so many birthdays, arguments, cold dinners. It used to feel massive when I was a kid. Now, it looked like it belonged in a snow globe, pretty, quiet, and sealed shut. The curtains were drawn. I could see silhouettes moving inside. Laughter. I knew who they were laughing with. And I knew who they weren't. I didn't cry. I didn't even blink. I just sat there for a long time, then started the engine again. The next morning, I called my real estate agent. "List the venue," I told her. "Sell it." She was surprised. "Already? You only just bought it." "Exactly," I said. It served its purpose. It wasn't bitterness. It wasn't regret. It was clarity. I had spent my whole life trying to be included, trying to earn a seat at the table by staying silent, staying calm, being the bigger person. But maybe some tables just weren't worth sitting at. So I let go. I sold the venue. I paused my business. I booked a trip. Spain first, then maybe Portugal. Somewhere warm. Somewhere no one knew my name. I didn't make a big deal out of it. No social media post, no new chapter caption. I just packed a suitcase, left a key with my neighbor, and went. On the plane, I looked out the window as the clouds folded beneath us like waves. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was running from something. I felt like I was walking away. And walking away, I realized, is sometimes the only power you have left. Spain was quiet in the best way. Not the kind of silence that suffocates you like it did back home, but the kind that fills your lungs. Clean, easy air. My first morning in Seville, I sat at a little cafe with a coffee so strong it nearly knocked me out of my chair, watching people walk by with no clue who I was, or what I had done. There was something oddly comforting about being completely irrelevant. No expectations, no baggage, just a guy with a duffel bag and a decent tan forming. The first week, I barely checked my phone. I didn't care what the fallout was back home. I didn't care who was talking, who was gossiping, or who had painted me as the villain. For once, I wasn't spinning my wheels trying to be understood. I just existed. And slowly, I began to breathe again. The second week, I started getting back into work. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I brought my laptop to quiet rooftops and beachside patios, fingers gliding over the keyboard with a kind of focus I hadn't felt in years. No interruptions. No expectations. Just me and the ideas I used to love before they became ways to prove myself. One afternoon in Barcelona, I met with a client over Zoom, a startup I'd been advising on and off. They'd been low maintenance for months, but during that call, the founder offered me a full-time contract. Said he wanted me to take over the entire digital growth strategy. Generous compensation. Full creative control. My jaw tightened when he said it. I didn't even ask for the position. I hadn't tried for it. That was the first time I realized I didn't need validation from the people who had ignored me. I was finally being seen by people who chose to see me. I accepted. By month 2, I was officially living abroad. Lisbon became my new base, a city full of color, music, and life. I rented a sunlit apartment on a quiet hill with a balcony view of the water. I took early morning walks past the pastel buildings, greeting neighbors I didn't know in a language I barely understood and never once felt out of place. And then came the email. It was from Ethan. Subject line: "If you still read these." I hesitated before opening it. Part of me wanted to delete it on sight, but curiosity always had a stronger grip on me than pride. The message wasn't long. "We called it off. Not just the wedding, everything. You were right. I just didn't want to admit it. I hope you're doing well. E." I read it twice, then a third time. Not because it changed anything. It didn't. But it confirmed something I already suspected. The collapse wasn't just about a canceled venue. It was deeper, wrought from the inside. I didn't respond. Some things are better left unanswered. Around that time, I started writing again, not just emails and campaign pitches, but real writing. I journaled. I drafted short stories. One night, I sketched out an entire book outline about quiet revenge, family wounds, and the power of walking away. Maybe one day I'll finish it. Maybe not. But it felt good to tell a story that didn't end with someone like me being the afterthought. The money rolled in faster than it ever had back home. The startup I worked with? They got acquired. Huge payout. I was given an equity share as a thank you. I hired 2 assistants. I formed my own boutique agency. Clients came to me now. I didn't pitch. I didn't beg. I just said, "This is what I offer. Take it or don't." Most took it. One evening in early spring, I got a message from Layla. She'd kept in touch. Quick hellos, travel envy, the occasional meme. But this time it was something different. "Saw Ashley today. She's not doing great. Mom's been telling everyone you sabotaged the wedding for fun. Family's a mess. You okay?" I stared at the message for a long time before replying. "Yeah, I'm okay." And I was. Because by then, I had learned something I never understood while growing up in that house. Power doesn't come from being loud. It doesn't come from proving your worth to people who've already decided you have none. It comes from knowing exactly who you are and never handing that over, no matter how many people ask you to shrink. I was no longer the awkward brother, the forgotten son, or the unwanted extra in someone else's photo. I was Jacob Carter, self-made, unbothered, and finally free. But freedom comes with choices. And one of those choices was whether or not to finish what I started. Because just as I had learned to rise, a new opportunity was knocking. One that could flip everything again, not out of spite, but something even sharper. Justice. It started with an unexpected email, not from Ethan this time, or Layla, or even anyone from back home. It was from an old college acquaintance named Marcus Navarro, someone I hadn't spoken to in almost a decade. We'd worked on a marketing project together during our final year. Nothing major, just a group assignment that involved building a pitch for a fictional wedding brand. I remembered he was ambitious, a bit cocky, but sharp. The kind of guy who always had 3 side hustles going and talked about leveraging connections before most of us even had LinkedIn profiles. His message opened with polite small talk, but halfway down the email, my eyes froze on a line that made my pulse skip. "Small world, I'm actually working with your sister now. She and your mom are trying to launch a family-run bridal business. Came across your name during research. Thought I'd say hi. My stomach dropped. Ashley and my mom. Launching a bridal brand? I read it 3 times to be sure I wasn't misunderstanding. He even attached a link to a mock-up website. Just a splash page so far, with a pastel pink logo and a photo of Ashley looking serene in front of a borrowed floral arch. The name? Evermore and Company. It was professional. Classy even. Exactly the kind of thing they'd do, trying to brand themselves as tasteful entrepreneurs, capitalizing on the wedding industry like they hadn't just scorched the earth around them. And there, in the About Us section, was a line that nearly made me laugh out loud. After planning my own perfect wedding. Perfect? I stared at the words, then leaned back in my chair and exhaled through my nose. So that's what they were doing now, rewriting the past, painting over the cracks, turning failure into a fairy tale so they could make a profit. Marcus's message continued. They're looking for someone to handle digital ad strategy and long-term scaling. I know you're busy, but I figured I'd float it to you anyway. If nothing else, just to reconnect. Let me know if you're interested. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I opened a document and started typing. Client profile, budget estimate, long-term goals, funnel optimization. It was all second nature now, something I could sketch out in an hour with half my brain tied behind my back. But this time, I added one more section at the bottom. Brand vulnerabilities. I listed the weak spots, vague mission statement, untested demographic, over-reliance on local vendors, zero social proof. I wasn't being cruel, just thorough, just observant, strategic, because suddenly, this wasn't just about being over it. It was about leverage. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on the business quietly. I tracked their domain registration, followed the Instagram account they launched, and watched as they gathered a few hundred followers, mostly extended family and friends of friends. I noticed that Ashley's posts all used the same aesthetic, soft focus, filtered elegance. Smiles that were wide but hollow. Every caption screamed, "Look how well we're doing without you." But underneath it all, I saw what they were really doing, scrambling to start over. Trying to polish a broken crown and pretend it had never fallen. And I had something they didn't. Time, distance, clarity, money, and a reputation they couldn't touch. I spent the next week building something of my own, something subtle. Not a competing bridal business. That would be too obvious, too loud. No. Instead, I created a consulting firm under a completely different name, Whitecrest Digital, and began offering exclusive marketing packages for luxury event brands. I brought in 3 clients within the first 2 weeks, one of whom happened to be expanding their operations into the exact market Ashley and Mom were trying to target. And unlike Evermore and Company, these clients had money, vision, stability. I didn't reach out to Marcus again, not directly. Instead, I had one of my team members send a formal pitch deck to Evermore under a different name. A subtle test. 3 days later, we received a reply. Ashley herself had written it. Thank you for reaching out. We're currently evaluating options for long-term partnerships. Can you provide a list of prior campaigns and client results? She had no idea she was talking to me. Not yet. But that was the point. I wasn't coming through the front door. I was already inside the house. And while they scrambled to build something on the ruins of the lie they told themselves, we're fine without him, I was planting seeds in the shadows, learning everything I could, watching who they partnered with, who they borrowed from, how they moved, waiting. Because revenge, real revenge, isn't loud or messy. It's not about rage. It's about timing. And I was just getting started. The morning everything began to unfold, I was sitting on the balcony of my Lisbon apartment, sipping espresso while the sun broke over the city. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful for what I had planned. But that's the beauty of revenge when done right. It doesn't require screaming. No explosions. No dramatic confrontations. It simply unfolds, elegantly, quietly, and leaves its target wondering when, exactly, everything slipped out from under them. By then, Whitecrest Digital had signed 3 of Evermore's direct competitors, local, high-end bridal service providers operating in the same mid-luxury tier Ashley and my mom were targeting. We had been quietly growing their reach, absorbing the market share Evermore hoped to claim. While Ashley focused on aesthetics and Instagram likes, our clients were booking contracts, locking in venues, and building reputations. It wasn't personal to them, just business. To me, it was both. But the real play started when I pulled strings with one of our newest clients, a bridal expo organizer with an exclusive contract to host the largest wedding showcase in the state. Evermore had applied for a featured booth, and after a brief call with the organizer, whom I had helped secure a major partnership the week before, Evermore's application was regretfully declined due to limited space and brand overlap with existing partners. In reality, it was because they didn't meet the minimum experience threshold. I had made sure of that when I helped update the eligibility requirements. Ashley didn't take it well. Layla forwarded me a screenshot of a message Ashley sent to a group chat she thought I wasn't part of anymore. It read, "This is actual sabotage. We are the target demographic. Some fool must have pulled strings to block us." For once, she wasn't wrong. But it didn't stop there. You see, when you rush to build a brand on the ashes of a failed wedding, especially one as publicly messy as Ashley's, people talk. Especially vendors. Especially when payments are late. I reached out to one of her ex-vendors, a floral designer named Moira who had been ghosted by Ashley and Mom after they canceled the first wedding. I offered Moira a premium contract with one of my clients in exchange for some polite information sharing. Turns out, Evermore had been leveraging photos from styled shoots they didn't pay for, ones they had no licensing rights to. Worse, they had been reposting Pinterest images with captions implying those were their events. I forwarded those findings to the expo organizer, just to clarify that they'd made the right decision declining Evermore's application. It also didn't hurt that one of my clients had a direct pipeline to a popular wedding blog. Within a week, an anonymous expose appeared online titled, "Fake It Till You Break It, The Rise and Fall of a Faux Bridal Brand." They weren't named outright, but if you were in the industry, especially locally, you knew who it was about. Evermore's Instagram engagement plummeted overnight. Comments were disabled. Followers dropped. Their email list, which had barely crossed 1,000, saw nearly half unsubscribe within 3 days. But I still wasn't done. The final piece came from Marcus, the guy who had unknowingly tipped me off in the first place. He reached out again, confused. "Hey, so random thing. I pitched Evermore to a VC I know, and apparently your name came up. Do you know someone named Jake Rowland?" I smiled. Jake Rowland was the alias I used for all my Whitecrest correspondence. Not a full fake identity, just enough of a separation to protect my real name while doing quiet damage. I called Marcus. "Listen," I said, "I didn't want to drag you into this, but you deserve to know what they're building is a lie." I walked him through everything. The unpaid vendors, the misused media, the sabotaged expo application. I told him the truth. Evermore wasn't built on passion or purpose. It was built on the need to erase failure and pretend the cracks never existed. He was silent for a moment, then said, "You want me to pull out? I want you to do what's best for your reputation." He didn't hesitate. By the end of that week, Marcus backed out of their project. So did another partner I'd quietly reached through a mutual contact. Mom and Ashley, blind to how interconnected this industry really was, had made the fatal mistake of assuming people would take them seriously just because they sounded like they knew what they were doing. Without investors, without partnerships, without the buzz of an expo appearance to legitimize them, Evermore started to crumble. Ashley posted a story a few days later, a black screen with a white quote that read, "Some people will try to destroy what they can't have." I didn't reply. I didn't comment. I didn't need to. But I did watch, quietly, as the Evermore website went offline a week later. Domain unregistered. Instagram deleted. All that was left was a digital ghost of a dream that was never really theirs to begin with. And I was still on my balcony in Lisbon. Still sipping coffee. Still building something real. I hadn't raised my voice. I hadn't burned their house down. I just removed the foundation and watched it collapse on its own. It took about 3 weeks for the full fallout to settle in, like ash drifting slowly down from a fire no one saw coming. I didn't hear from Ashley directly, not at first, but Layla, ever the unintentional informant, filled in the blanks. According to her, Ashley and my mom had an epic falling out. One of those loud, window-rattling, public-style arguments at a local cafe, where half the town seemed to overhear it. Mom accused Ashley of being careless, of mismanaging everything, of blaming everyone but herself. Ashley fired back, claiming Mom had pushed her into it all, the business, the wedding, the fake facade of having it all together. She even called her out for suggesting I shouldn't come to the wedding in the first place. He was never the problem. You were, Ashley reportedly screamed before storming out. It was ironic. After all these years of them sticking together like glue, it finally unraveled. Not because of me, but because they had built everything on a lie they both pretended was truth. The truth that I didn't matter, that I didn't belong, that I could be left out, and the world would keep spinning. Except now, the world had spun, just not in their favor. Ashley moved back in with Mom a week later. She had drained her savings trying to keep Evermore afloat. Ethan had completely vanished from the picture, not just blocked, but rumored to have relocated for work, cutting ties clean. The dream wedding, the dream business, the dream life, all gone. Replaced with mutual resentment and the quiet kind of bitterness that grows when no one will admit they were wrong, just louder than everyone else. As for Dad, he sent me an email. Not a call, not a heartfelt letter, just a short, awkward message. Hope you're well. I saw the Evermore stuff online. Your mother's been quiet. Ashley too. You always were the smart one. I just wish I'd seen it sooner. Dad. I didn't reply. I had nothing left to say to the man who stood silent for decades and only found his voice when the house was already burning. But closure doesn't always need a conversation. Sometimes it's just a line you draw in the sand, then walk away from. Back in Lisbon, I kept building my company. By the end of the year, we were handling clients across 6 countries, with a waiting list stretching months out. I hired a team of 9, mentored young creators, and finally, started building the kind of legacy I used to dream about as a kid sitting quietly at family dinners while everyone laughed around me like I was invisible. And one night, 6 months after it all collapsed, I received a message. It was from Ashley. Just one line. Was it you? I stared at it for a long time, then deleted it without replying. Because she already knew. And me? I didn't need to say anything. She could scream into the void, rewrite history again, blame everyone but herself. But the truth would sit with her in the quiet. And I'd already had my final word, not spoken, not shouted. Built. I wasn't her ruin. I was her reminder. I'm Jake, 33 years old, and if you had told me 2 years ago that my biggest heartbreak wouldn't come from a breakup or a death, but from a baby shower, I would have laughed. But here I am, sitting in the wreckage of what used to be the one place I truly called mine, trying to decide how much of this story I'm even ready to share. I've always been the quiet one in the family. The fixer. The helper. The guy who picks up the slack without being asked, because that's how I was raised. When Mom needed someone to help her move after her back surgery, I drove 6 hours and slept on the floor. When my sister Haley wanted to flip a condo but got bored 3 weeks in, I finished the job myself. And when Dad needed help rewiring the garage, I didn't even blink. That's just who I am. Or who I was. See, I bought the lake cabin 6 years ago. It was a dump when I found it. Rotting floorboards, mold in the bathroom, even raccoons living in the attic. No one saw the potential but me. I didn't have much money back then, just the inheritance from my grandfather, who always said I reminded him of himself. Everyone else used their share of the money on cruises, cars, or paying off credit cards. I bought a cabin nobody wanted because I wanted to build something that was truly mine. And I did. Every summer, every long weekend, every spare dollar I had went into that place. I learned how to install insulation, replace roofing, lay tile. I spent so many nights out there alone, covered in sawdust and mosquito bites, dreaming about the day I'd finally bring someone there. I wanted it to be a place I'd take my future kids to, a place I could escape to when life felt too heavy. My sanctuary. No one in my family really cared about it. Mom thought it was a waste of money. Dad said it was too remote, and Haley never even came to see it. I didn't mind. In fact, I preferred it that way. It made the place feel more like mine. A piece of earth not constantly trampled by other people's problems. So imagine my shock when I walked into Haley's baby shower last month. All fake balloons and catered cupcakes and those ridiculous diaper raffle cards, and saw my parents standing on a makeshift stage in the backyard, holding up an oversized novelty key. Everyone clapped. Haley was crying happy tears, and I just stood there, blinking, because the words coming out of my father's mouth weren't computing. We bought Haley and Greg their first home, a lake cabin, fully furnished, fully renovated, for our grandbaby to grow up with nature. And then they showed a slideshow of my cabin. I saw the blue shutters I painted last summer, The fire pit I built with my own hands. The dock I spent 2 full weekends reinforcing after the flood last year. Every photo, every angle, screamed my work. And then, as if someone hadn't already stomped on my chest hard enough, my mom leaned over and whispered, "It's family property now. You'll still be welcome to visit." I didn't say a word. I didn't flip the table or make a scene. I just nodded and walked outside. Sat in my car with the AC blasting, hands shaking so bad I couldn't even start the engine. They had taken it. Not just the building. Not just the land. They had taken my 6 years. My sweat, my money, my peace. They took it, wrapped it in a bow, and gave it to my sister like it was theirs to give. That night, I didn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling of my apartment, counting every screw I ever drove into those walls. Every hour I spent covered in grime. Every piece of furniture I'd bought or built. And then I made 3 calls. The first was to my buddy Mason, contractor, semi-retired, owed me a few favors. The second was to Diane, the lawyer who handled the purchase all those years ago. The third, that one I'll keep to myself for now. But I'll say this, that third call made all the difference. We got to the cabin just before 6 a.m. 2 trucks, 3 guys, and a list I had written on a napkin in the middle of the night. Take only what's mine. That was the rule. And you better believe I knew what was mine, down to the rugs, the doorknobs, the damn light switch covers. We moved with quiet purpose. No smashing, no vandalism. Just reclaiming. By noon, the place looked like a skeleton. No curtains, no fridge, no furniture. The deck was gone, lifted in panels and stacked neatly in the truck bed. The dock? Disassembled, every board labeled, just like I'd built it. Even the fireplace stones came up. I had laid those myself, one by one. I took what I had given. At 6:17 p.m., I got a message from Haley. It was a photo of the bathroom, now missing a mirror, faucet, and, yes, the sink. Her text said, "Why is the bathroom sink missing?" I stared at it for a while. Then I wrote back, "Wait until tomorrow." And I meant it, because what arrived at their door the next morning wasn't a threat. It wasn't a tantrum. It was something much colder, much heavier, and far more permanent. The knock on their door came at exactly 8:42 a.m. Not too early to seem aggressive, but early enough to ruin any plans they had for the morning. Greg answered, shirtless, holding a half-eaten banana, and found a courier standing there, clipboard in hand, a thick envelope in the other. "Greg Tanner?" the guy asked. Greg nodded. "Please sign here." He scribbled something barely legible and took the envelope without a word. My lawyer, Diane, had sent it via same-day service with delivery confirmation. Inside was a cover letter, 3 notarized documents, and a printout of the county property records. Less than an hour later, I got the first phone call. I let it go to voicemail. Then a second call, this time from Mom. Then Haley. Then Dad. All ignored. I didn't need to hear the panic in their voices to know what they were reading. The first document was a copy of the original deed from 6 years ago. In my name only. No liens. No co-signers. Just me. The second document was a cease and desist notice addressed to Haley and Greg, informing them that they were trespassing on private property and had 48 hours to vacate before legal action would begin. The third was the killer, a formal notice revoking the power of attorney I had given my father years ago when I first bought the place, just in case something happened. That little signature had given him access to file a property transfer behind my back. Diane had uncovered it, and when I saw the forged date and my signature in handwriting that clearly wasn't mine, I nearly threw up. But now it was void, and that meant they had nothing. I waited until 11 a.m. before finally answering a call from Mom. I don't know what I expected, but what I got was a strange mix of rage and denial. "Jake, what is this? What are you doing?" "I'm taking back what's mine. We were just trying to help your sister." "No, you weren't," I said calmly. "You were stealing and calling it love. She's pregnant, Jake. And I spent 6 years building that place. Pregnant doesn't equal entitled." There was a long pause. Then the shift I knew was coming. "Well, I don't know what kind of man rips a dock out of a lake just to prove a point." I actually laughed. The kind of man who built the dock in the first place. Later that afternoon, I drove out to the cabin, parked across the road, just far enough to avoid being seen. Their cars were still there. No movement. I knew they'd call a lawyer, maybe the police, but I had made sure everything was clean. Every item removed was mine, paid for by me, with receipts to match. There had been no damage, No forced entry. Just reclamation. At 4:09 p.m., I saw Greg dragging a suitcase to the car. He looked exhausted. At 4:17, Haley came out, visibly crying, holding a trash bag full of clothes. They weren't staying the full 48 hours. I guess the silence in that stripped-bare house was louder than anything I could have said. The next morning, I showed up with Diane and a locksmith. We changed every lock, installed security cameras, and put up a simple sign by the road. Private property. Trespassers will be prosecuted. You'd think that would be the end of it. But no. At 6:53 p.m. that night, I got another message. This one from my dad. No apology. No explanation. Just 5 words. You've gone too far, Jake. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilt, or doubt, or fear. Just clarity. I hadn't gone too far. I had finally gone far enough. And I wasn't done yet. Because what they didn't know, what no one knew, was what else I had found in the file Diane gave me. A paper trail. A pattern. Bank transfers. Signatures. Quiet decisions made in my name. I had spent 6 years building a cabin. They had spent 6 years building a lie. And now it was time to tear it all down, one signature at a time. That night, I didn't sleep. Again. But this time, it wasn't from heartbreak. It was from fury. Cold, coiled fury that ran deeper than I thought I was capable of feeling. Because now I had proof that the cabin stunt wasn't an isolated betrayal. It was just the latest in a quiet string of thefts that had been happening under my nose for years. Diane had included the documents in a slim black folder with little sticky tabs marking the things I needed to read. The first was bad enough. The forged transfer of partial ownership of the cabin, backdated a year, with my father's power of attorney signature standing in for mine. But the rest of the folder made that look like a joke. There was a second property, a parcel of undeveloped land that my grandfather had willed to me separately from the shared inheritance. It was raw land, nothing built on it, just a plot of woods on the edge of the county line. I hadn't done anything with it because I didn't have the time or the money. But it was mine, or so I thought. Turns out, 5 years ago, that land had quietly been sold. Not by me, by them. The records showed that, using the same power of attorney, my father had filed a sale to an LLC registered in Greg's name, Haley's boyfriend now husband, for less than half its market value. And 3 months later, that same land had been flipped to a developer for 10 times what it was sold for. They made nearly $180,000 on it. Without telling me, without even mentioning it once. I sat there staring at the numbers, my hands trembling. I remembered my mom once telling me, "Don't waste time on that lot, Jake. It's worthless." I had believed her. I believed all of them. Every single time they said I was overreacting. Every time they said I was being selfish for asking too many questions. Every time I tried to speak up and got guilt-tripped back into silence. But not anymore. I started digging. I pulled out old emails. I called the bank and requested statements going back years. I logged into the government's online property database and went line by line through everything I'd ever owned or signed. I even emailed my old accountant, who I hadn't spoken to in 2 years, and asked if he remembered a weird deduction I'd seen on a return back in 2020. It was all connected. The worst part? This wasn't just my dad. My mom had signed off on things too. She'd notarized the sale of the land. She'd witnessed the cabin transfer. She'd been in the room for it all. And the icing on the betrayal cake? A single text from Haley that came at 11:42 p.m. that night. No apology. No shame. Just a smug, offhand line that confirmed everything I already knew. "You always said the cabin was for family. We just made it official." I stared at that text until my vision blurred. They didn't see it as theft. They saw it as redistribution. Correction. Haley deserved a house because she was pregnant. Greg deserved profit because he married into the family. My parents deserved control because they were older, wiser, and, in their minds, owed something for raising me. I was just the builder, the helper, the tool. But I wasn't their tool anymore. The next morning, I met with Diane in her office downtown. We went over everything, every forged signature, every unauthorized transfer, every shady move. She was quiet through most of it, just taking notes, highlighting clauses. Then, when I told her I wanted to sue, she looked up and said the words I'd been waiting to hear. "You've got a case. A strong one." She handed me a folder. "We can file for fraud, misrepresentation, and damages." "But Jake, this is going to get ugly." "Family cases always do." I just nodded. "It's already ugly. Later that day, I drove to the cabin again. Alone. It was eerily quiet now. The rooms echoed without furniture. The air felt hollow, like the house itself was waiting for something. I stood in the center of the empty living room, the floorboards creaking under my boots, and tried to remember how I had felt when I first stepped into this place. Hopeful. Determined. Like I had finally found something no one could take from me. I was wrong about that. But I wasn't wrong about what came next. By the time I walked back to my truck, I had made my decision. I wasn't just going to take back the cabin. I was going to take back everything. The money, the land, the reputation they had chipped away at for years. They thought they knew me, the quiet one, the peacekeeper, the reliable guy who'd never cause a scene. They were about to meet a very different version of me. I spent the next 4 weeks preparing like it was war. Because in a way it was. Diane filed the civil suit first, a fraud complaint with supporting documentation that laid everything bare. The unauthorized sale of the parcel of land, the forged deed transfer of the cabin, and the misappropriation of funds from a joint inheritance account that was supposed to be equally divided but mysteriously drained over the years. She was meticulous. Every document was time-stamped, notarized, cross-referenced. We didn't just accuse, we proved. And as the letters were served, the silence from my family turned from passive-aggressive to full-blown shock. Haley texted once. Just a simple, "You're suing us? Your own family?" I didn't answer. Because no, I wasn't suing my family. I was suing the people who stole from me while calling it love. The court hearings began 3 weeks later. My parents showed up to the first one looking like someone had died. My mom was in one of her tailored church blazers, dabbing her eyes with a tissue before the judge even walked in. My dad didn't make eye contact once. Haley and Greg were there too, whispering to each other, avoiding looking in my direction. I wasn't interested in a scene or in revenge for its own sake. I wanted justice. I wanted boundaries. And I wanted the message to be crystal clear. I saw what they did, and I wasn't going to play the loyal fool anymore. I'll never forget what the judge said during the second hearing. "Mr. Tanner," she said, looking at my father, "your defense hinges on the assumption that your son gave you broad authority to manage his assets without input. Yet these transactions, especially the sale of the land and the deed transfer, occurred years after he had revoked that authority. Did you, at any point, inform him of these decisions?" He started stammering, eyes darting around the courtroom. I thought I was helping. Helping doesn't typically involve forged signatures and hidden profits. That's when I knew we were going to win. But the victory didn't come with celebration. It came with exhaustion. By the time the court ruled in my favor, awarding full title of the cabin back to me, ordering Greg to repay the profits from the land flip, and mandating that my parents pay restitution for the misused inheritance funds, I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt hollow. Even when we froze their shared bank account until the payments were made, even when Diane handed me the check from Greg's lawyer, I couldn't shake the weight of it all. This wasn't just a courtroom win. It was a funeral for the version of me that still believed family meant unconditional loyalty. That version of me died quietly sometime between the slideshow and the bathroom sink. They stopped speaking to me after that. No more texts, no more guilt-tripping voicemails. Just silence. My mom sent one letter, handwritten, asking if we could move past this for the sake of keeping the family whole. I didn't respond, because the family hadn't been whole in years. I'd just been too willing to carry the broken pieces and call it love. I poured the restitution money into the cabin, rebuilt everything that had been touched. New doors, new deck, new dock. But this time, I didn't build it alone. I hired a crew. I brought friends out to see the place. I let people in, the right people. And when the work was finished, I invited someone new. Her name was Alyssa. I met her at the hardware store, of all places. She was trying to figure out how to fix a cracked kitchen tile and asked me for advice. One conversation turned into coffee, then dinner, and eventually, long nights on the cabin porch, wrapped in blankets, watching the water. I told her the whole story one evening, after we'd finished grilling dinner on the back patio. She didn't flinch or say it was too much. She just nodded slowly and said, "Sometimes you have to lose the illusion of family to find your real people." I smiled. That's what I'm trying to do. A few months later, something happened I never expected. Haley showed up. It was mid-morning, the leaves just starting to turn. I was sweeping off the porch when I heard a car crunch up the gravel drive. I turned, broom in hand, and saw her step out, clutching a wrapped box. Her face looked older, not just tired, but worn down. She walked slowly, like every step was unsure. I didn't know where else to go, she said. I didn't say anything, just waited. She stood there for a long time before finally blurting out, "Greg left. Took the settlement money, emptied the joint account. Said I ruined his life." I leaned the broom against the railing. "You helped him take mine. So now you know how it feels." She swallowed hard. "I didn't come here for pity. I thought maybe I could say I'm sorry. Really sorry." I let that sit for a while. Then I said, "I believe you're sorry, but I don't think you're ready for forgiveness." She blinked. "What does that mean?" "It means you don't just say sorry and get handed back trust. You build it, like I built this place." She looked down at the box in her hands, then placed it on the steps and turned to leave. I didn't stop her. After she drove off, I opened it. It was a picture frame, an old photo of us at the cabin when we were kids, back before everything got complicated. There was a note inside. "You built this for peace. I hope you find it." I still don't talk to my parents. I doubt I ever will. Some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt, especially the ones they burned with stolen matches. But I've made peace with that, because now, when I walk into the cabin, I don't hear echoes of betrayal anymore. I hear music, laughter, new memories, honest ones. The cabin is mine again, not just legally, but emotionally. It's not a monument to what I lost anymore. It's a home for the life I'm building. And every now and then, when I sit on the dock with Alyssa and the sun starts to dip below the trees, I think about that ridiculous baby shower, the fake key, the slideshow, and I smile. Because in trying to steal my peace, they handed me something better, the strength to finally protect it. I've always had this quiet habit of overgiving. Some people call it generosity, others say it's guilt in disguise. Maybe they're both right. I'm Aaron, 34, a software developer who works mostly remote. No kids, no spouse. Just me and my black Labrador, Milo, living in a modest home a couple hours from where I grew up. Most of my adult life, I've been the responsible one in the family. You know, the one who doesn't need anything, who always has it together, which in my family apparently translated to you don't need appreciation either. Christmases were always complicated. As a kid, I remember watching my younger brother, Jason, tear open boxes of the latest video games, remote control cars, flashy clothes, while I got socks. And not fun socks, either. I'm talking gas station multipacks. I'd always smile through it, because I thought maybe I was missing something. Maybe I didn't ask right, or I wasn't clear enough about what I liked. But when I started working at 16, I began buying my own gifts. At least then, I could pretend they came from someone who knew me. My relationship with my mom was always polite. She wasn't cruel. Not exactly. She just had this way of always positioning Jason as the one who needed more. "He's your little brother," she'd say when I'd ask why he got a new phone and I didn't. "He's just going through a rough patch." When I questioned why she dipped into my savings account that one time when I was in college to pay Jason's rent. That rough patch somehow lasted 15 years. Jason was the kind of person who could burn your house down and convince you it was your fault for leaving matches out. Charming, manipulative, always just one excuse away from a fresh start. But I stayed close. Part of me held on to this naive hope that if I just gave enough time, money, space, they'd see me. Not just as the ATM, the helper, the fixer, but as someone worth celebrating, too. Maybe even worth loving without a string attached. Last year, things felt different. My parents were approaching retirement, and I had this idea. A Christmas surprise. I'd quietly booked a $12,000 luxury cruise for them, something they'd always talked about but never actually done. I coordinated everything, picked the route that matched all the places my mom had mentioned wanting to see, Barcelona, Rome, the Greek islands. Chose a ship with senior-friendly amenities, even arranged to have champagne waiting in their suite on day one. It was going to be a thank you, a peace offering, a gesture that said, "Hey, I love you. I forgive you. Let's start fresh." I kept the trip a secret, wrapped the itinerary and boarding passes in a silver envelope with a card I wrote by hand. It said, "To the two people who gave me the world. Now I want to give you a piece of it in return." I placed the envelope under their tree when I arrived at their house on Christmas Eve, after the usual long drive through sleet and traffic. Jason was already there, of course. He still lived with them, technically between jobs, though somehow he always had money for bars, sneakers, and whatever new device he bragged about in Instagram stories. He greeted me with a smirk and a half hug. "Look who decided to show up," he muttered, just loud enough. Mom called from the kitchen. "Aaron, don't be dramatic. Come say hi." That sentence sat wrong with me, not because it was rude, but because I hadn't even said anything yet. The house looked like a catalog spread, decorations perfectly placed, fire going, classic carols playing softly in the background. It should have felt warm. It didn't. Something about being back there always made me feel like I was 10 again, trying to win gold stars that never came. Christmas morning unfolded like it always did. Jason opened box after box of gifts: new smartwatch, designer sneakers, limited edition collectible I'd heard him mention once back in August. I kept waiting for my mom to hand me something with that proud, "We thought of you" smile. Eventually, she reached under the tree and pulled out a box with my name on it. My heart lifted. For a second, I imagined it might be something thoughtful. Maybe that book I'd mentioned. A hiking kit. Something. Anything. But she handed the box to Jason. I blinked. That's got my name on it," I said, trying to keep it light. "Oh," she said, like she hadn't noticed. "Well, it was meant for you originally, but Jason saw it and got excited. And I figured, he'd appreciate it more." Jason tore the wrapping off and grinned. "Sweet. Thanks, Mom. Hey, bro, you mind if I keep this?" I didn't even answer. I just looked at the tag. My name was still on it, in my mom's handwriting. And she didn't seem embarrassed. Not even a little. Dad glanced over from the couch and said, without looking up from his tablet, "You're too old for presents anyway, Aaron. You've got everything you need." That line hit different. It wasn't new, but this time it stuck. Too old for presents. Too old to matter. I nodded, smiled, even laughed, pretending to brush it off. But inside, something broke loose. I felt it like a crack in the ice, quiet and spreading fast. That evening, while everyone else watched a holiday movie, I sat in the guest room with my laptop and pulled up the cruise itinerary. I hovered over the Manage Booking tab for a while. My fingers hesitated. I thought about the champagne waiting on the ship, the notes I left in the welcome kit, the surprise I imagined lighting up their faces. Then I clicked, "Cancel trip." The confirmation page popped up. I didn't blink. I didn't even feel angry. Just done. An hour later, their email notification pinged on the shared family tablet sitting on the coffee table. I didn't point it out. Jason glanced at it. "Hey, Mom, looks like your cruise got canceled." My mom squinted, confused. "What? What cruise?" Jason scrolled through the message, reading aloud. Booking reference: Aaron Jackson, luxury Mediterranean cruise package. He stopped, looked at me. "Oh," I said casually, not looking up from my phone. "Yeah, I'd booked it for you guys. But you're right. I'm too old for presents." The room went completely silent. And that was just the beginning. I didn't drive home that night. I stayed the full length of the visit, even helped clean up wrapping paper and do dishes, because that's what I always did. Play the part of the dependable son, the grown-up in a room full of children wearing adult clothes. But inside, something in me had shifted. It wasn't rage. It wasn't sadness. It was emptiness. A kind of hollow clarity that whispered, "This is who they are. This is who they've always been." And I think that's what scared me most. Not that they had crossed a line, but that there was never a line to begin with. The morning after Christmas, I poured coffee in the kitchen while Jason stood shirtless in the living room, watching a YouTube video on the new smartwatch he'd just unboxed, my gift. Mom stood next to him, laughing about how tech-savvy he was, like she hadn't asked me just 2 days prior how to connect her Bluetooth speakers. "Isn't it cool?" Jason called out. "It even tracks my sleep. Finally gonna get my health back on track." I didn't respond. I just sipped the coffee and watched as Mom beamed at him like he'd solved world hunger. Dad walked in a few minutes later, yawning. "Hey, Aaron," he said, glancing at me. "Any chance you could help us out with that gutter leak before you head out? Looks like the corner's pulling off the roof." I blinked. "Now," he shrugged. "While you're here, you're good with that sort of thing, right?" "Sure," I said, swallowing the heat rising in my throat. "I'll grab a ladder." And I did it. In the cold. Alone. Jason never stepped outside. Mom never brought out gloves or even peeked to say thank you. And when I finished, numb-fingered and soaked, I came back inside to find them finishing the leftover cinnamon rolls I had brought. The ones Mom had told me to just leave in the kitchen because they were too sweet for her. That's when I knew I was done trying. I drove back home that afternoon. The 2-hour ride was dead quiet except for Milo's occasional snore from the passenger seat. I stared out at the winter trees blurring past, thinking about how much time I'd spent trying to win approval from people who treated my bare minimum existence as excess. 3 days later, I got a text from Mom. Mom, did you really cancel the cruise? That was going to be our retirement celebration. I can't believe you'd be so spiteful. No apology. No question. Just blame. I didn't reply. The next message came a few minutes later, this time from Jason. Jason, real mature, bro. You cancel a trip for them because of a stupid gift? Grow up. That one did sting. Not because I cared what Jason thought, but because it confirmed something I already knew. They'd told him everything. The cruise had become a talking point. Another thing to use against me. By New Year's Eve, I thought I was ready to let it go. I told myself, Aaron, just move on. Don't give them another inch of your peace. But then came the video. At 11:38 p.m., I got a family group chat notification. And why toast? I hesitated before tapping, but curiosity won. It was a 45-second video. Jason had his arm around Mom as she held a glass of champagne. Dad sat in the background, glass in hand. They were laughing, clinking glasses, cheering to family and fresh starts. Then Jason raised his glass. To the real MVP of the family, Mom. The woman who raised me right and always had my back. And to Dad, who never gave up on me even when I didn't deserve it. Cheers. Claps. Then a pause. Jason grinned at the camera. And shout out to my big bro for reminding us what not to do with money. Laughter. Loud. Seriously though, love you, man. He added as an afterthought, clearly not meaning it. My chest went tight. I stared at the screen until the video looped again. There was no mention of me. No toast. No thank you. No, we miss you tonight. Just that one mocking line, buried in false cheer. And I realized something. My family didn't just take me for granted. They saw me as disposable. I closed the group chat, blocked it, then sat in the dark with Milo at my feet, watching the fireworks pop silently outside my window. And I whispered to myself, that was the last holiday I ever spent trying to earn their affection. But I didn't know the worst part was still coming. 2 weeks into January, I got a call from my cousin Rachel. We weren't close, but we'd catch up on holidays, send memes occasionally. She worked in finance, had always been the neutral party at family events. Hey, Aaron, she said cautiously. Quick question. Are you giving your parents money again? I frowned. No. What? There was a pause. Because your mom told Aunt Jen that you offered to cover the property taxes on their house this year. Like, $3,000. She said you felt guilty about the cruise thing, and this was your way of making up for it. I sat down. That's not true. At all. Yeah, I figured. But she's telling people. A bunch of people. Said you're the one who insisted. I thanked Rachel, got off the phone, and pulled up my banking app. Sure enough, there it was. A pending auto payment set to send $3,064 to the county tax assessor's office from my linked family account. A shared account I'd opened 4 years ago when Dad had a medical scare and I agreed to be a backup signatory. I'd forgotten about it. They hadn't. I froze. Rage curled through my stomach like acid. I called the bank, stopped the payment, removed myself from the account. Then I sat on my couch in silence, the kind that feels loud. They hadn't even asked. And somehow, they had turned me into the villain. I spent the rest of that night pacing. Not just angry, but betrayed. This wasn't just about Christmas. This wasn't about a gift. This was decades of subtle theft, of my time, my effort, my emotional labor. My entire adult life had been a series of unreciprocated gestures. And this was the moment I felt it all at once. But nothing, not even that, prepared me for what came next. About a week later, I got an email from an old high school friend, Nick. We hadn't spoken in years, but the subject line made my stomach turn. Just FYI, saw this on Facebook. I opened it. It was a screenshot of a public Facebook post from my mom. Some people forget where they come from. We raised our sons with love, but only one of them shows up when it counts. Thank God for Jason, who never turns his back on family. Some gifts come with strings attached. We prefer love without a receipt. I sat there stunned. Dozens of comments underneath. Extended family chiming in. Jason's always been the golden boy. So sorry you're dealing with that. You deserve better. You're lucky to have Jason. They had turned me into the villain of their public narrative. After all the things I'd done in silence. paid bills, fixed things, funded dreams. I was now the ungrateful, bitter son who held gifts over their heads. I didn't sleep that night, and by morning, I wasn't angry anymore. I was cold, focused, because when someone burns every bridge and hands you the matches, you don't have to wonder anymore if you're the bad guy for walking away. You just make sure they never have the chance to do it again. And that's when I started planning. I didn't say anything, not to Mom, not to Jason, not to the cousins tagging each other under that post, laughing in the comments like it was some kind of inside joke. I just logged out of Facebook completely and deleted the app from my phone. I wish I could say that made me feel better. It didn't. It just made the silence louder. The days that followed felt hollow. I'd wake up, feed Milo, brew coffee, stare at my work screen for hours trying to concentrate, and fail. I wasn't eating much. Wasn't sleeping either. I'd scroll through old messages, rereading every passive-aggressive comment my mom had sent over the years. The little digs disguised as jokes. The times she forgot my birthday. The times she told people I was too private, like my boundaries were a character flaw. One afternoon, I sat on the floor of my living room with a box of receipts and greeting cards, things I'd kept over the years for reasons I didn't even understand anymore. Inside was a birthday card from when I turned 27. It was unsigned, blank inside. The sticker on the back said it came from a grocery store. I remember getting it in the mail that year, with no envelope, no note, just my name scribbled in ballpoint pen on the front. I'd kept it. Why? I don't even know. Maybe part of me believed keeping those scraps proved the relationship was real, that even if they forgot me, I hadn't forgotten them. But that day, I finally let go. I took that card, and every receipt, every thank you note I'd written for gifts I never got a response to, every faded printout of a flight confirmation for a trip I paid for, and I fed them into the shredder, one by one. It wasn't angry. It was quiet, like cleaning up after a storm. That night, I turned off my phone completely. No distractions. Just me and Milo on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, watching some old documentary about a guy who rebuilt his life from scratch after his entire business collapsed. Something about that resonated in a way I hadn't expected. I realized I'd been living the same emotional cycle over and over. Give, hope, get hurt, swallow it, repeat. And I was done repeating it. The next morning, I sat down and did something I hadn't done in years. I wrote a letter. Not to send, just for me. It started with one sentence. You were not the problem. I kept writing, letting it all out. The resentment, the confusion, the guilt I didn't even know I was carrying. I admitted how much I'd longed for a family that saw me, not what I could do, but who I was. I wrote about every time I'd smiled through pain, every birthday they ignored, every favor I gave without thanks, every moment I second-guessed myself because they made me feel like I didn't deserve better. When I finished, it was 7 pages long. I folded it, sealed it in an envelope, and tucked it into the back of my journal. Then I opened my laptop. There were things I'd been putting off, projects I told myself I didn't have time for, a side hustle I never quite committed to, a promotion I was too burned out to pursue. But now, I had all the time in the world. No more late-night calls asking me to fix someone's internet. No more surprise Venmo requests from Jason with a "Can you spot me this once?" message. No more holiday guilt trips. I started simple. First, I filed paperwork to dissolve that shared account with my parents officially. I requested full removal of my name, and when the bank called to confirm, I didn't stutter. I made sure there were no backdoors left. Then I emailed HR at my company and asked about internal transfer opportunities. I worked in dev support, but I'd always wanted to move into product design. I'd done courses online, dabbled in UI/UX work for friends, but never had the confidence to make the switch. To my surprise, they were interested. Said they'd been looking for someone with my skill set to join a pilot project team launching in Q2. They asked me to submit a proposal. I spent a full weekend putting it together, drinking way too much coffee, tweaking every line of code and every design slide until it felt like a resume of my soul. When I hit send on that proposal, it was the first time in years I felt like I was building something for me. But the biggest shift wasn't career, it was personal. I joined a weekend hiking group, not because I needed to network or be social, but because I wanted to be around people who chose to show up. Milo came with me. People loved him. And slowly, as the snow melted and winter faded, so did some of the weight I'd been dragging for years. By early spring, I was waking up with purpose again. Not joy, exactly, but clarity. And that was more valuable. I'd replaced my phone entirely. New number. Clean slate. I didn't tell my family. The only person who had my new contact info was Rachel, my cousin, who had quietly checked in once or twice after the Facebook post drama. You okay? She'd ask via email. Better every day, I'd reply. In April, something wild happened. That project I applied for, I got it. Full transfer. New title. New pay bump. Remote, with a travel stipend for quarterly team meetups. It was like stepping into a new version of my life. One that didn't revolve around proving my worth to people who'd already decided it. I took my first work trip to Portland that May. It was only 3 days, but when I landed and stepped into that hotel room overlooking the water, I felt like I could breathe in a way I hadn't in years. No calls, no guilt, just peace. And yet, rock bottom doesn't always announce itself with disaster. Sometimes it's subtle. A quiet Sunday morning when you realize you don't know who you'd call if you got good news. Or when you sit in a restaurant by yourself and realize this is the first time in months you're not afraid someone's going to demand something from you right after. That loneliness hit me in waves. Not often, not sharp, but deep. I missed the idea of a family, not the reality. And it's in that space, that in-between of grief and relief, that I started rebuilding. I joined a therapy group. Nothing fancy, just a Zoom session on Tuesdays with 5 other people who also had complicated family stories. I didn't say much the first few sessions, just listened. But by week 4, I found myself talking, not venting, just explaining. And no one interrupted. No one downplayed. They just listened. And that felt like oxygen. Then came something I didn't expect. One night, after a session, I opened my email to find a message from an unknown sender. Subject line: closure. It was from my dad. The body of the email was short. Aaron, your mother is upset that you've cut contact. Jason's not happy either. I don't know what's going on, but I'd like to talk. We're family. That should mean something. Let us know when you're ready to be reasonable. Dad. I stared at the message for a long time. No apology. No questions. Just another command. Be reasonable. It was like being pulled back into a bad dream. Like all the progress I'd made suddenly didn't matter. But here's the thing. That email didn't crush me. It confirmed what I already knew. That their version of family had always been conditional. That they didn't want to understand. They wanted compliance. Silence. A return to the old script. So I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my journal. Pulled out that old letter. Read it again. And then I wrote a new one. This time it said, "You've already climbed out. Don't look back." But just as I started to feel whole again, just as I began to accept peace over approval, something else landed in my lap. A warning. A message I wasn't supposed to see. A revelation that would take everything I'd quietly endured and set the stage for something much bigger. It started with a name I didn't recognize. I was doing some routine cleanup on one of my older email accounts, the one I used years ago when I first started freelancing. It was mostly junk now. Expired job listings, newsletters I never unsubscribed from, old software promo codes. But as I scrolled past another spammy subject line, one message caught my eye. Subject: payment confirmation for Jason Underwood. My brother's full name. The sender? A company I'd never heard of, Westbridge Financial Solutions. I opened the email. Hello, Aaron Jackson. This is a confirmation that your payment of $874.52 for client Jason Underwood has been processed successfully through your linked business card ending in 2091. If this charge was made in error or you wish to dispute the transaction, please contact our billing department. I froze. That was my old card. A card I hadn't used in over a year. One I'd kept linked to a now-defunct business PayPal account I hadn't thought about since I left the freelance world. I clicked through to the merchant site and found more transactions. Small amounts at first. A few $40 here, $100 there. But over time, they added up. Thousands of dollars. And every single one was tied to my brother's name. I started digging. Pulled the account statement history. Searched my cloud storage. And that's when the pattern emerged. Jason had been using my old business account to fund personal expenses, monthly subscriptions, pay later financing, even a few direct purchases from luxury retailers. He must have kept the login from years ago when I briefly let him borrow my card to rent some camera gear. That was supposed to be a one-time favor. He had promised to delete the info. He never did. But it wasn't just about the money. Some of the transactions were listed as client reimbursements. Others were labeled consulting fees. On paper, it looked like I was doing shady side gigs through this account. If the IRS ever audited me, these would all point to me. That's when I realized this wasn't carelessness. It was calculated. I reached out to Rachel again. She'd always been honest with me, even when it was hard. I forwarded her the email and asked, "Have you ever heard of Jason working with anything called Westbridge?" 10 minutes later, my phone rang. "I have," she said bluntly. "That's the debt relief firm my dad used last year. It's not exactly reputable." "Wait, why is it linked to you?" I told her everything. There was a long silence. Then she said, "Aaron, you need to check your credit report. Right now." So I did. And there it was. A new credit card opened in my name 6 months ago. Balance, $4,918. Min payment overdue. Another personal loan, also in my name, opened 8 months ago. Status, delinquent. I felt sick. I'd spent years playing the good son, the helpful brother, the silent provider. And Jason had used my name, my identity, and my past generosity as a launchpad for fraud. And the worst part? I don't think my parents were clueless. I remembered the property tax incident, the cruise cancellation, the way Mom posted publicly that I was holding money over their heads. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. They weren't just enabling him. They were protecting him. Because if the truth came out, the golden child's halo would crack, and the house of cards they'd built around him would come tumbling down. So I did what I should have done years ago. I got a lawyer. His name was Peter Ellsworth, mid-40s, blunt as a hammer. No nonsense. He looked through the documents I gave him, screenshots, emails, credit pulls, and nodded slowly. "Your brother committed identity theft," he said plainly. "Multiple counts. Your parents may be complicit if they knew or benefited." I asked him what my options were. "You can press charges," he said. "But if you want to play it smart, you don't go in guns blazing. You build your case. Quietly. Let him dig his own grave. Then drop everything when the timing is perfect." I nodded. "I don't want money," I said. "I want truth. And I want them to feel everything they made me feel." Peter smiled. "Then we do this the right way." And so began the setup. We started by securing my financials, froze all credit activity, changed every password, filed fraud alerts. Peter contacted the credit bureaus and flagged the 2 illegal accounts. Within a few weeks, we had documentation proving I'd never authorized those lines of credit. Then we contacted Westbridge Financial, the shady firm Jason was using. They weren't helpful at first, but Peter knew how to apply pressure. A formal letter went out, demanding full records tied to any account associated with my name. They stalled. He pushed harder. When they realized I had legal backing, the documents arrived. It was all there. Jason had used my identity to co-sign on 2 loans and signed off with a scribbled digital signature. The address he used? My old apartment. The email? A Gmail account that looked almost like mine, except for one swapped letter. The kicker? One of the forms had a photo of his driver's license uploaded alongside my name. We'd nailed him, but I didn't want to confront him yet. Not directly. Not with a lawsuit or police report. I wanted this to be slow. Painful. I wanted him to sweat. Peter suggested a private investigator to get more background. I wasn't sure at first, but curiosity got the better of me. And what we found, it made my blood run cold. Jason was using my credentials to land contract gigs. Someone had hired him, thinking he was me. It was some small startup. He built them a cheap app, stole parts of the code from open source projects, and then ghosted them after getting paid up front. When they tried to contact Aaron Jackson, the email bounced. They never got their product, never got their money back. I tracked down the founder on LinkedIn, reached out gently, and explained that I was the real Aaron Jackson, and that my identity had been compromised. They were furious. Not at me, at him. They offered to send every document, every email, every screenshot. I took it all. The puzzle pieces were coming together. But I needed one more thing before I could act. A pattern. I searched old files, credit cards, shared Amazon accounts, Venmo logs, even old Dropbox folders. And that's when I found it. An invoice. From 5 years ago. A camera rental charge to my name, one I never used. Jason had picked it up, returned it late, left my info as the primary renter. The company charged me $450 in damages. I'd paid it, back then, without thinking. Just assumed it was a mistake. It wasn't. It was the first time he'd tested how far he could go. and I had let it slide. Not anymore. Peter helped me draft a full report, a timeline of fraud, identity theft, impersonation, and financial abuse. We included every receipt, every email, every forged signature. Then I did something that made my hands shake. I sent a letter to my parents. Not an angry one, not even emotional, just factual, legal, precise. It said, "This is a formal notice regarding multiple fraudulent activities tied to Jason Underwood, including identity theft and unauthorized use of my financial accounts. I am aware of your involvement in certain transactions, including public statements that may qualify as defamation. I have refrained from pressing charges at this time. However, I have retained legal counsel and am prepared to pursue full civil and criminal action should further contact or financial activity occur without my consent. This is not a threat. It is a boundary. No signature. Just my initials. Sent via certified mail." I waited. No response. 3 days later, Jason called from an unknown number. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail. "Dude, what the hell are you doing? You're going to ruin everything. Just call me back. Please. We can talk about this. You don't have to burn the whole house down." But that was the problem. The house was already ash. I was just building something new in its place. And I had one last move left before the match was lit. I didn't reply to Jason's voicemail. Didn't text. Didn't email. Didn't give him the satisfaction of knowing whether I'd heard it at all. That's what he hated most. Not the anger, not even the threat of consequences, but silence. Jason thrived on chaos, attention, and manipulation. When I cut off the oxygen supply, he started to unravel. 2 weeks passed. Then 3. No word from my parents. No new charges on my accounts. No attempts to reach me through mutual friends. Just quiet. But that was the deceptive calm before the storm. Because one morning in early July, Peter called me with news. "They tried to refinance the house," he said. I blinked. "What? Your parents? We had a monitor in place. You asked us to track for any financial activity that might involve your name. The bank flagged the application because they tried to list you as a co-signer." Again, I didn't even know what to say. Peter continued. "They must have assumed the freeze had lifted. Or maybe they were testing to see if they could sneak you onto something without alerting the system." I clenched my jaw. "So they still think I'm a resource. Even now." "They don't think," he said bluntly. "They survive. And you were their lifeline. Until you weren't. It was the final straw. Not the cruise. Not the stolen money. Not the Facebook smear campaign or the fake consulting jobs. This quiet, slimy attempt to use my name again. Months after I'd gone no contact, after legal threats, after cold silence. It told me one thing with crystal clarity. They hadn't learned a thing. So I made the call. "Let's do it," I told Peter. "File everything. Every charge. Every report. If they wanted war, they just got it." And we did. First came the legal filings. Peter submitted the complete fraud packet to the local police department in my hometown, citing identity theft, unauthorized financial activity, and impersonation. Since the crimes crossed state lines, some of the credit transactions were linked to out-of-state merchants. We also filed with the FTC and the state attorney general. Then we looped in the IRS. Peter helped me write a statement detailing the fraudulent 1099 income from Jason's fake freelance jobs under my name. The IRS took that very seriously, because now they weren't just defrauding me, they were messing with federal tax records. An audit was opened into Jason's activity under my identity. A real one. Next came the fraud alerts and blacklistings. Rachel, who'd become a quiet ally behind the scenes, helped me contact a few companies she had connections with. One of them was a client Jason had tried to pitch recently, using my background and work samples. She sent me the pitch deck. It was my resume, my projects, my code. I contacted the company directly and explained everything. Not only were they horrified, but they immediately flagged Jason in their internal system and shared the information with 2 other firms in their partner network. Jason's name was now on a do not contract list shared between a circle of startups and fintech companies. He didn't know it yet, but the doors were closing. Then came the financial dominoes. When the IRS probe began, Jason's accounts were frozen for review. His last-minute tax filings didn't match the digital records from his consulting gigs because they weren't his. The audit flagged him. Then the fraud cases began rolling in. Remember the startup he scammed with the ghost app? They pressed charges too, after learning he'd done it under my name and lied about being me. Now they had legal cause to sue him personally. Peter coordinated with their legal counsel, and we exchanged documentation. We didn't team up, but we definitely walked parallel paths. Jason was served 2 civil complaints and 1 criminal subpoena within a span of 10 days. Then I sent one final message. Not to Jason, not to my parents, to everyone. I logged into my old Facebook account, reset the password, reactivated the profile, and made one single post. It was simple. For those wondering why I've been silent, my brother has stolen thousands of dollars, opened accounts in my name, and impersonated me to commit fraud across multiple states. My parents knew. They helped cover for him. Legal action is underway. I'm no longer the family scapegoat. I'm just done. I didn't allow comments, just reactions. And they came fast. Thumbs up, shocked faces, private messages. A few extended family members even called me, apologizing for believing my mom's version of the cruise story, for laughing at Jason's New Year's toast, for staying silent when they should have spoken up. Some of them sent screenshots of group chats I wasn't in. Chats where Jason had bragged about finessing a few things in his life, where mom had defended him with lines like, "Aaron's just sensitive," or "he owes us," after everything we did for him growing up. I saved every screenshot. Then I blocked them all, because I didn't need closure from people who only believed me once the ship was sinking. Then came the collapse. Jason lost his car. The repo happened late one night in August. Someone filmed it and uploaded the video to a local neighborhood group. The caption said, "Guess this guy stopped paying his bills." Always has a story. I watched it twice. Never cracked a smile. Mom called me 2 days later from a new number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. Her message? "Aaron, this has gone too far. Jason's made mistakes, but you don't need to destroy his life over it. We're family. We can fix this together. Just call me back. Please." I played it once, deleted it, then blocked the number. Then came the final nail. Peter forwarded me a message in September, an update from the county court. The fraud investigation had resulted in charges being formally filed. Jason was being summoned to appear in court for 2 counts of identity theft, 1 count of financial impersonation, 1 count of falsifying legal documents. Civil penalties tied to misrepresentation and damages. He wasn't going to jail. Not yet. But the fines were brutal. The restitution order would gut him financially, and the record would follow him for years. That's when the house went up for sale. My parents didn't announce it, but I saw the Zillow listing pop up, shared by a local agent I followed back when I lived there. The description said, "Charming family home in need of minor repairs. Motivated sellers." Translation? They were desperate. Jason had drained them. I wasn't bailing them out this time. And with his name dragged through public records, no one was going to hire him anytime soon. The golden child had tarnished, and they had no one left to blame. I didn't celebrate, didn't pop champagne or post memes or throw a party. I just woke up one morning in October, poured a cup of coffee, took Milo for a walk, and realized I felt light, lighter than I had in years. No bitterness, no guilt, just peace. I'd spent my entire adult life trying to be the glue that held my family together. But some things aren't meant to be fixed. Some things are meant to fall apart, so you can build something better. And I had. That evening, I sat on my porch, sun dipping below the trees, laptop open in my lap. I pulled up an old photo of my parents, Jason, and me, taken during a rare happy moment at some long-forgotten family barbecue. I studied their faces. Then I clicked delete. No fanfare, no ceremony, just freedom. And as Milo curled up beside me and the last of the light faded, I closed my laptop, leaned back in my chair, and let the quiet settle in like a warm blanket. Not the silence of being ignored, but the silence of being free. They always said family sticks together. That no matter how rough life gets, your blood will be there to back you up. I used to believe that, blindly, stupidly, like a dog chasing the same stick no matter how many times it got smacked in the face with it. My name's Connor. I'm 27, and I've been the quiet one in my family for as long as I can remember. Not the golden child, not the black sheep either, just background noise. Polite, responsible, the one who shows up on time and remembers everyone's birthdays but somehow still ends up holding the camera instead of being in the picture. And maybe that's fine when you're 10. Maybe that's okay when you're just trying to survive high school. But at 27, when your own parents don't save you a seat at their 30th anniversary dinner, That's when you start asking yourself what the hell you've been showing up for all these years. Let me backtrack a little. I'm the middle child, older brother Zach, younger sister Mia. Growing up, it always felt like the family spotlight couldn't stretch wide enough to cover all three of us, so I learned to live in the shadows. Zach was the academic prodigy, the one who could do no wrong, while Mia was the charming little tornado who somehow spun her way out of every consequence. I wasn't bitter about it, not really. I figured everyone had a role to play, and mine was to be steady, dependable, the guy who could be counted on to clean up after the chaos. But lately, I'd started to realize how convenient that had become for everyone else, how invisible I'd made myself just to keep the peace. My parents, Mark and Linda, are that kind of couple that makes it all look easy from the outside. High school sweethearts, married young, built a life together. But if you scratch beneath the surface, you start to see the cracks. How mom can't go 2 hours without criticizing someone. How dad checks out of any conversation that doesn't revolve around him. How they both have this weird way of weaponizing politeness. Growing up, I learned that disappointing them didn't look like yelling or slamming doors. It looked like silence. Long, drawn-out silences that told you weren't worth the breath. And when your whole family communicates in passive-aggressive digs and tight-lipped smiles, you start to internalize the idea that being quiet is the safest option. Still, I tried. I really did. I graduated with honors, landed a solid job in finance, got my own apartment, stayed out of trouble. Every holiday, I made sure to be there, even when I had to skip vacations or delay plans with friends. Every birthday, every Mother's Day, every Father's Day, I never missed a call, never showed up without a gift. I wasn't flashy about it. I didn't need applause. I just wanted to be seen. So when my parents announced they were throwing a big dinner to celebrate their 30th anniversary, I thought, maybe this is my chance to feel like part of the family for once. Not just the polite observer. Not just the one who shows up and fades into the background. I decided I'd surprise them with something special. $2,000 in cash, tucked neatly into a gold-trimmed envelope. It wasn't just a gift, it was a gesture. A way of saying, I see everything you've done, and I appreciate you, even if you never say it back. I even had a short note written inside. Thanks for keeping this family together, even when it wasn't easy. I showed up to the restaurant early that evening. Suit and tie, polished shoes, fresh haircut, the whole deal. I wanted to make an impression. The place was upscale, the kind where the lighting is soft and the cutlery actually matters. I was nervous, but in a good way. Excited, even. I'd called ahead to confirm the reservation, made sure my name was on the list. But when I walked in and told the hostess who I was, she gave me a confused smile. Oh, you're Connor? They're already seated. Table for 11. I blinked. 11? She nodded. Yep, they just sat down a few minutes ago. I followed her through the dining area, weaving between tables, my stomach slowly tightening with each step. And then I saw them, my whole family, gathered around a long rectangular table. My parents at the center, Zach and his fiancée to their right, Mia to their left. Aunts, uncles, even a couple of family friends. Everyone was there. Except one chair was missing. No, scratch that. One chair was very much occupied by some guy I'd never seen before in my life. He was sitting next to Mia, hand resting casually on the back of her chair, laughing at something she'd just said. Mid-20s, some kind of artsy-looking guy with rings on every finger and a shirt way too loud for a place like this. The moment I stopped at the edge of the table, everyone turned. My mom gave me that same half-smile she always did when I showed up a second too late. My dad raised his glass in a lazy gesture. And Mia? She actually had the audacity to wave. Oh, Connor, Mom said, like I was an unexpected waiter with the bread basket. We didn't think you'd come so dressed up. I looked at the table again, looked at the guy in my seat, looked at the 11 full chairs. Where should I sit? I asked quietly. Mom blinked like the question had never occurred to her. Well, we didn't really plan for plus ones, honey. I didn't bring one, I said. It's just me. She glanced at the guy next to Mia, then back at me. Right. Well, just stand for now, okay? We'll see if the waiter can bring another chair later. And then it happened. The laugh. That soft ripple of amusement around the table. Mia chuckling behind her hand. One of my uncles muttering, poor guy, under his breath. Even my dad, not a full laugh, but the kind of smirk that said he found it amusing, too. And I just stood there, heat creeping up my neck, that envelope heavy in my jacket pocket. The envelope that suddenly felt ridiculous. That felt like a fool's prize. I forced a smile, because that's what you do when you're the quiet one. When you've trained yourself to never make a scene. But something cracked in that moment. Something sharp and final. Actually, I said, reaching into my jacket. I think I'll keep this for someone who saves me a seat. I tucked the envelope back into my inner pocket and turned to leave. Behind me, I heard my mom call out my name. Heard the scraping of chairs as people tried to stand. Heard someone saying, "Wait, wait, you don't have to go." But I was already flagging down the waiter. "Hey," I said as he approached. "Can you cancel my part of the bill? I won't be needing it." And that's when the scramble really started. And that's where it gets interesting. I didn't expect the silence to follow me out the door. I figured there'd be laughter behind my back, or maybe whispered apologies no one intended to deliver. But no, it was quiet. Like the air had gone stale the moment I left. I walked down the block, loosened my tie, and found a bench in front of a closed boutique with one of those vintage clocks in the window. 6:44 p.m. I just sat there for a while, watching the second-hand tick, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I wasn't angry, at least not in the way most people get angry. There was no explosion, no boiling rage. It was more like erosion. Like something inside me had been quietly wearing down for years, and tonight it finally collapsed. That envelope in my jacket pocket felt heavier by the minute. I pulled it out and stared at the handwriting, my own, carefully scrawled across the front. For Mom and Dad, 30 years strong. I'd practiced that line 3 times before writing it. Now it felt hollow, cheap. I didn't open the envelope. I didn't tear it either. I just stared at it until my phone buzzed. "Mia, Connor, come back. Don't be dramatic. We'll figure something out." 3 minutes later. "Zach, come on, man. Don't make this about you." And then, finally, "Mom, please don't ruin this night for us." No apology. No acknowledgement. Just a request to stop being inconvenient. And maybe that's what stung the most. How effortlessly they turned their oversight into my drama. I didn't reply. A couple days passed after the dinner. No one called. No one came by. I figured maybe they'd need some time to cool down or reset, but the silence just stretched longer. The only person who reached out was my Aunt Julie, Dad's younger sister. She wasn't at the dinner. She lives 2 states over, but she saw the pictures Mia posted and noticed I wasn't in any of them. "You okay, sweetheart?" her text said. "You're usually front row with your folks." I hesitated, then told her the truth in the most measured tone I could manage. She replied with a single sentence that hit harder than I expected. "You've always been the one they take for granted." It stuck with me. From there, things began to shift. Not externally. No one in my family suddenly changed their behavior. But internally, I started rewinding through all the little moments I'd brushed off over the years. Like the time I got promoted and no one in the family group chat replied. Or the Christmas I flew home from across the country only to find out Zach had been given the guest room because he needed space to study, so I had to sleep on the couch. Or how Mia had borrowed my car during college without asking and racked up a speeding ticket I had to pay because she was just having a rough week. I let it all slide. I told myself they didn't mean harm, that it wasn't worth making a scene. But when you stack it all together, you realize you weren't just overlooked. You were invisible. A week after the dinner, Mia showed up at my apartment. I heard the buzzer ring and didn't move. She rang it again. Then again. I finally answered through the intercom. "What do you want?" "Wow. Rude," she said. "I brought your Tupperware from last month. Thought you'd want it back." I paused, then buzzed her in. Part of me wanted to see her face, to see if it looked even remotely guilty. When I opened the door, she was holding a single plastic container in one hand and a Frappuccino in the other. She walked past me like she owned the place. "Smells like you've been living off takeout," she said, wrinkling her nose. "Been busy," I replied, shutting the door. She put the container on the kitchen counter and leaned against it. "So, are you done being dramatic?" I stared at her. "You think I'm the dramatic one?" "Oh, come on, Connor. It was just a seating issue. You made such a big scene over nothing." "Nothing," I said, my voice low. "You gave my seat to a guy I've never met, and Mom told me to stand." "Okay, but it's not like we thought you'd actually show up alone. I told them you were probably bringing that girl you were seeing. We broke up 2 months ago." I told Mom that. She waved a hand. "Well, nobody keeps up with your dating life. It's confusing." "It's not confusing. It's just not worth gossiping about, so you all forget I exist." That made her pause. I let the silence hang. I wanted her to sit in it. For once, she rolled her eyes. Whatever. Look, Mom feels bad. Sort of. But you ditching the dinner and acting all mysterious with that envelope thing? That was petty. I raised my eyebrows. Petty? Yeah. You made them look bad in front of everyone. Uncle Tom said you've always been a bit sensitive. I felt something cold settle into my chest. Right, I said. And did anyone ask why I brought the envelope? She shrugged. I figured it was some dramatic note or something. It was $2,000. She blinked. What? I was going to give them $2,000. As a thank you for everything. For raising us. For putting up with all the crap they've dealt with. I wanted to show them I noticed. That I cared. Mia went quiet. I had it all planned, I continued. I was going to hand it to them during dessert. Make a toast. Something nice. Something that made me feel like I mattered. She looked down at her drink. So, you're really not going to give it to them now? I laughed. You think they earned it? I mean, she hesitated. They're still our parents. Yeah, I said. They are. She left a few minutes later. Didn't say goodbye. Just kind of shuffled out, like she was embarrassed or annoyed. Maybe both. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty about letting the door close behind her. But that wasn't the breaking point. That came a few days later. It was a Saturday morning. I'd just gotten back from the gym and was in the middle of making coffee when my phone buzzed. A notification from Instagram. @Mia_living_large tagged you in a post. I clicked it out of habit and froze. The post was a photo of Mia and her new boyfriend, same guy from the dinner. They were standing in front of a shiny, brand new white SUV with a massive red bow on the hood. The caption read, "When your family knows how to treat you like a queen. Thanks Mom and Dad for the early wedding gift. Love you, #blessed, #spoiled, #family first." I stared at it, reread it, tried to rationalize it. An early wedding gift? From our parents? A brand new SUV? I scrolled through the comments. Friends congratulating her. Emojis. Someone joking about whether her boyfriend got one too. And then I saw it. Mom's comment, posted just 10 minutes ago. Only the best for our girl. You've always made us proud. That was it. That was the moment. That was the damn breaking point. All the years of being the quiet one. The one who never made waves. The one who never asked for anything. And here she was, 6 months into a relationship with a guy no one knew, and she was getting a car. From the same parents who couldn't be bothered to reserve me a chair. I didn't even feel angry at first. It was something deeper, something colder, like a severing of nerves. I realized, then and there, that I wasn't a part of this family in the way I thought I was. I was a placeholder, a convenience, a background prop in someone else's celebration. I closed the app, stared at the wall for a long time. Then I opened my laptop, clicked into my financial records, and started making some changes. Some small, some massive. See, what my family doesn't know, what they've never bothered to ask, is that I've done well for myself. Quietly, without fanfare. That promotion 2 years ago, it wasn't to assistant manager, like they assumed. It was to partner. And the side investments I never talked about? Let's just say I don't lose sleep over car payments. They don't know I own 2 properties under an LLC. That I've got a 6-figure emergency fund. That I've been contributing to a family trust one started just in case one day I had kids of my own to care about. They don't know any of this because they never cared enough to ask. But I was done staying quiet. Done playing the role of the polite ghost. And if they thought giving away my chair was a mistake, they were about to find out what happens when the invisible sun finally decides to stand. After that Instagram post, something in me hardened. I wish I could say I marched straight into battle, head held high, ready to confront every injustice and reclaim my worth. But that's not how real life works. That's not how I work. See, when you've spent years training yourself to blend in, to keep the peace, to carry the weight without ever asking for help, the breaking point doesn't turn you into a warrior overnight. First, it breaks you. The day after Mia posted that picture, I called in sick to work for the first time in 4 years. I didn't even lie. I told my manager I needed a day. He didn't ask questions. Maybe he could hear it in my voice. I spent the whole day in sweatpants, blinds drawn, phone off, nursing a headache I couldn't shake. It wasn't just about the SUV. It was about everything it represented. How far removed I really was from the family I kept trying to impress. They didn't know me. Not really. And maybe they never had. That realization felt like grief. Like mourning someone who was still alive. I didn't eat much that week. I showed up to work on autopilot. Meetings blurred together. I missed a deadline for the first time since I was hired. Nobody scolded me, but I could feel the shift. The raised eyebrows. The polite, concerned texts. I brushed them off. Then came the final blow, the one that stripped away the last thread of illusion. It was a Saturday morning again. I just started to feel okay, like I was slowly crawling back to normal. I even made plans to grab lunch with my friend Tyler, someone who'd known me since college and had always called me out on my family's nonsense, even when I tried to defend it. But then my phone buzzed. Dad, hey, quick question. Your mom's worried. Did you maybe accidentally cancel the direct deposit for the family vacation fund? The account's frozen. I stared at the message. Family vacation fund. That's when I remembered. I'd set it up 3 years ago. After that awkward trip to Colorado where Mom ended up putting most of the expenses on her credit card and spent the entire week guilt-tripping us about it. I offered to help. Suggested setting up a fund we could all contribute to, something we could dip into when we wanted to do something as a family. I volunteered to manage it. At first, everyone pitched in. $50 here, $100 there. But over time, Zach and Mia stopped contributing, and I quietly took over. Automatically. Every month, I'd toss in $300, sometimes more. No one ever asked. No one ever thanked me. Now, 3 years later, the balance had grown to nearly $12,000. And I just pulled it all out. Not to be spiteful. Not even out of revenge. Just because I didn't want to fund a family that didn't see me. I replied simply, no accident. I closed it. The typing bubble appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Then finally, Dad, don't you think that's a little extreme? I didn't reply. 2 hours later, I got a message from Zach. Zach, what's this I hear about you pulling the plug on the vacation fund? You know we were planning a trip to Aruba this year. I wanted to laugh. We were planning? Last I checked, I was funding. No apology. No curiosity. Just entitlement. I deleted the thread without responding. But the weight of it all caught up to me that night. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't think straight. My apartment felt smaller. My life felt smaller. I'd spent years trying to prove myself to people who didn't even know me. And the second I stopped being useful, I was nothing to them. That night, I hit rock bottom. I cried. Harder than I have in years. Not just from sadness, but exhaustion. From carrying everyone else's expectations while ignoring my own needs. From believing that if I just worked hard enough, showed up enough, gave enough, they'd love me back the way I love them. But rock bottom has a funny way of giving you clarity. It doesn't lie to you. It doesn't sugarcoat things. It just sits there with you, blunt and unforgiving, until you decide whether you're going to stay down or climb. That next morning, I got up early, showered, cleaned the apartment, took out the trash, changed the sheets. It wasn't a grand gesture, just a reset. A signal to myself that I wasn't going to let this define me. Then I opened my laptop and got to work. I went through my bank accounts, closed the ones tied to anything family-related. I rerouted all my mail to a digital service. I hired a CPA to separate my personal finances from my family's lingering entanglements. I canceled the automatic transfers to the niece's college funds I'd been helping with on the side. Every small tether, every financial string I'd been using to stay connected, I cut them. And when I was done, I felt something I hadn't felt in years, free. That week, I finally told Tyler everything. We met up for dinner at our usual Korean barbecue spot, and over a sizzling plate of bulgogi, I laid it all out. The dinner, the SUV, the trust fund, the texts, the vacation fund. He didn't interrupt. Just let me talk. When I finally paused, he shook his head. You've been carrying these people like dead weight, man. I don't know how you lasted this long. I kept thinking if I just did a little more. No, he said firmly. They've been showing you who they are for years. You just didn't want to believe it. He was right. We finished our meal, and on the walk back to my car, he said something that stuck with me. You don't owe them your silence anymore. That night, I started journaling. Not in some overly sentimental way, but just to process. I wrote down everything I'd been holding back. Every moment of invisibility. Every hurt. Every time I'd been passed over or dismissed or used. I didn't censor it. I didn't edit it. I just let it spill out. Pages turned into entries. Entries turned into structure. Structure turned into clarity. Eventually, I realized I wasn't just venting. I was rebuilding. Slowly, quietly, brick by brick. The next few months were transformative. I threw myself into work, not as a distraction, but as an affirmation. I started mentoring junior associates, something I'd always wanted to do but never made time for. I launched a small financial literacy initiative in my community, helping young adults learn about credit, savings, and investments. It felt good to give, but this time on my own terms. I got a call from Mom during the second month. I let it go to voicemail. She left a message asking if I was okay. Said she missed me. Said things had been weird lately and hoped we could talk. But she didn't say sorry. Didn't mention the dinner. Didn't ask how I was really doing. I didn't call back. A week later, Zach emailed me a Google Doc, some spreadsheet about family gift contributions for the holidays. It had my name on a tab. $250 suggested for Mom. $200 for Dad. $150 for Mia. I closed it without reading further. Instead, I donated $5,000 to a local foster care nonprofit in honor of the kids who never get a seat at the table. I didn't tell anyone. Didn't post about it. But for the first time in years, I felt like I was finally putting my resources where they mattered. I started therapy. Twice a month at first, then weekly. It was hard, peeling back layers I didn't even know I had. But it was also liberating. I learned how to sit with discomfort, how to name the grief I felt over my family, how to accept that sometimes people love you only when it's convenient for them. And that's not your fault. One day, my therapist asked me, if they never changed, if they never apologized, could you still be whole? It took me a few seconds to answer. Yes, I said, because I finally stopped waiting for them to define my worth. And that's the truth. I stopped trying to earn a seat at a table that was never built for me. Instead, I started building my own. 3 months later, I was invited to Mia's engagement party. A formal invite, mailed in a lavender envelope with gold foil. The card was thick, the kind you pay extra for. At the bottom, in tiny cursive, it read, "Family dinner after the reception. Seating limited." There was a QR code to RSVP. I scanned it, left the page blank. But I did mail something back. A gold-trimmed envelope, similar to the one I'd carried to the anniversary dinner, addressed to Mom and Dad. Inside was a simple note. I saved a seat. You just never looked for me. No money. No guilt. Just truth. The fall wasn't fast. It wasn't flashy. But it was real. And now? Now the rise had begun. The engagement party was scheduled for the second Saturday of September. By mid-August, I still hadn't RSVP'd. Not because I was indecisive, but because I already knew I wouldn't be going. I'd stopped expecting change from my family. Stopped hoping they'd wake up one day and see me as more than just the one who always picks up the slack. The funny thing is, once I stopped waiting for them to include me, I finally saw just how easy it had been for them to exclude me. Every interaction was conditional. Every check-in was just a lead-in to a request. The SUV, the vacation fund, the spreadsheet with my name slapped on it. I wasn't family to them. I was infrastructure. But now I had something I'd never allowed myself to feel before, leverage. The freedom to walk away had given me the clearest mind I'd ever had. I wasn't angry. I wasn't emotional. I was focused. And I had no intention of being vindictive. I didn't want to hurt anyone. But I wanted to send a message. One they couldn't ignore. One that wouldn't be laughed off, brushed over, or repackaged as me being sensitive. I wanted them to feel it. Not just the absence of my money or presence, but the reality of who I was, who they'd overlooked for so long. Not the quiet one, not the helper, not the backup plan, the one they underestimated. And Mia's engagement party? That was the perfect place to start. I knew it would be extravagant before I even got the invitation. She'd always dreamed big. Our parents enabled her delusions of grandeur, but truthfully, she was good at spinning perception. Everything had to be a moment with her, a spectacle. From the captioned SUV post to her pastel-themed birthday brunches, Mia had turned her entire life into a curated Instagram feed. And now she was engaged to a guy named Derek, who worked as a creative strategist for a brand I couldn't even find on Google. I did some digging and figured out what that meant. Freelance, mostly unemployed, and couch surfing before he met Mia. I didn't say anything at first. It wasn't my business. Until I got a call from my cousin Rachel. Rachel had always been one of the few family members who actually saw me. We weren't super close growing up, but she was the type who asked how I was really doing, and actually listened. She'd skipped the anniversary dinner due to work travel, and she hadn't been at any of the follow-up events since. But she called out of the blue one Thursday afternoon. "I heard about what happened," she said. "At the dinner. The seat thing." I laughed bitterly. Word gets around. It was cruel, Connor. And honestly, not surprising. I've watched how they treat you. I'm just sorry it's taken this long for everyone else to notice. We talked for nearly an hour. I told her about the envelope, about the SUV, about the vacation fund. And that's when she dropped something I hadn't heard before. You know Derek asked your dad for money, right? I blinked. What? Yeah. Apparently he's been floating this startup idea, some kind of influencer brand studio, or whatever. And he asked Uncle Mark for a small investment. I only heard because Mom overheard your mom ranting about how Connor probably wouldn't mind covering it if he was asked nicely. I sat back in my chair, stunned. They really said that? Yup. They assumed you'd come around, that you'd feel guilty and swoop in eventually like you always do. That was the moment it all clicked. The party wasn't just a celebration. It was a setup for me. Another chance to reel me in, get me on the hook, and have me finance someone else's fantasy while they smiled through it like it was normal. I wasn't going to let that happen. But I wasn't just going to ignore the invite, either. No, that would be too easy, too invisible. Instead, I was going to show up. Not physically, not in a suit, but in a way they'd never forget. It started with a guest list. I asked Rachel if she had access to it, and she did. Mia had proudly shared it with a few family members to show off how exclusive the event would be. I got a copy within the hour. 82 names. I started scanning through them. Family, friends, extended relatives, some of Derek's people. Then I noticed one entry that made me pause. Mr. and Mrs. Hastings. That name sounded familiar. I dug back through my mental archives. And then I remembered, back in college, I'd interned at a boutique wealth management firm. One of our clients had been a quiet but powerful investor named Peter Hastings. Owned shares in a dozen tech companies and had a reputation for backing passion projects, if he liked the people behind them. Apparently, Derek had been pitching to him too. Now that was interesting. I reached out to an old colleague from that internship. We hadn't spoken in a while, but I shot my shot. Hey, I texted. Random question. Is Peter Hastings still working with Elite Private Investments? The reply came within minutes. He is. In fact, he's coming to speak at our alumni mixer next month. What? Just wanted to be sure. I replied. I made a note. Then I turned my attention to Derek. I pulled every string I had. Looked up his social handles, ran background checks, found old business filings. Turns out, Derek had launched 2 separate LLCs in the last 3 years. Both were now defunct. One of them had a small trail of complaints on a freelancer forum, unpaid graphic designers, missed invoices, broken promises. Nothing illegal, but sketchy enough. I archived everything. Meanwhile, I scheduled a sit-down with my CPA and a lawyer I'd recently connected with through a local startup networking event. We drew up clean, bulletproof documentation of my disassociation from all family-related funds. I didn't want there to be any room for claims, assumptions, or false expectations. Then I opened a new email account. Anonymous, clean, untraceable. I used it to send an invitation of my own. It went to Mr. and Mrs. Hastings. Just a single paragraph. No threats. No accusations. Before committing to any financial support at Mia and Derek's engagement celebration, you may wish to request a background overview of Derek's previous business ventures. A neutral third party has compiled verifiable documents available upon request. Attached was a secure link. Password protected. I don't know whether they opened it. I never got confirmation, but I know I gave them the option. That was all I needed. But I wasn't done. 2 weeks before the party, I made a quiet visit to the venue. I wasn't on the official planning committee, but a friend of mine worked for the same event space. I asked for a favor, just to look at the layout, a sense of where people would be, who would be speaking, timing, order of toasts. And that's when I learned something deliciously perfect. There would be a projector screen during dinner. Apparently, Mia wanted to play a slideshow, a montage of her and Derek's journey. Childhood pics, proposal footage, goofy TikToks. It was her signature style, dramatic, grand, narcissistic. I made a note of the file format, and then I made my own version. It looked identical at first. Same opening title card. Same first few photos. A perfect mimic of her tone and style. But at the halfway mark, the images began to shift. Clips of Derek's defunct LLC pages. Screenshots of complaints. Snippets of financial statements that didn't quite line up. Silent, clinical, undeniable. And then one last image, a photo from the anniversary dinner. The long table. Everyone smiling. Me standing behind them. With no chair. That was the last frame. I saved the file. Password locked it. Stored it on a USB, disguised in a case that said Final Slideshow, Event Night. I didn't plan to use it. Not unless I had to. Because this wasn't about sabotage. It was about possibility. About creating a moment where I had control. Where the power dynamic could shift, even just for a breath. And if I didn't have to use it, then I'd still walk away knowing I could have. And that, for once, would be enough. The final piece of the setup came 3 nights before the party. I got a text from Mom. Mom, we'd love to see you at Mia's celebration. We've saved you a seat, smiley face. I stared at the message, then replied, Me, thanks. I'll be there. The evening of Mia's engagement party arrived with crystal clear skies and a breeze just cool enough to remind you fall was coming. The venue, a sprawling vineyard-style event space about an hour outside the city, was dressed like a Pinterest board brought to life. String lights zigzagged across the courtyard. Lanterns lined the path to the reception area. There was a flower wall with a gold neon sign that read, Derek and Mia Forever, and a champagne cart manned by a server in white gloves. They'd spared no expense. Except, of course, when it came to me. I didn't get a personalized welcome bag like the other family members. My name card at the reception table was missing. The staff scrambled and wrote one by hand when I showed up. I gave them a polite smile. I wasn't offended. In fact, it was perfect. I had dressed for the occasion, not to stand out, but to blend in. Navy suit, no tie, hair neatly done, nothing flashy. I shook hands. I smiled. I accepted hugs from extended relatives I hadn't seen in years. People kept saying things like, so glad you could make it, and you look so grown up now. Most of them hadn't spoken to me since 2019. The dinner portion of the evening was set up in a glass-walled ballroom that overlooked the vineyard. Long tables, candlelit centerpieces, one of those hired string quartets that plays Taylor Swift like it's Mozart. I was seated on the far left, third table from the front, next to some distant cousin and her sleepy husband. From where I sat, I had a clear view of the head table, where Mia and Derek were laughing like royalty. My parents sat beside them, glowing with pride. The same people who once gave away my seat like it was nothing. Still, I smiled, ate my risotto, made small talk. Because tonight wasn't about bitterness. It was about clarity. Dinner rolled on. Wine poured freely. Toast started. Zach gave a bland, overly long speech about family legacy and supporting dreams. Mia's best friend cried during hers and called them soulmates, like literally. Then came the final toast. My mom stood up. She was radiant in a silver gown, her hair in an elegant twist, the image of maternal grace. She raised her glass, and her voice carried through the room with rehearsed confidence. I just want to say how proud we are. Watching Mia grow into the woman she is, and now finding a partner like Derek. Well, it's every parent's dream. We've seen their dedication, their passion, their future, and we believe in it wholeheartedly. She paused for effect. That's why, as part of our gift, we're helping them take the next step. Derek's startup will be launching this fall with full family support. Applause. The clinking of glasses. Mia beamed. Derek nodded solemnly like he'd just accepted a Nobel Prize. I didn't clap. Not because I was bitter, but because I knew what was coming next. Before dessert, Mia said, grabbing the mic, we have one more thing. A little look at our story. The lights dimmed. The string quartet quieted. The projector screen lowered from the ceiling like a stage curtain. Mia handed the DJ a sleek black USB stick. Except it wasn't her stick. It was mine. I'd watched the swap happen 15 minutes earlier. The real slideshow was left in the DJ booth, and mine, nearly identical in every way, was slipped into his hand when he asked which one to use. He didn't even question it. Play the one labeled Final Slideshow, Event Night, I'd said. He nodded, distracted. Got it. And now, the screen flickered to life. The first few slides were sweet. Baby photos of Mia. Childhood pictures. A shot of Derek on one knee at the beach. Their theme song playing softly behind it. People smiled, laughed, toasted. Then the shift. The next slide was an image of Derek's first defunct LLC, logo and all. Confusion rippled through the room. Next came a screenshot from a freelance dispute board. Someone named Carla claiming she was owed $4,000 for 6 months of work. Then another. Then another. The music cut. Now silence filled the air. The screen flashed to a tax filing. Zero reported income for 2 consecutive years. Then a still of Derek, taken from a public Instagram story from 2 years ago, sitting in a hot tub with the caption, "Living the investor-funded life, baby." Gasps. Murmurs. The projector paused on one last image, a photograph of the anniversary dinner. The one Rachel had taken, unknowingly, from across the room. 10 chairs. One person standing. Me. Standing behind them all, smiling politely, forgotten. I watched as my mother's face went pale. As Derek leaned forward, whispering something frantically to Mia. As the DJ turned to the booth, utterly lost. He hadn't touched a thing. The room was frozen. And I stood. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. I tried. I said quietly but firmly. I tried to be part of this family. I showed up. I gave. I forgave. But some people only see you when they need something. No one spoke. I turned to my parents. I brought an envelope to your anniversary dinner. It had $2,000 in it. You gave my seat away to a stranger. Aunt Julie gasped softly. Rachel looked stunned, but not surprised. I continued. You said I was dramatic, sensitive, that I made it about me. But tonight's about clarity. I looked directly at Derek. I did some homework. Nothing personal, just facts. And if Mr. Hastings was still here, I hope he got a chance to look at them too. Derek's face had gone completely blank. Mia was seething, hissing something at him under her breath. She grabbed her purse, yanked it open, and frantically pulled out her phone. I finished my glass of wine. I'm not asking for a seat anymore, I said. I brought my own table, and I walked out. Behind me, the room exploded, first in whispers, then in voices raised in panic. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I'd said what needed saying. I'd shown them who I was, not a doormat, not a bank account, not a placeholder. I was done. The next morning, my phone buzzed nonstop. Calls from Mom, from Zach, even a voicemail from Derek, trying to clear up some confusion. I blocked them all. Mia didn't call. Instead, she posted a statement on Instagram later that week. Sometimes people project their insecurities. We rise above. Love wins. The comments were limited. The likes were fewer than usual. 3 weeks later, I heard from Rachel that the Hastings quietly pulled out of negotiations. That Derek's startup lost its other 2 backers. That the engagement party had gone $8,000 over budget, and Mom and Dad were scrambling to cover it. The SUV? Returned. Lease terminated. As for me, I was fine. More than fine. I started spending more weekends at community events, eventually launching a local nonprofit that offers financial literacy programs for teens aging out of foster care. We called it First Seat because everyone deserves one. At our first fundraiser, someone asked if my family would be attending. I smiled. No, I said. I finally made room for people who see me. And that was the end of it. Because sometimes the best revenge is simply being seen. I still remember the way my father looked at me that day, calm, detached, like a man making peace with a decision he didn't have the courage to explain. My name's Nathan. I'm 33, and if you told me 5 years ago that my own family would stab me in the back over the company I built from scratch, I'd have laughed it off. My dad used to tell me I was his pride, that I had the family fire in me, the drive to build, to create, to make something out of nothing. And I believed him. I believed every word because I wanted to. He was my father. You don't expect betrayal to come from the same man who taught you to ride a bike and helped you write your first business plan. Growing up, our family wasn't poor, but we weren't comfortable either. Dad worked as an accountant for a small logistics firm. Mom ran a small flower shop out of our garage, and my older brother, Kyle, was the golden child. Everyone in the neighborhood knew it. He was taller, smoother, and always seemed to know what to say to make people like him. Meanwhile, I was the quiet one, the kid who stayed up at night sketching designs for products that didn't exist yet. I wasn't good with people back then, but I was good with ideas. And ideas, I learned early, can build empires if you know how to sell them. After college, I started small, freelance consulting for logistics companies, then tech integration for shipping networks. I remember working out of a rented storage unit that smelled like old paint and metal. I slept on a cot in the corner and ate instant noodles for dinner most nights. My father would drop by sometimes, shake his head, and say, "Nathan, you're too stubborn for your own good. Get a real job." But when the business started growing, really growing, suddenly, I wasn't just the stubborn one anymore. I was the visionary. He started introducing me to his friends as my son, the entrepreneur. I didn't realize then that those same introductions would one day feed the resentment that tore everything apart. By the time I hit 29, my company, Apex Logics, was pulling in serious numbers. We specialized in AI-driven logistics optimization for mid-sized supply chains. Fancy way of saying we made shipping cheaper and faster for companies who couldn't afford the big players. I had 12 employees, most of them young, hungry, and loyal. We weren't huge, but we were profitable. The kind of profitable that draws attention. And one of those paying close attention was my father. At first, it felt nice, having him ask questions, show interest, even offer advice. "You should bring Kyle in," he said one day over lunch. "He's been struggling to find direction, and it might be good for both of you." I hesitated, but I loved my family, and Dad sounded so proud saying it. So, against my gut, I brought Kyle on as a business development director. I even gave him a small salary to start, thinking it would motivate him. But it didn't take long before I realized I'd just invited a fox into the henhouse. Kyle was charming with clients. I'll give him that. He could walk into a room and make everyone feel like his best friend. But behind the scenes, he was careless. He'd make promises we couldn't keep, miss meetings, forget details. He started taking credit for deals I closed, claiming he'd help facilitate them. And Dad believed every word. "See, Nathan? Your brother's really turning things around. You two make a great team." I'd bite my tongue and nod, knowing full well Kyle was draining more value than he added. But Dad didn't want to hear that. Then there was Mom. She loved us both, but she had this unshakable belief that keeping the peace mattered more than keeping things fair. "Don't make it a competition," she'd say whenever I tried to bring up Kyle's mistakes. "You boys need each other." I used to wonder if she ever realized how much that line cut into me. Because to her, my frustration wasn't justified, it was jealousy. And to my father, it was disrespect. The first real fracture came about a year later when I discovered that Kyle had been using company funds to lease a brand new Mercedes for client meetings. When I confronted him, he laughed. "It's a business expense," he said. "You think clients are impressed when their cutting-edge tech partner shows up in a 10-year-old Honda?" I told him he had 1 week to return the car or pay for it himself. He called Dad. The next day, I got a call from my father saying, "You're being too hard on your brother. You need to learn to delegate." That word, delegate, haunted me for months. I was working 16-hour days, negotiating with suppliers in Singapore, coding late into the night, and handling payroll myself. Meanwhile, Kyle was out playing golf with clients he barely remembered the names of. Yet, somehow, in my father's eyes, I was the one who needed to lighten up. Still, I tried to keep things together. I thought if I just proved myself harder, if I grew the company big enough, successful enough, Dad would finally see that I wasn't just the other son. So, I doubled down. Landed our biggest client yet, a nationwide retail chain worth millions in annual contracts. That partnership was the turning point. It made Apex Logics a real contender in the logistics space. Investors started calling. Newspapers wanted interviews. My name was finally out there. And that's when my father really started showing interest. He began dropping by the office more often, walking around like he owned the place, giving little speeches to employees, talking about our family vision and the legacy we're building. The first time he said "we," I let it slide. The fifth time, I started to realize what he was doing. He wasn't just proud, he was planting a narrative. One where the business was a family project. One where Kyle's role was just as important as mine. It got worse at family dinners. I'd mention closing a new deal, and Dad would immediately redirect the praise. "That's great, Nathan. And Kyle, I heard you introduced him to that contact?" See, teamwork pays off. Kyle would smirk, raise his glass, and say, "Anything for the family." I'd go home some nights, sit in my car outside the office, and just stare at the building lights flickering through the windows. That was my life in there. My sacrifice. My years of failure and grinding. And yet, somehow, it was slowly being rewritten as something we all did together. Then came the day everything shifted. It was a Sunday morning. My parents invited me over for breakfast. Nothing unusual, but the tone on the phone was different. My dad sounded formal. When I walked into the living room, Kyle was already there, wearing that smug smile I'd come to hate. Mom was nervously fiddling with her coffee cup. Dad cleared his throat. "Nathan, your mother and I have been talking. You've done amazing work with Apex Logics. Truly. But as the company grows, we need to think long-term. Legacy, succession, structure. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. Okay, what are you saying? He looked me dead in the eye and said, it's time to make Kyle a full partner. Equal ownership. For a moment, I didn't even understand the words. Equal ownership? Of my company? The one I started alone with nothing but a laptop and an overdraft bank account? I laughed, thinking it was a joke. You're kidding, right? Dad didn't flinch. No, Nathan. This isn't about ego. It's about family. About ensuring you both have a stake in what you built together. Kyle leaned back, trying to look modest, but failing miserably. It just makes sense, bro. You're the brains. I'm the people person. You can't do it all yourself forever. I turned to Mom, searching for even a flicker of disagreement, but she just looked down at her coffee. That silence hurt worse than anything else. That was the first time I felt something inside me start to crack. Not anger, not even betrayal, just this dull realization that maybe I'd been naive the whole time. That I'd built my dream inside someone else's illusion. And I wish I could say that was the worst of it. But that was just the beginning. Because a few months later, my father called another family meeting. And what he told me next, that's the day everything truly fell apart. The day my father called that second family meeting, I already had a bad feeling in my gut. I'd spent the past few months walking on eggshells, trying to manage a business that suddenly had too many cooks in the kitchen. Kyle had become a full partner, at least on paper, though I was still the one running every meeting, every project, every sleepless night, trying to keep our systems from collapsing under new contracts. Meanwhile, Kyle was on social media posting motivational quotes about entrepreneurship and family legacy, like he was some sort of visionary. He'd tag me in his posts too, proud to build something great with my brother. It was infuriating, but what could I say without sounding bitter? Everyone around me saw us as a duo. Dad made sure of that. He'd call me after reading Kyle's posts and say, "That's great PR, Nathan. You should be grateful your brother's so good with people." I wanted to scream, he's good at taking credit for my work, but I didn't. I told myself it wasn't worth the fight, that the numbers didn't lie. Apex Logics was thriving, and I still had control. Or at least, I thought I did. That morning, when I pulled into my parents' driveway, Kyle's shiny Mercedes was already parked next to Dad's SUV. I parked my old Civic behind it, the irony not lost on me. Walking up the porch steps, I caught sight of Kyle through the window. He was laughing with Dad, leaning back like he owned the place. Mom was setting plates on the table, glancing nervously between them. That same old unease washed over me. The kind you get when you know everyone else in the room has already read the script and you're walking in blind. "Morning, Nathan," Dad said when I came in, his voice too upbeat. "Sit down, we've got a lot to talk about." I sat, pretending not to notice Kyle's smirk. "What's going on?" Dad folded his hands. "We've been reviewing the company's structure, and I've spoken to some advisors, family business consultants, actually. They believe Apex Logics has grown beyond a startup. It's time to formalize leadership." I frowned. Formalize? We already have contracts, equity splits, governance documents. He cut me off with a wave. "That's not what I mean. You can't be the only one making big decisions anymore. Kyle's your equal now, and that needs to be reflected." Kyle leaned forward, clasping his hands like a TV lawyer. "Basically, we both have signing authority. Any major deal, any new client, either of us can approve or reject. Keeps things balanced." Balanced. The word made my jaw tighten. "So you want to give someone who doesn't even understand half our software final say on business decisions?" Dad sighed, like he was the one being patient. "Nathan, this isn't about competence, it's about fairness. You've got to stop treating your brother like a liability." "I'm not treating him like a liability," I snapped. "I'm treating him like someone who hasn't earned it." Mom flinched. "Nathan, please," but Dad's tone hardened. "Watch your attitude. You're not a child anymore. This isn't just your playground." That word, playground, hit like a slap. It took everything in me not to storm out right there. I forced a breath and said quietly, "So what exactly do you want me to do?" Dad exchanged a glance with Kyle before saying, "We're making Kyle co-CEO." For a second, the room went completely silent. Even the ticking clock on the wall seemed to hesitate. I stared at my father, searching his face for a hint that this was some cruel test, some ridiculous hypothetical. But he just looked calm, resolute, like he'd rehearsed this 100 times. Kyle broke the silence with that infuriating grin. "It's a formality, man. We're equals anyway. Titles just make it official. I stood up, chair scraping the floor. You're out of your mind, I said, voice trembling. Dad, you can't just— I can and I did, he interrupted, raising his voice for the first time. This company wouldn't even exist without the foundation I gave you. The advice, the contacts, the seed money. Don't pretend you did it alone. Seed money. He was talking about the $5,000 he'd lent me 6 years ago, a loan I'd repaid with interest. That one phrase told me everything I needed to know. He'd rewritten history in his head. Now, Apex Logics wasn't my creation anymore. It was his legacy. And Kyle was the heir apparent. I left without another word. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my office long after everyone went home, staring at the company's financial dashboard on my monitor. My company, my team, my dream. And now it was being split in half because my father couldn't admit that his favorite son wasn't the one who made it happen. Over the next few weeks, things got worse. Kyle started asserting his authority in meetings, overruling my decisions, making promises I couldn't keep. He'd walk into client calls late, crack a few jokes, and leave me to clean up the mess. I confronted him once, told him he was going to drive us into the ground. He just shrugged. You're too serious, Nate. People like me more when I'm relaxed. You should try it. Meanwhile, Dad kept backing him up. Every time I complained, I was overreacting or being territorial. It was like living in a funhouse mirror version of my own life, where logic didn't matter and merit was replaced by manipulation. Then one day, a client emailed me directly, a big one of our earliest supporters. Their message was polite but firm. We'll be working with Kyle from now on. Please direct future correspondence to him. My stomach dropped. I called them immediately. The client, a middle-aged CEO named Martin, sounded uncomfortable. Look, Nathan, we like you. You've always been great. But your brother said you were taking a step back from operations. He said you'd approved it. I didn't even respond. I just sat there in silence, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. When I confronted Kyle, he acted innocent. Relax, man. I was just restructuring communication. You're busy. I'm just trying to help. I nearly lost it. You lied to a client. He smirked. I delegated, remember? Isn't that what Dad said you should do? That was the first time I slammed my office door so hard the glass rattled. A few nights later, I went over to my parents' place to talk, really talk. I thought maybe I could reason with Dad if I caught him alone. But when I arrived, Kyle was already there. Of course he was. Dad was in his study, going over spreadsheets. I don't want to talk about this again, he said before I could even start. You don't even know what happened. I protested. I know enough, he said coldly. Your brother's been doing good work, and you can't handle it. You've always struggled to share credit. I just stared at him, stunned. You think this is about credit? He's sabotaging our clients. Stop exaggerating, he said, waving me off. You're emotional. Take some time off. Let Kyle run things for a bit. It was like he'd flipped a switch and turned me invisible. After that conversation, I stopped going to family dinners. Mom called every week, begging me to visit, saying, your father doesn't mean it like that. But I couldn't bring myself to face them. I buried myself in work, trying to keep what little control I had left. Then came the email that changed everything. It was from our largest client, the one that accounted for nearly 40% of our revenue. They were terminating the contract effective immediately. The reason? Leadership instability. I sat at my desk for a full hour just staring at the screen. When I finally checked the attachments, my blood ran cold. It was a thread of emails between Kyle and their operations manager. Kyle had been negotiating new terms behind my back, offering them services at unsustainable rates just to make himself look like a hero. When I tried to reach out to fix it, they'd lost all trust. That night, I went home, poured a glass of whiskey I didn't even want, and stared at my reflection in the window. I looked like a ghost of myself, eyes sunken, hair messy, shirt half untucked. And for the first time, I thought seriously about walking away, just leaving it all behind. But I didn't. Not yet. Because part of me still wanted to believe there was a line my father wouldn't cross. That maybe, just maybe, if he saw the damage Kyle was causing, he'd finally wake up. That illusion lasted exactly 1 week. The next family meeting wasn't at their house. It was at the office. Dad called it a strategic announcement. Everyone was there, employees, investors, even the local business journal. I stood in the back, confused, until I heard my father's voice over the microphone. "Effective today," he said, smiling proudly. "I am pleased to announce that leadership of Apex Logics will transition fully to Kyle Harrison, our new CEO. Nathan will be stepping down to pursue other interests." The room went quiet. My heart stopped. I turned toward him slowly, barely hearing the applause that followed. He looked right at me from the podium, steady, emotionless, and said the words that would haunt me for the rest of my life. "You'll understand someday." And just like that, everything I had built, every sleepless night, every risk I'd taken, was gone. When the applause died down, I just stood there, frozen. My father's voice kept echoing in my head. "You'll understand someday." It wasn't just the words. It was the calm certainty in his tone, the way he said it like he was imparting some great life lesson instead of gutting his own son in front of a room full of people. Everyone clapped politely, not knowing what had just happened. Some even smiled at me as if I'd been part of this transition. I remember one of my employees, Clara, looking at me with wide eyes, silently mouthing, "What's going on?" I couldn't even answer. When it was over, I walked out without saying a word. Past the cameras, past the handshakes, past my brother's smug grin as he basked in his new title. The building I'd built, the brand I'd created, the people I'd hired, all of it now belonged to someone else. I got in my car, started the engine, and just drove. No destination, just away. I don't know how long I was on the road, but by the time I pulled over, I was somewhere outside the city, parked at a rest stop overlooking a stretch of highway. I sat there in silence, hands gripping the steering wheel, watching the sun sink below the horizon. My phone buzzed over and over, texts, calls, emails, but I couldn't bring myself to look. Eventually, I turned it off and just stared at the darkening sky. That's where I stayed until I fell asleep, slumped in the driver's seat like a stranger in my own skin. The next morning, reality hit like a slow wave. I didn't have a job. I didn't have my company. And technically, because I'd signed some of the family restructuring paperwork under pressure months earlier, I didn't even have ownership. My brother and father had quietly diluted my shares during one of the corporate restructurings. I still had a small portion, but not enough to control anything. They'd planned this. Every conversation about legacy and succession had been part of a slow takeover. I spent the next few weeks in a haze. I couldn't eat properly, couldn't sleep. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. with my heart pounding, flashes of that announcement looping in my head. I tried talking to Mom once, but she avoided taking sides. "Your father's just trying to keep the peace," she said softly. "You know how he is. Maybe you can find a way to work together again." I laughed bitterly. "Mom, he took everything." Her voice trembled. "He didn't mean to hurt you." But he did. And he didn't even flinch. The weeks turned into months. My savings dwindled fast. I'd invested so much of my personal money into Apex Logics that my liquid assets were nearly gone. I rented a tiny apartment on the edge of town, the kind with thin walls and flickering lights, and tried to figure out what was next. For a while, I just didn't. I'd wake up late, scroll through job listings, and close the laptop halfway through. I wasn't ready to start over. I wasn't ready to pretend like what happened was normal. But here's the thing about hitting rock bottom. It doesn't announce itself. One day, you just look around and realize there's nowhere left to fall. And once you know that, something strange happens. You start moving again, even if it's just out of defiance. For me, it started small. A former client reached out, one who'd left Apex Logics because of management changes. He said, "Nathan, I don't care who's in charge now. You were the one who made things run." He needed help with a logistics issue, just a short-term consulting gig. It wasn't much, but it was something. I hesitated before saying yes, partly out of pride, partly out of fear that I wasn't ready. But the first day I sat down with his team, explaining systems and solving problems again, something clicked. It felt like breathing after months underwater. Word spread slowly. Within 2 months, I had 3 clients. All small businesses, all people I'd helped in the past who wanted me, not the name Apex Logics. I worked from my apartment at first, then from a co-working space downtown. I called the new venture Stratos Consulting. Something about the name made me feel like I was rising above the storm. It was nothing glamorous at first. I did everything myself, coding, analytics, even client billing. But unlike before, I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I didn't have investors to please or a family to prove something to. It was just me and the work. And somehow, that felt peaceful. Around that time, I ran into Clara again, the same employee who'd looked at me in shock during the announcement. She'd quit Apex Logics shortly after I left. Couldn't stand working under Kyle, she said, rolling her eyes. He's got charisma, sure, but no clue how the system works. She asked what I was doing now, and when I told her, she smiled. If you ever need help, I'm available. I didn't realize how much I'd missed having a team until then. A month later, she became my first hire. From there, things picked up speed. More clients came in, mid-sized retailers, manufacturers, even a small airline. They all said the same thing. We don't want a flashy pitch. We want results. And results were something I could deliver in my sleep. Within a year, Stratos had an office, 5 employees, and a reputation for being the quiet powerhouse in logistics tech. But even as I rebuilt, the ache of betrayal lingered. Every success felt tinged with bitterness. I couldn't stop wondering what Apex Logics was doing, or how it was faring under my brother's leadership. I tried not to check, but occasionally, curiosity got the better of me. At first, they seemed fine. Their social media was full of buzzwords and press photos. Kyle shaking hands with clients, Dad smiling beside him. But I could tell from the phrasing of their posts that they didn't actually understand what they were doing. They'd talk about revolutionary new systems that sounded suspiciously like my old designs, only watered down and badly executed. Then one day, I got a call from an old contact, the operations head of a company that used to be Apex Logics' biggest client. Nathan, are you available for a meeting? He asked. Sure, I said cautiously. What's this about? He hesitated. Off the record, things aren't going well with your old company. When I met with him, he didn't hold back. Apparently, after I left, Apex Logics' systems started collapsing under mismanagement. Projects were late, data was inconsistent, and communication was chaos. Your brother means well, he said diplomatically, but he doesn't listen to anyone. It's all ego. I listened quietly, trying not to smile. I should have felt vindicated, but instead, I felt this strange mix of anger and pity. They'd taken everything from me, and now they were drowning in the very thing they stole. That night, I sat on my apartment balcony, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel small. I didn't feel like the forgotten son or the scapegoat. I just felt free. Still, I wasn't ready to move on completely. Part of me wanted to let them fail quietly, to just watch from a distance while karma did its work. But another part, a darker, colder part, wanted them to know exactly what they'd lost. That part of me started whispering ideas, not out of hatred, but out of clarity. If they'd built their empire on my foundation, maybe it was time to remind them who'd poured the concrete. Around that same time, fate decided to intervene. The biggest surprise came in the form of an email from an address I hadn't seen in years. Apex Logics' old client, the national retail chain that once made us famous. The subject line read, "Need your expertise, urgent." I clicked it open. Their message was simple but direct. Nathan, we're restructuring our logistics division after several issues with Apex Logics. We'd like to discuss partnering with you directly. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. The company that put Apex Logics on the map now wanted me. The irony was almost poetic. The next day, I met with their director at a coffee shop downtown. He was an older man, sharp and straightforward. You built the system that made us efficient, he said. Since you left, everything's gone downhill. We're bleeding money. I don't care about family drama. I care about results. Can you fix this? I didn't hesitate. Yes. That contract changed everything. It doubled my company's size overnight and gave me the resources to expand. Within months, Stratos was competing directly with Apex Logics, not intentionally, but naturally. Clients wanted reliability, and that's what we offered. But the real twist came when word got around that I'd partnered with Apex Logics' biggest client. Suddenly, people started talking. Investors called me instead of them. Job applicants left Apex Logics to join Stratos. It was slow at first, quiet, almost invisible, but I could feel the shift. And somewhere deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. Because I wasn't just rebuilding anymore. I was reclaiming. And sooner or later, my father and brother were going to see exactly what happens when you take everything from the one person who knows how to build it all back, stronger, smarter, and unstoppable. I never set out to destroy them. At least, that's what I told myself at first. Revenge wasn't the plan, rebuilding was. But rebuilding has a strange way of revealing what people are truly made of. And when you've been betrayed by blood, every step forward starts to feel like a quiet act of justice. By the time Stratos Consulting hit its second year, I wasn't the broken man sitting in his car on a highway anymore. I was calm, strategic, calculated. What I had now wasn't just a company. It was leverage. I'd spent my whole career learning how to make systems work efficiently, but now I understood how to make people and timing work too. The logistics world is smaller than most people think. Word travels fast. A careless decision at one firm becomes an opportunity for another. And Apex Logics, well, they were making a lot of careless decisions. It started with the little whispers. An investor pulling out here, a client complaining there. I didn't start the rumors, but I didn't stop them either. Whenever someone called to ask, "Hey Nathan, do you know what's going on over at Apex Logics?" I'd just sigh lightly and say, "I wouldn't know. I haven't been part of that team for a long time." That line carried weight. It left people wondering why I left. And when people start wondering, they start digging. Meanwhile, I was patient. I focused on growth. I built a core team I could trust. Clara, who managed operations better than anyone I'd ever met. Noah, a quiet programmer with a gift for automation. And May, our project manager who could juggle 6 clients at once and still remember everyone's coffee order. They weren't just employees. They were the kind of people I wished I'd had around when Apex Logics began. And they believed in what we were building because it wasn't about ego, it was about excellence. But the more success we found, the more I realized something. Apex Logics' downfall wasn't a matter of if. It was a matter of when. About a year and a half after my father's public betrayal, I attended an industry conference in Chicago. One of those events where every logistics company sends someone to shake hands and trade buzzwords. I hadn't planned to go, but one of our newer clients insisted I attend. "You'll make good connections," he said. I figured why not. When I arrived, I almost turned right back around. Because who was standing at the registration desk, laughing and charming the event staff? My brother, Kyle. He looked different, a little older, slightly heavier, but still carrying that same self-satisfied grin. He spotted me instantly. "Nathan," he said, arms wide like we were long-lost friends. "Didn't expect to see you here." I forced a smile. "Kyle." He looked me up and down, clearly trying to assess how I was doing. "Still consulting?" "Something like that," I said. He smirked. "Good for you. Keeping busy." I could tell he thought I was small-time, some freelancer scraping by. And honestly, I preferred it that way. Let him underestimate me. The less he knew, the better. Over the next 2 days, I watched him work the room. He was good at appearances, suits tailored to perfection, firm handshake, practice charm. But when it came to the actual panels and Q&As, it was clear he didn't understand half the technical jargon. I overheard him on a call once, trying to explain their new cloud integration model. And he got so many terms wrong I had to step outside just to laugh. Still, what caught my attention wasn't his ignorance. It was his desperation. His company's booth looked polished, but their traffic was thin. Their presentation materials bragged about partnerships I knew for a fact had already ended. And during one coffee break, I overheard him talking to a potential investor, promising major growth and a groundbreaking AI expansion that sounded suspiciously like the kind of thing I'd actually built years ago. That's when I realized Apex Logics was running on fumes. The next week, I started doing my homework. I called a few industry contacts, read some reports, and even had one of my team members dig into Apex Logics' public filings. The picture that emerged was worse than I imagined. They'd overexpanded. Their cash flow was shaky, and they were late delivering on 2 major contracts, one of which was with a government logistics project. That kind of failure doesn't just hurt your reputation. It kills it. And yet, my father was still on their board, still backing Kyle's decisions. It made me wonder, was he blind, or was he just too proud to admit he'd chosen the wrong son? Clara was the first to notice my change in behavior. One evening, as we were closing up the office, she said, "You've been quiet lately. Are you thinking about them again?" I leaned back in my chair, staring at the city lights outside. "Not thinking. Planning." She frowned. "Planning what?" I hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "A correction." She didn't press me for details, but I think she understood. From that moment on, I started laying the groundwork. I wasn't going to attack them directly. That would have been too obvious, too crude. No, I wanted this to unfold naturally, like gravity doing its work. I wanted the collapse to look like it was of their own making, which, in truth, it already was. I just needed to help it along. The first step was reclaiming what was mine, not the company name, but the people, the clients, the systems that had always been my creation. I knew their tech inside and out because I'd built the foundation myself. I knew their weak spots, the inefficiencies they never understood. Through careful networking, I began quietly reaching out to some of Apex Logix's remaining clients, not with offers, but with questions. How's your experience been lately? Have they been meeting timelines? I wasn't selling anything. I was listening. And the stories that came back were damning. Missed deadlines, poor communication, hidden fees. One client in particular, a high-profile European distributor, told me they were on the verge of terminating their contract. They don't even answer emails anymore, the representative said in frustration. We used to work with you back then. You always delivered. That was all I needed to hear. I didn't pitch. I just said, if you ever need an alternative, my door's open. 3 weeks later, they called. And that deal alone doubled our quarterly revenue. But it wasn't just about stealing business. I wanted to understand what my father and brother were doing and why. I needed eyes inside. So when an old Apex Logix employee, Ethan, reached out saying he'd had enough, I offered him a job immediately. He'd been with them for 5 years, long enough to see everything. Over coffee one morning, he told me what I suspected: chaos. Kyle spends more time on PR than actual management, he said. Your dad still tries to pull strings behind the scenes, but no one listens to him anymore. They've lost 3 senior engineers this quarter. People are quitting every week. He hesitated before adding, they're trying to land a new deal to save themselves. Something big. Government contract in South America. If it fails, they're done. I didn't respond right away. I just stirred my coffee, mind racing. A government contract meant oversight, audits, and public accountability, the kind of pressure Apex Logix couldn't handle. And if they failed spectacularly enough, it wouldn't just ruin their finances. It would ruin their credibility permanently. I didn't need to sabotage them. They were already standing on a trapdoor. I just had to wait for them to pull the lever themselves. In the meantime, I kept strengthening Stratos. We expanded into 3 new markets, opened a satellite office overseas, and introduced a proprietary logistics platform, one I'd been designing quietly for over a year. It was faster, smarter, and more adaptive than anything Apex Logix had ever dreamed of. And when we launched it publicly, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. Because, as fate would have it, Apex Logix's big government project had just hit the news for all the wrong reasons. A leaked report revealed delays, budget overruns, and inadequate system performance. The article didn't mention names, but industry insiders knew exactly which company it was. Within days, social media lit up with speculation. Investors panicked. Clients pulled out. And then, just like that, the calls started coming. Nathan, are you taking on new clients? Hey, I heard about what happened to Apex Logix. Can we talk? I knew you were the one holding that place together. Each conversation felt surreal. The same people who once congratulated my father and brother were now reaching out to me. It wasn't triumph I felt. Not yet. It was something quieter, controlled, a sense that the balance was finally shifting. One night, after everyone left the office, I sat alone in the dark, thinking about how far things had come. The man who'd once looked me in the eye and said, "You'll understand someday," had built his empire on my back. And now, that empire was cracking from the inside out. But I wasn't done. Not yet. Because understanding wasn't enough. Now, it was time for him, for both of them, to feel it. And I had the perfect way to make that happen. It's strange how revenge doesn't feel the way you imagine it will. You think it's going to be this explosive, fiery moment, the kind that fills you with adrenaline and satisfaction. But when it finally happens, when everything falls into place exactly how you planned, it's quiet, controlled, almost elegant. By the time I made my move, Apex Logix was already hanging by a thread. Their government project had gone public for all the wrong reasons: delayed deliverables, malfunctioning systems, missing data. Every major industry outlet had picked up the story. Investors wanted out. Clients were leaving one after another. And in the middle of it all, Kyle was still smiling for the cameras, insisting everything was under control. That's the thing about people like him. They believe that charisma can fix anything, that if they talk fast enough, smile wide enough, They can convince the world the fire behind them is just a sunset. But you can't charm numbers. You can't bluff a system that doesn't work. I didn't have to do much. Just one well-placed conversation. The government agency managing their contract was considering whether to give Apex Logics one last extension. They were hesitant, but still debating. That's when one of my old contacts, someone who used to work with me during the early Apex days, reached out to ask if I'd heard about their situation. I have, I said carefully. They're in over their heads. He sighed. We're thinking of bringing in an external consultant to assess their systems. Objectively, of course. It took everything in me not to smile. I could recommend someone, I said. But you should know, I designed those systems before I left. If you really want an objective assessment, I could help you understand what's wrong. There was a pause on the line. Then he said, you do that? I do it the right way. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in a conference room, laptop open, walking through the same architecture I'd built years ago. Only now, it was barely recognizable. They'd changed so many core functions, ignored updates, bypassed safety checks. It was like watching someone repaint a bridge until it collapsed. When I presented my findings to the oversight board, I kept my tone professional. No emotion, no gloating, just facts. These failures weren't caused by the original design, I explained. They stem from unauthorized modifications and poor version management. Whoever approved these changes didn't understand the system's dependencies. One of the board members leaned forward. Can the system be salvaged? I looked him straight in the eye. Not under the current leadership. The report was public record. Within days, it spread through the industry like wildfire. Investors saw it. Clients saw it. And most importantly, my father saw it. Apex Logics' stock, what little value it had left, plummeted. 2 of their biggest contracts were canceled. Their headquarters downsized within the month. People started leaving en masse. I didn't celebrate. I didn't post about it. I didn't even tell my team what I'd done. I just watched. One evening, as I was finishing up at the office, Clara knocked on my door. You've seen the news? She asked. I nodded. She hesitated. They're saying Apex Logics might declare bankruptcy. I stared out the window. They'll survive a little longer. People like my father don't admit defeat easily. And I was right. Because 2 weeks later, I got the call. It was from my father himself. His voice sounded older, thinner, like someone who'd been fighting a war he couldn't win. Nathan, he said, clearing his throat. We need to talk. For a moment, I considered hanging up. But curiosity got the better of me. About what? He sighed. Things have gotten complicated. We're restructuring. Kyle's struggling to manage the fallout. We could use your help. There it was, the same tone he used when I was a teenager fixing the family computer. Only this time, it wasn't about a screen freezing. It was about an empire collapsing. I let the silence hang just long enough for him to feel it. Then I said, I don't work for Apex Logics anymore. You don't have to, he said quickly. We could merge. Combine resources. Stratos and Apex, together again. For the family. That word, family, hit differently now. Once, it meant loyalty. Now it just sounded like manipulation dressed in nostalgia. I kept my voice calm. You didn't want family when you gave my company away. He exhaled sharply. You'll understand someday, he started to say. That same line, the one that haunted me. I cut him off. No, Dad. I understand now. He went quiet. I could hear the faint hum of an office in the background, maybe his desk phone, maybe Kyle pacing somewhere near him. Then he said, quietly, you'll regret this. But I didn't. A few weeks later, Apex Logics' bankruptcy became official. The company was bought out by a larger logistics firm at a fraction of its former valuation. Kyle was stripped of his CEO title and relegated to a consultant role, which, from what I heard, lasted less than 3 months before they let him go. My father lost his board seat. The legacy he'd tried to protect crumbled into dust. I thought that would be the end of it. But life has a way of writing the perfect epilogue. One afternoon, I was meeting with a new client at a downtown cafe. As I was leaving, I saw someone sitting alone near the window, head down, hair unkempt, a half-empty coffee cup in front of him. It took me a second to recognize him. Kyle. He looked up just as I was about to walk past. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed into something that wasn't quite anger, more like shame trying to hide behind arrogance. Nathan, he said, forcing a smile. Didn't expect to see you here. I stopped. For a moment, we just looked at each other. The silence between us was heavy, filled with all the things we'd never said. "How's work?" I asked finally. He gave a bitter laugh. "Work? Yeah, about that. Turns out investors don't love the whole failed government contract thing." I nodded slowly. "That tends to happen when you promise things you can't deliver." He shrugged, pretending not to care. "You always were the detail guy. Guess that paid off." It did. He looked away, his voice quieter. "Dad's not talking much these days. Stays home mostly. Keeps saying he just wanted us to stick together." I didn't respond. There was nothing left to say. When I finally turned to leave, he said something that made me stop mid-step. "You got what you wanted, huh?" I looked back at him. "No," I said softly. "I got what I earned." And I walked out. That night, I drove out to the old Apex Logics building. It was empty now, windows dark, for lease signs taped to the glass. I parked across the street and just sat there for a while, watching the reflection of my headlights fade against the metal siding. This was where it had all started. Where I'd worked through nights on cheap coffee and too much hope. Where my father once said he was proud of me. Where I'd learned that love without respect isn't love at all. It's control. I got out of the car and stood on the sidewalk. The air was cold, quiet. I could almost hear the ghosts of those early days. The clatter of keyboards, the hum of servers, my younger self dreaming big inside those walls. For a moment, I thought about going inside, just to see it one last time. But then I realized I didn't need to. The building wasn't my legacy anymore. I was. As I turned to leave, my phone buzzed. A message from Clara. "Contract confirmed. The client signed the 5-year deal. Congratulations, boss." I smiled. Not because of the money, or the win, or the symbolism, but because it felt like closure. I'd spent years chasing my father's approval, thinking that success meant being seen, being recognized. But now I understood something far simpler. That peace doesn't come from proving others wrong. It comes from knowing who you are, even when no one else does. I looked back one last time at the building across the street. Hollow, lifeless, irrelevant. And then I whispered to the empty air, more for myself than anyone else. "You were right, Dad." I paused, letting the words settle. "I do understand now." Then I got in my car, started the engine, and drove away, not from my past, but toward everything I'd built on my own terms. And this time, I didn't look back. My name's Kieran. I'm 27, and this story starts with a smirk, my mother's, to be specific, the exact moment she leaned back in her seat, crossed her arms, and whispered to my aunt loud enough for the whole room to hear. "Told you, he wanted nothing to do with him." That smug little chuckle of hers echoed in my ears more than anything else that day. The lawyer hadn't even finished reading the will, but she'd heard what she wanted to hear. My name wasn't mentioned. Not even once. Not in passing. Not a single cent. And as far as she was concerned, that was confirmation that she'd finally won. I didn't say a word. I just sat there, hands folded, eyes calm, and smiled. Because what she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that the piece of paper they were reading from, that wasn't his will. Not really. Let me back up. My grandfather, Elliot, was the closest thing I ever had to a real parent. He raised me more than my own mother did. When I was 7, it was him who took me to school when my mom forgot. When I was 13, it was him who taught me how to fix a car engine, not because I needed to, but because he wanted me to have skills no one could take away. When I turned 18, he gave me a handwritten journal full of his life lessons, told me to travel, make mistakes, and come home with stories. And when I did, when I came back 5 years later after traveling abroad, with a degree in architecture and a quiet sense of peace, he was waiting. Older, slower, but still sharp as ever. Still Elliot. But that's not the version of him my mother saw. To her, he was a vault. Of money, of status, of property. Something to crack open. She used to joke at family dinners that she was just waiting for the old man to finally let go of the house keys. I never laughed. Neither did he. Our relationship, mine and hers, had always been strained. She was the kind of person who couldn't stand when the spotlight wasn't directly on her. Everything was about appearances, about who wore what to church, who got invited to what. I remember once, when I was 10, she screamed at me for crying in public because it made her look like a failure. Elliot didn't say anything that day, but later, when she left for one of her endless errands, he brought me a chocolate milkshake and told me, "Some people only know how to take. That doesn't mean you have to stop giving. It just means you give smarter." I think about that quote more than I probably should. So when Elliot fell ill, things got ugly fast. I flew home immediately, took leave from work, moved into his guest room to help care for him. He was in and out of the hospital with heart complications, but his mind was still sharp. We spent hours talking at night. Some days, he was too tired to speak, so I'd just sit there and read the newspaper out loud to him, knowing he hated the silence. And through it all, my mother circled like a vulture. She'd pop in with takeout and a fake smile, offer to help organize his finances, or make sure his estate was in order. It didn't take long to figure out what she was really after. He told me, plain as day, a few weeks before his last hospital stay, "I'm changing the will. Again. This time, I'm putting everything in your name." I told him he didn't have to, that I didn't want the money. He just nodded. "I know. That's why it's you." Then he slipped a small brass key into my hand. "Safe deposit box. Bank downtown. Don't open it until after. You'll know." I didn't know then what I know now, that 2 days later, after a bad episode with his heart, he'd be admitted to the hospital and never come back out. Or that my mother would show up with a lawyer and 2 witnesses and pressure him to sign a new will just in case. I wasn't allowed in the room. She told the nurses I was causing stress. I didn't even know what she'd done until after he passed, when she invited me, summoned me, to the will reading like it was some kind of victory parade. I should have known the moment I saw her outfit. Black, of course, but with jewelry loud enough to be seen from space, that she thought this day would be hers. And in a way it was, for a little while. Because when that lawyer, a man I didn't recognize, someone she clearly hired, read off that entire fake document, it painted a version of my grandfather that didn't exist. Someone bitter, cold, selective. He left everything to her. The house, the stocks, even the antique watch he used to polish every Sunday. The one he told me would be mine. No mention of me, not even a post-it note. And that's when she laughed. That's when she leaned back in that stiff leather chair, her voice dripping with smugness, and said, "Told you. He wanted nothing to do with you." I didn't blink. I didn't ask for an explanation. I just said, "Thanks for the invite," stood up, and walked out. No fight. No dramatics. But the second I was in my car, I drove straight to the bank. The manager recognized me instantly. Elliot had taken me there with him years ago. "He told us you might come by someday," the man said, handing me a form to sign. And then he brought out the box. Inside was a thick envelope labeled, in Elliot's handwriting, for Kieran. Only Kieran. It contained 2 things, the real will, signed, notarized, dated after the one they forced on him, and a flash drive. On it, a video. My grandfather, sitting up in his hospital bed, weak but focused. He looked straight into the camera and said, "If you're seeing this, it means your mother pulled exactly what I thought she would. But don't worry. You've got everything you need. Let the lawyers handle it. And don't feel bad. She made her choice. You made yours." I watched that video 4 times that night. The next morning, I contacted a real lawyer. One Elliot had already arranged to handle this mess, apparently. His name was Lawrence, and he was a quiet, calm man who said things like, "We've dealt with worse, and don't worry, she can't touch this." He told me not to say a word to anyone yet, to let her think she won. And so I did. For 2 weeks. I went silent, didn't return her calls, didn't answer texts from nosy cousins asking about the will. I kept my head down. Meanwhile, Lawrence prepared everything. The real will, the video statement, the motion to contest and void the forged will, and most importantly, the plan to make it very public. And that's where this story is headed, the moment it all explodes. Because tonight, there's a celebration dinner at my mom's house. She's invited the whole family. A little gathering to toast moving on and honoring Elliot's legacy, which, in her case, just means showing off her inheritance and rubbing it in everyone's face. She doesn't know I'm coming. She definitely doesn't know what I'm bringing. Let's just say, I won't be showing up empty-handed. And by the time dessert is served, every single guest will know exactly what she did. The air was heavy that evening, the kind of thick summer humidity that clings to your skin and makes even a breath feel like work. I pulled into the cul-de-sac a few minutes before the celebration dinner officially began and parked half a block away. Her driveway was already packed. There were at least 10 cars crammed up the curb, and more filtering in slowly. She really invited everyone. Cousins I hadn't seen since high school, family friends who had no real connection to Grandpa, but would never say no to free wine and catered appetizers. Typical. It wasn't grief. It was theater. I sat in the car for a few minutes, watching people stream inside through the open front door, carrying bottles of red or tins of store-bought cookies like this was Thanksgiving. I could already hear her laugh. Sharp, performative, rehearsed. The same one she used at networking events when someone mentioned money. It cut through the front window and stabbed something deep in my chest. But I didn't let it fester. I just reached into the passenger seat and picked up the manila envelope. Inside, the real will, notarized and stamped. A printed transcript of the video Grandpa recorded, the timeline of when it was signed, and copies of the medical records that proved, beyond any doubt, he was of sound mind when he made it. I debated whether to just let the lawyers handle it all quietly, but that decision was stolen from me the moment she made this dinner public. She wanted to parade around his memory like a trophy. Fine, let her. But I'd make sure everyone knew whose trophy it really was. I slipped the flash drive into my inside jacket pocket. I didn't bother with a tie. I wanted to look casual, not petty, not angry, not bitter, just calm. I'd read once that nothing unsettles a liar more than the person they wronged showing up with peace on their face. And I had peace. Cold, still peace. The kind that only comes when you already know the ending. I walked in through the front door without knocking. Her house was decked out in floral centerpieces and those weird fake candles that flicker with battery-powered dignity. The walls were filled with old photos of Grandpa, one she'd pulled from storage just for the night, trying to make herself look like the loving daughter. One giant print of him at the lake cabin sat above the fireplace, framed in gold. I had taken that photo. She never even asked. "Oh, look who decided to show," my Aunt Marilyn said as she passed by with a flute of champagne. "He lives." I gave her a polite nod and scanned the room. There she was, my mother, wearing a black dress far too tight for someone hosting a dinner in memory of her father, laughing with my cousin Dylan and some man in a blue blazer I didn't recognize. She hadn't seen me yet. Someone handed me a plate and asked if I'd tried the shrimp cocktail. I waved it away and stepped farther into the living room. Just then, she turned. "Oh," she said flatly, like I was a stray cat that wandered in from the street. "You made it." "Wouldn't miss it," I replied, keeping my voice light. "I wasn't sure you'd want to be here," she said, sipping her wine. "I mean, considering." "Considering what?" I tilted my head. She smiled tightly. "Well, it can't be easy, knowing he you know." I waited. Let her dig. "Left you out of the will," she said, louder this time, like she wanted everyone in a 10-foot radius to hear. He made his wishes clear. A few people nearby glanced over, pretending not to eavesdrop. I shrugged. Yeah, wills can be complicated, especially when there's more than one. The smile cracked. Just for a second. A flicker of unease passed over her eyes before she caught herself. "Excuse me," she asked, still trying to keep the tone playful. I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out the envelope, and handed it to her without ceremony. "Thought you might want to take a look." She frowned, clearly confused, and opened it. As she scanned the first page, I saw her mouth tighten. Her eyes flicked from the header to the signature. Her hand gripped the paper a little harder. "This is a joke," she said softly, but there was no confidence in it. I didn't answer. She looked at the second page, the notarization, the date, the witness signatures. Then the medical note, signed by Dr. Hawthorne, confirming Grandpa's mental clarity. Then the video transcript. By the time she reached the part where he directly names me as the sole beneficiary, her hands were shaking. "You forged this," she hissed under her breath, stepping closer to me. "You, how dare you?" I leaned in calmly. "Don't bother. Lawrence already filed everything this morning. This is just a courtesy. You won't get away with this," she snapped, voice rising. "Actually," I said, pulling the flash drive from my pocket, "I think I already did." I nodded toward the TV on the wall, the same one they were using earlier to play some old slideshow set to Coldplay. "Mind if I borrow the screen?" It was Dylan who stepped up then, the cousin who had always been a bit of a tech nerd. "Got a USB port right here," he said, already taking the flash drive from my hand. I didn't stop him. He plugged it in, scrolled through the folder, and found the file labeled "to be played only if they lie." As the screen flickered and the video loaded, I finally turned to the room, to the aunts and uncles sipping wine, the cousins whispering to each other, the friends of the family who barely knew me but were about to get a front row seat to the truth. "Before we eat," I said, I think it's only fair everyone hears what Grandpa really wanted. And then the screen lit up, and there he was. Grandpa Elliot. Tired, but composed. Sitting up in that hospital bed, looking right into the camera with those sharp, unmistakable eyes. "If you're seeing this," he began, "then my daughter has done exactly what I feared she might. But don't worry, I wrote a new will. The real will. And it's legal, witnessed, and locked in a safe box. This is just to make sure no one gets confused." The room went dead silent. I watched her expression crumble in real time, from smug, to confused, to horrified. She glanced around, seeing every face turn toward her, mouths slowly falling open, wine glasses lowering in stunned disbelief. And the best part? He hadn't even gotten to the part about why he left it all to me. Grandpa's voice filled the room like a sermon from beyond the grave, steady, deliberate, with that distinct gravelly tone that always demanded attention. Even in a hospital gown, he had a presence. And right now, he had the whole room under his spell. "If you're wondering why I left everything to Kieran," he said, folding his hands on his lap, "it's simple. He showed up. When I needed help, he was there. When I couldn't breathe without a nurse present, he read the newspaper out loud because he knew I hated silence. He didn't ask me what he'd get. He didn't angle for a penny. He just showed up." My mother shifted her weight uncomfortably. A few eyes had already turned to her, slowly, almost involuntarily, like people weren't even trying to hide it anymore. "I know this won't be popular," Grandpa continued, and here, his expression grew colder, almost sharper. "Especially with you, Meredith." There it was. Her name. Clear as day. My mother flinched. "But you've spent your whole life performing love and calling it loyalty. You show up when there's a spotlight, not when there's struggle. And when you brought in that lawyer and tried to get me to sign the papers you drafted, I let you. I signed them. Because I knew something you didn't. I knew they weren't the real ones." People were gasping now. One of my uncles actually muttered, "Oh my God," under his breath. "I let you think you won. I needed to see how far you'd go. And now that I have, let me be clear, I changed my will, legally, after that stunt. Kieran inherits everything. The house, the land, the accounts, the stocks, the antiques. All of it." I heard a plate clink onto the floor in the dining room behind me. "I'm not doing this to punish you," Grandpa said. "I'm doing this because I want my legacy to go to someone who didn't treat me like an ATM with a pacemaker. I spent my life building this family, and Kieran is the only one who treated me like a human being in the end. You can be angry, you can scream, but you won't change it." The video ended abruptly there. No flourish, no goodbye, just a screen gone dark and a room too stunned to breathe. The silence that followed wasn't just awkward, it was seismic. The kind of silence that hums behind your ears and makes you second-guess your own heartbeat. Everyone was looking at me now, or at her. My mother. Her face had gone pale. The wine glass she'd been holding was trembling in her hand like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "What is this?" she whispered, to no one in particular. "This isn't real. It can't be real." "Already verified," I said quietly. "Witnessed. Notarized. Filed this morning." She turned to me then, fully. And for the first time in years, I saw it. Not the woman who'd lectured me on posture in front of guests. Not the woman who'd once grounded me for crying after my dog passed away because it made her look weak. No, this version of my mother was something else entirely. This was a woman who'd bet everything on a lie and just watched the ground crack open beneath her heels. "You're doing this to humiliate me," she hissed. "No," I said, my voice flat. "You did that yourself. I'm just clearing the fog." Aunt Marilyn cleared her throat behind me. "Meredith," she said slowly, "is this true? You had him sign something while he was in the hospital?" My mother opened her mouth, then closed it. I watched her flounder, desperate to find an explanation, a defense, some narrative to spin. But there wasn't one. There never had been. All the control she thought she had, all the image managing, the fake smiles, the curated sympathy cards, gone. "What happens now?" my cousin Dylan asked, his voice hesitant. "I mean legally?" "Legally," I repeated. "The real will goes into probate. The forged one's being contested. And the lawyer who helped push it through, the one she hired, might want to contact a malpractice attorney." My mother recoiled like I'd slapped her. "How dare you?" she spat. I stepped forward. Just one step. "How dare I? After everything you did, you're still trying to be the victim? You used a dying man's weakness to try and grab everything he built. You told nurses I wasn't allowed to see him. You intercepted mail. You lied. I just gave everyone the truth. More murmurs now. Conversations forming in corners. Cousins whispering to spouses. My uncle with the bad knees stood up slowly and walked over to Grandpa's photo, staring at it like he was seeing the man for the first time. And in the middle of all of it, my mother stood frozen, trapped in a moment that she couldn't manipulate. I looked around the room. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't triumphant. I was just done. I turned toward the door and reached for my coat. Where are you going? Someone asked. Maybe my aunt, maybe no one. Home, I said. I've got a lot to sort out. Lawyers, documents, properties. You know, all the things she thought were hers. And as I walked down the steps and out into the quiet dusk, I could hear her voice again, behind me, cracking through tears and rage, shouting my name like it still meant something. But I didn't turn around. I didn't look back as I stepped into the night. Her voice chased me down the steps, angry and trembling, but it bounced off me like rain on stone. I'd spent too many years trying to earn something that was never hers to give: approval, respect, a sense of belonging. That part of me had died with Grandpa. What remained was something quieter, colder, and much, much stronger. The days that followed moved in slow, deliberate waves. There were no fireworks, no final screaming matches. Just paperwork, lawyers, and consequences rolling in with the steadiness of a tide. On Monday morning, Lawrence filed the full motion to invalidate the forged will, attaching every page of documentation, the video testimony, and even the nurse's written statement confirming that Meredith, my mother, had aggressively pressured Grandpa into signing legal documents during a vulnerable moment. Her lawyer, the one she'd hired in secret and thought would just make things easier, tried to backpedal so hard he practically slipped. Claimed he had no idea Grandpa had mental clarity issues. Claimed he was just helping out as a favor. Didn't matter. The forged will was ruled invalid less than 2 weeks later. It was so clear, so egregiously timed, so carelessly thrown together, that the judge didn't even need a full hearing. Just a few quick testimonies, a couple of depositions, and boom, gone. The Real will stood. Grandpa's estate, every bit of it, was officially mine. And it was overwhelming. I thought I'd feel powerful when it happened, vindicated. But when I sat down in the quiet office at the bank to sign the documents and transfer ownership of the cabin, the lake house, the trust accounts, and even his vintage car collection, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt tired. Tired of the fight. Tired of the years I'd spent wondering why my mother couldn't see me the way Grandpa did. Tired of chasing peace through people who thrived on chaos. Lawrence, ever perceptive, waited until I finished signing the last document before sliding over one final envelope. What's this? I asked. It's from Elliot, he said gently. He left it with us under specific instruction to be delivered to you after the estate's official transfer. I opened it slowly. Inside was a single sheet of paper, handwritten in Grandpa's familiar scrawl. Kieran, don't waste time being bitter. Use what I left you to build, not to destroy. You've got your whole life ahead of you, and I want you to fill it with things that matter. Love someone good. Make something lasting. And never, ever let anyone tell you that your kindness was a weakness. It's the only thing that ever made you stronger than them. I sat there for a long time, staring at that note. When I left the office that day, I didn't go back to my apartment. I went to the lake house. It was quiet. Eerily so, the kind of silence that used to scare me as a kid, but now felt comforting. I stepped inside, dropped my bags, and wandered through the place. Everything was exactly as he left it. The fishing rod still by the back door. The old wool blanket still draped over the armchair. His slippers still tucked neatly by the hearth. I lit a fire that night and read his journal again. Page after page of hard-won lessons, small stories, and scribbled diagrams of weird contraptions he never got around to building. And somewhere around midnight, I made a decision. I wasn't going to sell anything. Not the house. Not the cabin. Not the watch. Not even the dusty old Chevrolet sitting in his garage that hadn't run since I was 16. Every piece of this legacy, his legacy, was going to stay intact. But I was going to put it to use. Over the next few months, I made some big moves. First, I turned the lake house into a nonprofit retreat for teens aging out of foster care. Grandpa had grown up in the system. Most people didn't know that. He always had a soft spot for kids who'd been dealt a rough hand early on, and I figured there was no better way to honor him than to offer them a place to breathe, to reset, and to feel, maybe for the first time, like they mattered. I used the trust fund to hire staff, counselors, maintenance, and even a few of Grandpa's old friends as mentors. The ones who still remembered his war stories and dry humor. The ones who showed up to his funeral not for the inheritance, but because they'd genuinely lost someone. And then there was the car, the beat-up '72 Chevy with the broken radio and rusted hood. I restored it, not because I needed a car, but because he'd started teaching me how to fix it when I was 13 and we never finished. It became a weekend project, something that gave me both peace and purpose. I'd talk to him while I worked, just out loud, like he was in the passenger seat. Yeah, I finally learned how to flush the radiator. You were right, it's a pain. Some weekends, I drive it down to the farmer's market and just sit there, watching the water sparkle across the lake, the breeze rolling through the trees the same way it always had when I was a kid. Word eventually got around about what I'd done. Aunt Marilyn sent a card, handwritten, surprisingly, saying how proud Grandpa would have been and how sorry she was for staying silent so long. A few cousins reached out, offering to volunteer or donate to the retreat. Even Dylan sent a text. Hey man, I didn't know the full story. That video blew my mind. You good? And my mother? She vanished. Not literally. She still lived 2 cities over, still hosted brunches for the kind of friends who only stayed for mimosas and gossip. But in every way that mattered, she was gone. She stopped reaching out after the ruling. Didn't try to appeal it. Didn't try to apologize. She just disappeared into the shadow of her own failure. I found out later that she'd tried to refinance her house and was rejected because of the pending fraud investigation. Lawrence told me the DA had opened a quiet inquiry into the forged will and that if she kept pushing, charges would be filed. She didn't push. I didn't need revenge in the end. Not really. Watching her lose the one thing she valued most, control, was enough. She could keep her brunches and pearls and silent afternoons pretending none of this happened. Meanwhile, I'd taken everything she tried to steal and used it to build something real. One night, 6 months after the will reading, I was sitting on the cabin's front porch with a mug of coffee and a hoodie wrapped around my shoulders. The fire pit crackled softly nearby. It was early fall, the air sharp with the promise of winter. I heard a knock on the porch railing and looked up. It was Caleb, one of the boys staying at the retreat. 17, sharp as a tack, with more walls than a fortress and a way of speaking that always sounded like a dare. You said I could ask you anything, right? He asked. Sure, I nodded. He kicked at a leaf and glanced away. Why'd your grandpa leave you all this? I thought for a moment. Then I smiled. Because I didn't ask for it, I said. I just showed up. He nodded slowly, like he was still chewing on it, then sat beside me and stared out at the water. We didn't talk after that. We didn't need to. And in that quiet, as the stars blinked awake above us and the trees rustled like they were whispering secrets, I realized something I never thought I'd feel. I was home, not because of the property, not because of the money, not even because of Grandpa, but because I had taken the ugliest, most broken moment of my life and turned it into something solid, something that mattered. And in the end, that was all he ever wanted. My name is Alex, and I'm 27 years old now. But this story? It starts a decade ago when I was just a naive 18-year-old who thought I had real friends. You know, the kind you trust with your life, the kind you think will have your back forever. Turns out, I was wrong. Back in high school, I wasn't exactly the golden child of our group. I wasn't the funniest, the richest, or the most popular. I was just there, the nice friend, the one who didn't start drama, the one who always had gas money but never asked for any back, the one who would drop everything if someone needed help but somehow always got forgotten when plans were made. If you've ever been that friend, you know exactly how it feels. My friends were Tyler, Jake, and Brandon. They were the kind of guys who peaked in high school, the ones who played varsity football, had rich parents, and could get away with anything because boys will be boys. And then there was me. I wasn't a loser, but I wasn't them. It wasn't like they openly bullied me or anything. No, their cruelty was more subtle. They'd invite me places only to forget to pick me up. They'd borrow money and never return it. They'd crack jokes at my expense, but always with that, "We're just messing with you" smile, as if that made it better. And like a fool, I let it slide. Until the night they left me stranded. It was supposed to be a fun weekend trip. A road trip to a cabin Tyler's parents owned a few hours away. I was excited. I didn't get invited to things like this often, and for once, it felt like I was part of the group. The drive there was fine. Lots of music, dumb jokes, stopping at gas stations for snacks, just normal road trip things. And then, somewhere in the middle of absolute nowhere, things changed. "Hey, Alex," Tyler said from the driver's seat, barely suppressing a grin. "Wouldn't it be hilarious if we just left you here?" Jake and Brandon snickered. I laughed too, because obviously it was a joke. Right? Wrong. The car slowed down, and before I could process what was happening, the door flung open. "Come on, dude," Jake said, still laughing. "You always figure things out. Find your way back." And before I could argue, before I could even reach for my phone, because of course, these fools had made sure I wasn't holding it, they shoved me out. The door slammed shut. Tires screeched. And then they were gone. At first, I stood there, stunned, waiting for them to turn around. Any second now, they'd realize this was a joke gone too far, right? Any second, they'd come back, laughing and telling me to get in. Except they didn't. Minutes passed. Then half an hour. Then an hour. And I was still standing there, in the middle of nowhere, with no phone, no money, and no clue what to do. At some point, I started walking. There wasn't much else to do. Miles of empty road stretched ahead, trees lining either side. The occasional car passed, but none stopped. Why would they? A random teenager walking alone at night on a deserted road? I probably looked like I was planning a horror movie jump scare. I don't know how long I walked before headlights appeared behind me, slowing down. A window rolled down. "Hey, kid, you all right?" It was an older guy, maybe mid-40s, in a beat-up truck. He looked like the kind of person who had seen some things in life, someone who had that quiet understanding in his eyes that said he wasn't going to judge. And maybe I should have been wary, but at that moment, I was too exhausted and too desperate to care. Not really, I admitted. He ended up giving me a ride to the nearest town, where I managed to scrape together enough kindness from strangers to make a call and get home. By the time I walked through my front door, I wasn't the same person who had left the day before. Something in me changed that night. I never spoke to Tyler, Jake, or Brandon again. They didn't even try to reach out, which told me everything I needed to know about our so-called friendship. I moved on, went to college, built a life for myself. And then, 10 years later, out of nowhere, I got a message. From Tyler. "Hey man, long time no see. Hope you're doing great. We should catch up sometime." I stared at the message for a long moment, debating whether to even respond. And then another message popped up. "Also, I know this is kind of random, but we could really use your help with something. Call me." Curious, I did a little digging. Turns out, life hadn't been too kind to my old friends. Their once comfortable lives? Not so comfortable anymore. The golden boys of high school were now just regular guys, struggling like everyone else. And they needed me. Oh, this was going to be fun. I took my time before replying. Not because I was busy. No, I had plenty of free time, but because I wanted them to sweat a little. Let them wonder if I'd seen the message. Let them sit with the discomfort of waiting. Because 10 years ago, when they left me stranded in the middle of nowhere, I had waited too. I had waited for them to come back, waited for a text saying it was just a prank, waited for a phone call to apologize. They never sent one. So they could wait now. A full day later, I finally responded. "Tyler, wow, long time no see. Crazy to hear from you. What's up?" I kept it casual, friendly. No indication that I still remembered what they had done. I wanted to see how far they'd go before they cracked. Tyler responded immediately, as if he had been sitting by his phone, refreshing the chat like a desperate ex. "Dude, it's been forever. We should totally catch up. What have you been up to?" The small talk phase. He was warming me up before the ask. I decided to play along. "Oh, just work stuff. Life's good. What about you?" "Man, things have been rough. Actually, that's kind of why I reached out." There it was. The hook. I leaned back in my chair, smirking. "Oh, what's going on?" And that's when the sob story began. Apparently, life had not been kind to Tyler, Jake, and Brandon. Tyler's dad, the guy who had always bailed him out of trouble and funded his carefree lifestyle, had lost his business a few years back. Without Daddy's money, Tyler had struggled. He had tried to start his own company, but it flopped. Now, he was buried in debt and desperate for investors. Jake, the once charming golden boy, had a bad gambling habit. Real bad. Apparently, he owed money to some people you really don't want to owe money to. And Brandon? Oh, Brandon had somehow managed to tank his entire career before it even started. Got fired from multiple jobs, burned bridges left and right, and was now jobless, broke, and couch surfing. Life had come at them fast. And now, suddenly, they were reaching out to me. Funny how that works. Damn, man. That's rough, I typed, pretending to be sympathetic. So, what do you need from me? I already knew the answer. They wanted money. They wanted a job hookup. They wanted a bailout. And sure enough, Tyler responded almost immediately. Well, I remember you were always, really smart with money. And I saw on LinkedIn that you're doing pretty well. We were thinking maybe you could invest in our business? Just a small loan to get things off the ground. A small loan. Classic. I almost laughed out loud. These were the same guys who had abandoned me on a deserted road as a joke, who had laughed while I stood there, helpless and humiliated, who never once apologized, never checked in, never even acknowledged what they did. And now, they wanted me to save them? Oh, this was going to be so much fun. Wow, I appreciate you thinking of me. I replied, keeping my tone light. I'd love to hear more about your business idea. Let's meet up. Tyler was thrilled. Dude, yes. Let's do it. How about this weekend? I agreed, setting the time and place. But what Tyler didn't know, what none of them knew, was that I had no intention of helping them. No, I had something else planned. I was going to humiliate them. I was going to expose them. And when they were at their most desperate, when they thought I was about to throw them a lifeline, I was going to rip it away. The revenge I had waited 10 years for was finally happening, and I was going to enjoy every second of it. Saturday rolled around, and I arrived early at the restaurant. It was a nice place, one of those upscale, modern spots with dim lighting, overpriced cocktails, and waiters who act like they're judging your life choices. The kind of place Tyler and his friends used to love back in the day, when their parents' money covered the bill. But today, I had picked the venue, and I had done so very deliberately. I wanted them to sweat. They had no idea that I already knew everything about their situation, that I knew they were broke, that I knew they needed me more than I needed them, and, most importantly, that I wasn't planning on helping them at all. I sat at the table, ordered a drink, and waited. Right on cue, they walked in. Tyler was still trying to dress like his old self. Designer jacket, fancy watch, but the illusion was cracking. The jacket looked a little worn, the watch was probably fake, and there was something desperate in his smile. Jake had aged like milk. His confident, cocky posture was gone, replaced by something twitchy and paranoid. Probably the gambling debt eating away at him. Brandon looked rough. Just rough. He had always been the least put together of the group, but now he looked like he hadn't slept in days. The kind of exhaustion that only comes from making terrible life choices for years on end. I stood up, grinning like I was happy to see them. Guys, it's been forever, I said, throwing in just the right amount of fake enthusiasm. Tyler clapped me on the back like we were best friends. Dude, right? We were just talking about how much we missed hanging out. Oh, I bet you were. We sat down, ordered drinks, and for a few minutes, they tried to play it cool. We made small talk, reminisced about high school, laughed about old stories, except the one where they abandoned me on the side of the road like a piece of trash. That part, conveniently left out. But I wasn't in a rush. I let them get comfortable. Let them think I was buying their little act. And then, right when I knew they were ready to make their pitch, I leaned in, all fake sincerity. So, tell me about this business idea. Tyler practically lit up. Oh man, it's huge. We've been brainstorming this for a while, and we just need the right investor to take it to the next level. Jake nodded. It's basically a startup that connects influencers with brand deals, but with AI integration. I almost snorted. AI integration? That was the go-to phrase for people who had no idea what they were talking about. Brandon, who had been quiet up until now, chimed in. And, we just need a little push. Just enough capital to really get things rolling. We're not asking for much. I folded my hands on the table, pretending to think it over. And how much are we talking? Tyler cleared his throat. 50,000. I stared at him, expression unreadable. Then I took a slow sip of my drink. 50,000. I repeated. Jake, misreading my reaction, jumped in. It's a sure thing, man. You'd be getting in early, so you'd own a huge chunk of the company. Brandon nodded, a little too eagerly. And, bro, it's not even about the money, really. It's about helping out your friends. There it was. The guilt angle. The same guys who had left me stranded in the middle of nowhere were now playing the friendship card. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I laughed. Not a polite chuckle. A full-on, amused, you've got to be kidding me laugh. Tyler's smile wavered. Oh, what's funny? I leaned back in my chair, still grinning. I mean, you guys do remember the last time we all hung out, right? Silence. Jake shifted uncomfortably. Brandon glanced away. Tyler forced a laugh. Dude, that was so long ago. Yeah, I said. 10 years. And funny enough, that was also the last time you spoke to me. Until now, of course. Now that you need something. Brandon, the weakest link, tried to salvage things. Come on, man, that was just a prank. We were kids. You know we didn't mean anything by it. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, when I was standing in the middle of nowhere with no phone, no money, and no way to get home, that was just good fun. Tyler groaned. Dude, why are you bringing this up now? We're trying to move forward. I nodded slowly. Yeah, you are. Because you need something. Jake, who had been silent this whole time, finally snapped. Look, man, are you going to help us or not? I exhaled sharply, as if I were really considering it. Then I reached into my pocket, pulled out my wallet, and laid a single $1 bill on the table. Their eyes flicked to it. Confused. There you go, I said, smirking. Don't spend it all in one place. Tyler's face turned red. Dude, are you serious? Jake was fuming. You think this is funny? Oh, absolutely, I said. It's hilarious. You ditched me in the middle of nowhere for a joke. And now, 10 years later, you're the ones lost, desperate for someone to help you. That's poetic. Brandon, who had been trying to keep the peace, finally cracked. Man, we came to you because we thought you'd be cool about this. You don't have to be a jerk. I grinned. Oh, I do. And I'm enjoying it. Jake shoved his chair back. Come on, this is a waste of time. Tyler glared at me. You're seriously not going to help us? I picked up my drink, took a sip, and shrugged. Not my problem. And with that, I waved the waiter over. Separate checks, please. Their faces were priceless. And this was only the beginning. Tyler's jaw clenched so hard I thought he might crack a tooth. Jake looked like he wanted to throw his glass at me, and Brandon? He just stared at the dollar bill on the table, as if hoping it would magically multiply. The waiter arrived, pen and notepad at the ready. Will this be all? I flashed my best smile. Yep. Just separate checks, please. Tyler let out a frustrated laugh. You're unbelievable. I shrugged. Just making sure I don't accidentally cover your tab. Jake muttered something under his breath that I was pretty sure wasn't a compliment. The waiter, blissfully unaware of the tension, handed out the receipts. As expected, their total was not small. This place wasn't just expensive, it was ridiculous. A meal here could set you back a couple $100 per person. And judging by the way Brandon's face drained of color, I had a feeling none of them had planned for that. Tyler tried to play it cool. He pulled out his card, flicking it onto the table with what I could only assume was supposed to be confidence. Jake followed suit, though he looked significantly less sure of himself. Brandon, however, hesitated. I watched, thoroughly enjoying the show, as he subtly checked his banking app under the table. Then, in a move that would have been impressive if it wasn't so pathetic, he casually leaned toward Jake and muttered, Hey, man, can you spot me? I'll pay you back later. Jake's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Are you serious right now? Tyler's fake smile twitched. Dude, come on. Brandon, looking absolutely miserable, whispered, I didn't know it was going to be this much. I sat back, taking in the disaster unfolding before me. This was better than I could have planned. Tyler groaned and swiped his card so hard through the reader that I was surprised it didn't snap in half. Jake did the same, glaring at Brandon the whole time. Brandon, now owing both of them, just sat there, shrinking into himself. When the transaction was finally complete, Tyler shot me a look of pure venom. You really enjoyed that, huh? I didn't even pretend to deny it. Oh, immensely. Jake shook his head, shoving his wallet back into his pocket. Dude, you've changed. I laughed. Yeah, I did. Turns out being abandoned in the middle of nowhere kind of forces you to grow up. Tyler scoffed. Whatever, man. Let's go. They stood up, and for a moment, I thought that was it. That they'd storm out, lick their wounds, and maybe, just maybe, finally take the hint. But no, because Tyler had one more thing to say. You know, it's funny, he mused, sliding his hands into his pockets. For all that talk about how we left you behind, looks like you're the one leaving us behind now. I tilted my head, pretending to think about it. Then, with a slow, satisfied grin, I said, yeah, and it feels great. Tyler's nostrils flared, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned and walked out, Jake and Brandon following behind. And just like that, They were gone. I sat there for a moment, staring at the empty seats across from me. That should have been the end of it. But something told me, something deep in my gut, that this wasn't over. And I was right. Because 2 weeks later, they came crawling back. And this time, they weren't just desperate. They were begging. 2 weeks later, I got a message from Brandon. Then one from Jake. Then, finally, Tyler. 3 separate attempts, all with the same undertone of forced casualness, like they weren't practically groveling for a response. Hey, man, long time no talk. Got a minute? Dude, we should catch up. Hope you're doing well. Hey, look, we might need a little help. Can we talk? Ah, there it was. The real reason they were reaching out. They weren't suddenly interested in reconnecting. They needed something. And after our last little reunion at the restaurant, I had a pretty good guess what it was. I left them on read for a few days, just to make them sweat. Then, just when I figured their desperation had peaked, I finally responded. What's up? Brandon was the first to bite. Look, dude, we're in kind of a tough spot. Business hasn't been great, and Tyler really needs some help. Can we meet up? Tyler needs help? That caught my attention. I was curious, sure, but I wasn't about to make this easy for them. Help how? This time, it was Jake who responded. It's a long story, man. Just, can you meet us? We wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious. That sealed it. I had to see this for myself. Fine. Same restaurant as last time. But you're paying. Tyler responded within seconds. Done. I arrived at the restaurant to find them already waiting, looking significantly worse than they had 2 weeks ago. Tyler, usually the picture of fake confidence, looked exhausted. Brandon and Jake weren't much better, slumped in their seats like their souls had been sucked out. I sat down, leisurely unfolding my napkin while they watched me like I was their last hope. So, I said, taking my time. What's this about? Tyler sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, man, we're in deep. The business took some major losses, and we need an investor. A loan. Something to help us stay afloat. I raised an eyebrow. And you're coming to me for that? I thought I was the nobody you ditched years ago. Brandon actually had the nerve to chuckle, though it was more nervous than amused. Come on, man. That was a long time ago. I leaned back, crossing my arms. Right. A hilarious prank, wasn't it? Leaving me stranded with no phone, no money, no way to get back? Man, I really saw the humor in that. Tyler gritted his teeth. Look, we were kids. We didn't think it through. Didn't think it through? You left me for dead, Tyler. My voice was calm, but I could tell it made them squirm. You laughed while you drove off. And now? Now you're here, looking at me like I'm supposed to bail you out. Jake exhaled sharply. Look, man, you've clearly done well for yourself. And we're just asking for a chance to fix things. A chance. Interesting choice of words. I tapped my fingers on the table. And what exactly do I get out of this? Brandon looked hopeful. A partnership. We can work together, bring you in on the business. It's a great opportunity. I cut him off with a laugh. A great opportunity? You mean your sinking ship of a company? Wow, how generous. Tyler's patience finally snapped. Are you just here to rub this in our faces? Or are you actually going to help? I leaned forward, dropping my smile. Oh, I am here to rub it in. Every second of it. Because for years, you never once thought about how you left me in the middle of nowhere. Never once checked in. But now? Now that you need something, suddenly I'm important again. I let out a slow, satisfied breath. No, I don't think so. Brandon blinked. Wait, you're saying no? I grinned. Yep. Tyler slammed his hands on the table. You're serious? As serious as you were when you sped off that night. I stood, tossing a few bills on the table for my drink. Here's the difference, though. When you left me behind, I figured out a way forward. But you. I gave them a slow, pitying shake of my head. You're still stuck in the past. And now, you get to find your own way back. And with that, I walked out, leaving them just as stranded as they'd left me all those years ago. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. My name is Ethan, and I'm 31 years old. I'm the oldest of 3, which, in theory, is supposed to mean something. Responsibility, leadership, maybe a little respect, but in my family, it meant being the spare wallet, the emotional punching bag, the invisible one who just takes care of things, while everyone else gets the spotlight. The story really begins years ago, though I didn't realize it at the time. My sister Danielle has always had a way of pulling focus. She was the golden child, the beautiful one, the one whose problems weren't problems. They were opportunities for the family to come together. I paid for her college, quietly. When she dropped out and moved back home, I paid to get her a reliable car, quietly. When she wanted to find herself and bounced through 3 different internships, all unpaid, I covered her rent, utilities, even helped her get a new wardrobe for networking events. I never asked for a thank you. I thought, maybe this is what family is. Maybe my job is just to be the support system, the one who doesn't need anything in return. My younger brother, Nathan, was cut from the same cloth, just a little more entitled. He's always had a talent for stealing the show and making it look effortless. I remember once writing an entire college admissions essay for him because he had a tight deadline. He got into the program. Our parents were so proud. No one mentioned me. But I'm not bitter. At least I wasn't. Not back then. I had a decent career in tech, made good money, lived in a modest but comfortable condo, which, by the way, I also offered up when mom and dad had that little financial crisis and sold the family home. They moved in with me just until they got back on their feet. That was 4 years ago. They're still here. Danielle got engaged last year. It was this massive ordeal, themed engagement photos, a custom ring she couldn't afford but somehow got anyway, multiple bridal showers. I was involved, of course. Paid for one of the venues. Booked the florist. Even wrote the toast she asked Nathan to read, just in case she got emotional. That last part stung a little. I offered to read it myself, but she shook her head and said, "You're not really the public speaking type, right?" I let it slide. Again, the wedding was last month. They rented this over-the-top estate just outside the city. All white tents, fairy lights, a string quartet. She looked beautiful. I'll give her that. Nathan was the best man. I wasn't in the wedding party. In fact, when I showed up, someone at the entrance asked me if I was with catering. I laughed, but it stayed with me. During the reception, my mom pulled me aside. She looked exhausted, but not in a mother of the bride way, more like annoyed. She straightened my tie, which I'd bought myself, since apparently there was a color scheme I wasn't informed about, and said, "Try not to ruin this. Just keep a low profile, okay? We don't want you in the group photos." I blinked. What? She smiled like I'd misheard. You know how Danielle is. She just wants it to be perfect. No distractions. I nodded. I don't even know why. I should have said something. Should have walked out. But instead, I smiled. I took a breath. I went back inside and found my seat. Table 12, far from the dance floor, tucked between a couple of distant cousins and someone's +1 who was already 3 glasses deep into her Chardonnay. Then the speeches began. The crowd turned, smiling, as Nathan stood and walked toward the mic. I froze. I knew the paper in his hand. I knew every word on it. He started speaking, and as the sentences rolled out, one by one, I felt something inside me crack. He didn't even try to change it. Not a single word. My story about Danielle's childhood love for stargazing. The quote from our grandmother's journal. The line I wrote about the gravity of love pulling 2 people into each other's orbit. Every bit of it. Mine. He ended with a flourish, a fake little chuckle like he'd made it up on the spot. People cheered. Danielle wiped away a tear. My mom beamed at him like he was a poet. I clapped. I even stood. I smiled just like always. But something in me changed. I didn't eat much that night. I sat, sipped my drink, and watched them dance and pose for photos I wasn't invited into. I watched Nathan get pulled aside by relatives who praised his depth and eloquence. I watched Danielle wrap her arms around our parents. The perfect little tableau of a happy family. And then I remembered something. Something small. Something that had been sitting quietly in the back of my mind for years. The house. Technically, it was mine. When my parents moved in, we'd agreed, verbally, that I'd handle the down payment, mortgage, and upkeep. They'd just contribute when they could. But they never could. And I never pushed. I just refinanced and paid it off early, set everything up in my name, and forgot about it. And as time passed, so did they. They thought of it as theirs now. Decorated it without asking. Hosted parties. Gave tours like they owned the place. My dad even once referred to it as the family home in a Facebook post. That night, after the last of the guests had left and the newlyweds had driven off in a shower of sparklers, I drove home. Our home. They were already asleep. I could tell by the quiet, the way the hallway light had been left on, the scent of whatever fancy candles Mom liked to light before bed. I stood in the kitchen for a while, just breathing, listening, thinking. Then I unlocked something they all forgot I still had access to. And what happened next? Well, I didn't do it out of spite. Not at first. I opened the drawer in the hallway where Dad kept his spare keys, the ones labeled for their section of the house. I remember when we added that deadbolt to the master suite. Just for privacy, they said. Like they were doing me a favor. I still had the override code, of course. Same one I set up the day the smart locks were installed. The night was quiet, too quiet, in a way that made every sound sharper. The tap of my thumb on my phone screen. The soft chime of the home automation system recognizing me. One swipe, and their door locked from the outside. Click. Another, and the hallway lights dimmed to red. Just enough to see, not enough to feel comfortable. I stood there in silence. Not angry, not vengeful, just awake. Fully awake for the first time in years. I didn't touch anything else that night. Didn't say a word. But the feeling stayed. That hum. That realization. I've been funding this entire circus while they act like I'm the clown. The next morning, I made coffee like usual. Sat at the kitchen table. Read the news. Waited. Eventually, Dad shuffled in, scratching his neck. He didn't even say good morning. Just grunted when he saw the thermostat had reset. Weird, he mumbled. Then, can you fix that? No, please. No. Thanks for covering the wedding bill. Or, hey, Ethan, sorry your speech got stolen and your name wasn't even in the program. I nodded. Sure. He went back upstairs. That day, I started small. I turned off the cable. Nothing dramatic, just logged into the account, removed their devices from the list, and canceled the premium packages. Within a few hours, I heard my mom calling the provider in a panic. There's a mistake. We didn't authorize any changes. She stormed down the stairs and asked me if I knew anything. I just blinked and said, huh, that's strange. Then I made a list. Every bill, every subscription, every recurring autopay I had set up in their name without a single word of gratitude. Netflix gone. Hulu gone. Weekly housekeeper paused. Grocery delivery canceled. Gas card deactivated. By the third day, Mom cornered me in the hallway, waving her phone like it had personally betrayed her. The grocery account is locked. I tried to schedule the usual order, but it says the card is no longer valid. Did you? I held up a hand, calm. I figured it was time we set some boundaries. You're both living here rent-free. I just thought maybe it's time we all contribute, or at least acknowledge what's been going on. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. Boundaries? Ethan, you've always taken care of things. You like it. Don't make this about money. I let that hang in the air, because it wasn't about the money. Not really. It was about the erasure. About being the one who wrote the speech, paid for the flowers, booked the venue, only to be told not to ruin the photos. It was about being the backbone of this family while they paraded around like I was just another distant relative lucky to be included. And now, they were finally starting to notice what life looked like without the silent workhorse handling everything behind the scenes. But the real turning point came a week later. Danielle and her new husband, Greg, a human oatmeal packet of a man, returned from their honeymoon. They'd been in Greece. Courtesy of a travel package I found, negotiated, and paid for. I even got them the upgrade to the private pool suite because she once offhandedly mentioned it was her dream. She didn't say thank you. Not in a call. Not in a message. Not in a postcard. She did, however, post a long-captioned Instagram story thanking the most incredible husband and my amazing parents for making this dream wedding and honeymoon come true. She tagged Nathan. Tagged Mom. Tagged Dad. I was nowhere. I clicked through each photo in silence. And then, a plan clicked into place. They'd all forgotten something important. Something very basic. Something they'd never bothered to ask about after moving in. Probably because they assumed I'd just take care of it, like always. The deed. The ownership. The fact that every inch of the house, the roof over their heads, the walls around their little fantasy world, belonged to me. And I still had access to everything. Every security setting. Every utility bill. Every line of credit tied to this address. Every camera feed. Every emergency override. I could have pulled the rug then and there. But I didn't. Because by that point, I wasn't interested in petty payback. I was planning something far more deliberate. Something final. So I waited. I watched. I let them get comfortable again. Greg and Danielle started dropping by more often, using the guest bedroom like a hotel, leaving dishes in the sink, blasting music. Nathan came over with his friends to hang, drinking my beer, leaving empty cans on the porch. Dad asked if I could help out with the utilities again, since summer was coming and the AC bill would be nuts. Mom wanted to host a family gathering in my backyard to celebrate how far we've all come together. They still didn't get it. They still thought I was lucky to be included in their narrative. So the next time I walked through that front door, past the wedding photo of Danielle and Greg, the one hanging in the hallway like some sacred relic, I smiled. Because the clock had started ticking. And soon, very soon, they were going to remember exactly whose house they'd been living in. But they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Because by the time they realized what was happening, it would already be too late. That week, I started making quiet preparations. Not revenge in the Hollywood sense. No screaming, no scenes, no drama. Just paperwork. Calm, silent, legal leverage. I wasn't looking for a fight. I was creating distance. Boundaries they never respected. And I was going to do it on my terms, without giving them the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. First, I met with my lawyer, an old friend from college named Priya. We hadn't talked in a while, but she remembered my situation almost immediately. "They're not on the deed?" she asked, tapping through the documents I forwarded. "Nope. I paid for everything," I replied. "The mortgage, the down payment, even the renovation loans. Every cent came from me." She gave me a look, the kind of look someone gives you when they realize you've been playing checkers with people who think they're playing chess. "Then you're golden. You want to evict them?" I hesitated. That word felt so harsh, so final. "I just want my house back," I said. "I want them out. But more than that, I want them to know why. I want them to feel it." Priya nodded slowly. "Then let's do it in stages. We'll start by drafting a formal notice to vacate. You can serve it when you're ready. You're under no obligation to explain yourself, but you can. And if they resist," she smiled, "they won't like what happens next." Meanwhile, back at the house, things carried on like normal. Danielle and Greg stopped by every other day now, raiding the fridge, using the laundry machines, acting like this was their family estate. At one point, I caught Greg trying to reset the Wi-Fi router because it was slow upstairs. "You live upstairs now?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. He laughed. "No, just crashing here while we wait for the lease to clear. Your mom said it was cool." My mom. Of course. She and Dad had completely erased the distinction between hosting family and occupying property they didn't own. They kept throwing around the word ours. Our house. Our garden. Our home office. It was surreal. Like watching people redecorate your room while you're still sitting in it. Then came the final straw. A Thursday evening. I got home after a long day, the kind of day that leaves you wanting silence, dinner, maybe a quiet movie. But the moment I walked in, the smell of food hit me. Something greasy. Something burnt. Then I heard laughter from the kitchen. Danielle, Greg, Mom, Dad, Nathan, all crowded around the counter, making some kind of fried dumpling disaster. Oil was splattering onto the stovetop. The floor was a mess. Greg was drinking straight from one of my wine bottles. Nathan had his feet on the coffee table. No one looked up. "Hey, Ethan," Danielle finally said, barely glancing over. "You cool if we push game night to Sunday? Greg's sister is coming by, and we figured we'd just use the house." "Chill, right?" My hands clenched around the grocery bag I was holding. "You asked, Mom," Greg added, like that made it official. "She said it's no problem." That was it. The moment. The switch flipped. I didn't argue. Didn't protest. I just nodded and walked upstairs. Put my groceries away. Sat at my desk. Pulled up the file Priya had sent me earlier that day, the notice to vacate. It was all filled out. All I had to do was print it. The next morning, before anyone woke up, I printed 3 copies and slid them into separate envelopes. One for my parents. One for Danielle and Greg. One for Nathan. Each labeled with their name. Each marked with the date and the 30-day notice required by law. Then I waited. Saturday morning, I laid them all out on the dining table, neatly arranged, and left the house. I didn't want to be there when they found them. I didn't want to hear the shouting or the gasps or whatever staged shock they'd perform. I drove out to a coffee shop I liked, the quiet kind where nobody talks too loudly and the music is soft and lo-fi. I sipped a cappuccino, scrolled aimlessly, let the silence settle in. My phone buzzed at 11:12 a.m. "Mom, what is this?" "Dad, we need to talk." Immediately. "Danielle, seriously? You're doing this now? After everything?" "Nathan, dude. WTF?" I didn't respond. I didn't need to, because they all knew exactly what it meant. They knew what they'd ignored for years, what they'd twisted and taken and rewritten. And now, it was official. They had 30 days. 30 days to pack their things, say their goodbyes, and move on from the house they never earned. The house they treated like a stage for their own self-importance. And the best part? They still didn't know what else I had in store. Because I wasn't done yet. Not even close. I didn't go back to the house that weekend. I booked a modest Airbnb downtown and let the silence do the heavy lifting. Let the shock settle. Let them sit in the tension of realizing that for the first time in their lives, I wasn't going to cushion their fall. By Monday, the calls had stopped. The texts trickled into silence. The family group chat, usually flooded with casual questions and unearned praise, went cold. It was eerie how fast the shift happened, like pulling the plug on a stage production mid-performance. The applause stopped. The lights dimmed. And now the actors were scrambling in the dark, unsure what to do without someone feeding them lines and keeping the lights on. On Tuesday, I returned. I parked outside and just watched for a few minutes. Nathan's car was gone, probably at a friend's. Danielle's SUV was still in the driveway, though, and Greg's Tesla was blocking the mailbox. They always parked like that, like rules didn't apply. Like the driveway was theirs. Like the mail didn't matter unless it came with their names on it. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first, something sour and unwashed, like a pile of laundry forgotten in a corner. The kitchen was half cleaned. Takeout containers lined the counter. My favorite cast iron skillet was sitting in the sink, rusted from being left wet. The dining table, where I'd laid out the envelopes, was cleared now, though the notice I'd left for Danielle and Greg had been ripped in half and tossed on the floor. I found Mom in the living room, sitting on the couch like she'd aged 10 years in 3 days. Her eyes were puffy. Her phone sat face down on the coffee table, screen cracked at one corner. "We need to talk," she said without looking at me. I didn't sit. "No, we don't." Her jaw clenched. "We're family, Ethan. This isn't how family works." I raised an eyebrow. "You mean the kind of family that uses me as a silent donor and then asks me to stay out of the group photos?" That hit. She looked up sharply. "That wasn't personal." "It was personal. And so is this." She opened her mouth, probably to argue that they never meant to hurt me or didn't realize how much I was doing, but I held up a hand. "This isn't a conversation, Mom. It's a notice. You have 3 weeks now, and if you need help packing, I can hire movers. But I'm not rescinding the eviction." At that moment, my dad came in from the patio, holding his gardening gloves like he was still trying to act like nothing had changed. "This is absurd," he said. "You're throwing out your parents? Over some hurt feelings? Grow up." I laughed, actually laughed. A real, bitter, bone-deep laugh. "Hurt feelings? No, Dad. This is years of unpaid rent, stolen credit, and invisible labor. This is Danielle's honeymoon you told people you paid for. This is Nathan's college application essay, the one I wrote, that you told Grandma he did, all by himself. This is every time you said I was just lucky to have money while draining my account to keep the lights on. You never said anything," my mom whispered. "Because I was taught not to," I snapped. "Because every time I tried, you guilt me, or shut me down, or said I was being selfish for counting favors. You taught me silence was love, but I finally learned it's not. Silence is just consent when you're being used." I left them there, speechless, not because they didn't have words, but because they finally realized none of their words held power anymore. Upstairs, Danielle's door was closed. I knocked. "Go away," came her voice. I opened it anyway. She was sitting on the floor, surrounded by clothes and open boxes, mascara streaked across her face. Greg wasn't there. "You win," she said bitterly. "Happy now?" I leaned against the doorframe. "This was never about winning." "You couldn't just let me have one thing, could you?" she snapped. "Just one day where I was the center of attention." "You were," I said. "And you still are, apparently. Even now, you're making this about you." She blinked, like she didn't understand. I shook my head. "Danielle, you stole my speech." Greg read it word for word. "You let everyone applaud him for something I wrote. And you didn't even say thank you." She looked away. I continued, softer this time. "That wedding was beautiful. I made sure it was. And you repaid me by cutting me out of the photos and rewriting the story, so I was just a background extra. So yeah, I'm reclaiming my space now." She didn't respond, just stared at the floor. I turned to leave, but paused at the door. "I canceled the utilities this morning," I said. "The water shuts off next Friday. The power the Monday after that. Internet's already gone." "Where are we supposed to go?" she said finally. "That's up to you." You had time. You chose not to use it. Greg tried to argue later that week. Called me, called Priya, even posted some passive-aggressive stuff on social media about entitled siblings and toxic money. But when he realized the lease they'd been waiting on fell through, and that they'd burned their bridge with me, he quieted down. Nathan left first. No goodbye, just took his stuff and vanished. I assume he's couch hopping. He texted once, some half-hearted apology mixed with blame. I didn't reply. Mom and Dad moved out a few days before the deadline. I watched them from the front window as they packed up the SUV. They didn't ask for help. I didn't offer. As they pulled out of the driveway, Dad didn't even look back. Mom did. She rolled the window down and said, "You'll regret this someday." I smiled. Maybe, but I doubt it. Then I closed the door. It's been 2 months since the house emptied. The silence was strange at first, not peaceful, just unfamiliar. Like waking up from a long, exhausting dream. The kind where you didn't realize how tired you were until you finally opened your eyes. I started fixing things. Not big things, just little ones that made the place feel like mine again. Replaced the living room couch. Took down Danielle's wedding photo. Cleaned out the pantry and found an unopened jar of caviar Greg must have brought back from the honeymoon. I threw it away. I went back to cooking for myself. Watching movies in peace. Turning the lights off when I wanted to. Not because someone left every switch in the house flipped on. And I started writing again. Not speeches. Not emails asking for confirmation codes or payment extensions. Just writing for me. One night, I pulled up the original version of Danielle's wedding speech. The one I'd written from the heart, before it was twisted into something performative. And I deleted it. Not out of anger. Out of closure. Because I'm done writing for people who won't even remember my name when the applause dies down. Now, when people come over, they ask who designed the place. I say me. They ask who lives here. I say just me. And for the first time in a long, long time, that feels like enough. Actually, it feels like more than enough.